Installez-vous, mesdames, messieurs. On va démarrer dans quelques instants.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in a few minutes.
Merci. La caméra est où? C'est vous qui dites. Installez-vous, mesdames, messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start just in a few minutes. We still have people waiting in line to access this room.
On y va? Bon dia. Buenos dias.
Good morning. I'm going to stop here, basically, because my Catalan and my Spanish are quite limited. As a matter of fact, we are going to start this third edition of the New World Forum, Le Monde Nouveau, organized here in Montpellier in the Quorum until the 1st of October. Thank you, Marie-France Marchandaillé, who is the president of Dépêche du Midi and who initiated this forum, Le Monde Nouveau, that was launched here in this region for 3 days. We're going to talk about ecology, we're going to talk about environment and about the Mediterranean. Basically, this is the main goal of our day, to talk about the Mediterranean, talk about the different challenges that we're facing in partnership with CESER, with the Euro region, and also with CES Catalonia and the Social and Economic Committee of the Balearic Islands. So basically, we're going to have a day of pondering about the different challenges in the Mediterranean. And in order to start, I'm going to ask François Basquez, the Vice President of the Montpellier metropolis, who is in charge of the waste management and waste in general in this region. François Vasquez, the floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the quorum in Montpellier. Michael Delafosse, who is the president of the Métropole Montpellier, could not be with you. He's the Lord Mayor also of Montpellier. So that's why he sent me, and I'm extremely happy to be here about this meeting about the plastic waste in the Mediterranean. So you know that we have a strategy of zero waste this year. We have a very strong will to face this challenge because it is a problem for all the different cities in the Mediterranean. So the plastic waste in the Mediterranean is a very important threat. It's a threat for the ecosystem, for biodiversity, and for human health. We have 150 million inhabitants living around the Mediterranean who are suffering this threat. I don't want to give you figures. I don't want you to get lost in the figures. But these figures are honestly alarming, and they call us to really react, and react very fastly. Plastic waste is not just a normal waste, and the obsession that for having very short-term revenues made us forget all the different challenges related to the nature. So that's why we have to react. And this is the main goal of this meeting, to really react, to reduce, to reuse, to repair, and to manage the waste. And the miracle materials that plastic was based on in the 30 last years, Nathalie Goncard will be talking about this, really became more powerful than those who invented it. So we have plastic basically absolutely everywhere, and it is becoming a monster that is menacing the life conditions of our populations. So that's why we need to stop throwing away. We need to stop the single-use plastics. We need to break these ways of consumption and production that we had. And that's why I want to insist this morning about this, because I'm the Vice President for Waste and Waste Management. So I need to talk about a worry that I have related to plastics. Of course, we are going to work on prevention, on production, to reduce the single use, to reduce the plastic waste in the coastal lines, to really raise awareness among the young people and children, etc. This is going to be our goal today. But if you allow me, we will be having a very serious problem if we don't really face this decade of plasturgy, as I call it. So these next 10 years, we're going to have a very heavy energy crisis that we'll have to face, which means that we're going to use more and more plastics in these 10 years to come. So that's why we need to create new ways of incinerating plastics. We need to make sure that the cost of energy, basically, we have been thinking about it here in Montpellier and also in the other countries, basically think about how we can produce plastics, how we can consume it, and while we are getting rid of it, we are burning it, and we are creating energy. So basically, this is going to focus our attention on the plastic production, because many people in the plastic elimination sector who believe that plastics belong to a virtuous circle basically is going to go against our goal, and it is going to neutralize our prevention policies and our policies that lead to change our behaviors. And I believe that all this sector of plastic incineration will have to make sure that all its flows are secured. And in order to secure the flows, this sector is going to need more and more plastics. But we need to recycle this plastic from the very beginning. So that's why we need to ask ourselves if we need to work from the very beginning of the plastics production in the Mediterranean. Because if not, the plastic incineration sector is going to really have the lead. So that's why I'm asking all our friends from Catalonia, from the Balearic Islands, from the Paca region, from Tunisia, and also Morocco. I want to thank you so much for being with us. We need to make sure that we're aware of this danger of creating a specific sector for plastic incineration, because this is going to lead us to an ecological and a developmental problem. So that's why we have many other solutions. Well, the solutions are still science fiction, but still we need to think about how to really basically how we can have specific places where we can warehouses for plastics in order to use them later on. And we can create a new sector in order to recycle all this plastic in the warehouses. And through the evolution of research in 5-10 years, we're going to be able to reuse the used polymers. And I believe that there is an economic and ecological sense behind this. This is what I want to tell you this morning. And we have so many things to exchange during the day. So to conclude now, I believe that we need to really give life back to this sea that we all belong to. And we, in the Mediterranean basin, we saw so many civilizations thriving, and it is a unique area in the world. We owe the Mediterranean Sea our history, our past. And I love this concept of amniotic liquid that the babies are in. So this sea is our womb. So that's why the Mediterranean, I believe, gave us a cradle for our civilization. So that's why we owe the Mediterranean Sea a future. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. François Vasquez, for your beautiful words. Of course, if you want to share all this information in our social networks, and also the Dépêche du Midi is our partner from the very beginning and is sharing all this information about this third edition of the forum. And we are going to have with His Highness the Prince Albert II from Monaco. He really insisted in being with us this morning. He's given us a message for the Mediterranean.
Madame la Présidente de la Région.
Madam President of Region Occitanie, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you today, but I really adhere to your initiative that is extremely interesting and has a very clear objective. This cannot be limited to the traditional political limits, because we're fighting a threat that is destroying the Mediterranean, destroying its ecosystems, its biodiversity, and that has very worrying effects on our health. The plastics are everywhere in the Mediterranean. We see this developing every day when we observe our coasts. We see these plastic materials, and I saw it when I used the Calypso, and I went down 100 meters underneath the surface of the sea, and I saw this pollution, and especially plastic pollution. As for microplastics that come from the degradation of this waste, they are present even in the food that we eat every day. So facing this menace and facing this danger, we cannot work in an isolated manner. Any country cannot work alone efficiently, because the marine currents and the water species don't know any borders. That's why France, Italy, and the Principality of Monaco signed the Amoge Agreement in order to manage the waste in the Mediterranean. Our actions don't have any sense if they don't have have all the different stakeholders participating, the public authorities who need to put rules and have them respected. We need also to have the economic sector participating, the consumers also who want alternative solutions, and the NGOs, the energy sector, etc. So that's why we need to go beyond only the stakeholders who are responsible in managing the seas, because we see that 80% of the water pollution comes from the land. Many of the industries and factories basically are still producing pollution that ends up in the sea. And we know that the single-use plastics falls under a law that we have adopted in Monaco in order to make sure that this plastic material will not finish in the sea. So that's why we need to associate all the different stakeholders in a diversified and complementary action. The states and the local authorities, but also the civil society have to work together. So the We Med initiative, Beyond Plastic Med, that we launched in 2015 with my foundation, Terrain Océan, the Foundation Europe, and also other foundations that have participated. We have different local projects in the Mediterranean through the exchange of good practices and through new innovative and efficient technologies. We are giving an answer to the challenge related to plastic materials in the Mediterranean. Of course, this is not sufficient, but this response allows all those people who want to work efficiently to do it. So I want to talk about the partners and highlight the role of the economic stakeholders in Monaco and in the other areas. So that's why the association, economic association that we have in Monaco is participating. So that's why we are helping all these different stakeholders with experts from the scientific world and the academia in order to move forward. This allows the companies to improve their scientific knowledge and to exchange their expertise and good practices with the rest of the companies and the scientific world. It is one of different initiatives that we'll be evoking today, and I believe that we can do and we have to work together in order to protect our seas. This is a need for the planet in order to fight against the climate change and also to fight for biodiversity. So plastic management allows us today to work very fastly and very efficiently. It is an opportunity and it is an obligation for us, for our sea, for our planet, and for our health also. So that's why this meeting is so important, and that's why I wanted to give you personally my support. Thank you so much. His Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco, and I'm going to ask Mr. Jean-Louis Chauzy, the President of CESER Occitanie. Mr. Vasquez, representative of the President of Métropole Montpellier, dear representatives of the Spanish authorities, Mr. Secretary General of the Economic and Social Council, Mr. Casser, also from the Economic and Social Council, Mr. Consul of France, all the rest of authorities, dear friends, dear presidents of Economic and Social Councils of Andalusia and the other regions. Also, dear Marie-France, thank you so much for allowing us to face together a challenge. And 9 years ago, when you asked us to think about what we wanted to do, the first day of the forum, this forum basically started working 5 years ago in Perpignan, and we are still working on this. You know, we need to double our forces. Basically, I want to thank all the rest of the people who are going and the authorities who are going to join us, the president of the Occitanie region, etc. The regions in the south of France, the islands and the Iberian Peninsula regions have learned to understand the IPCC reports every year and to understand the consequences of the evolution of the Mediterranean, the heating of the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean Sea is recognized by the IPCC as one of the regions who is going to suffer the most from the effects of climate change. And we saw that the future is absolutely grim. So that's this justify our conference. So we have two choices. We can complain, but we can act. And we decided to act by organizing this forum. So that's why we promoted these debates about the Mediterranean. I want to thank my friend Marc Chevalier, who is moderating the Coastline Commission, and he spent his life working and fighting for the Mediterranean, facing the different challenges. And in 2020, they adopted a report on the plastic management and reduction in the Mediterranean. And in Palma, in June 2019, we met and we reached an agreement. And I believe that the pressure of public opinion in Palma was huge at that time. The inhabitants of Palma asked us and put pressure on us in order to really face the challenges of the proliferation of plastic materials in the Mediterranean. So that's why we had to adopt a common approach in Occitanie region and also in the Balears and Catalonia. We really took very clear commitments, and also we have our friends from PACA region. I want to thank Marc Douzet and all the delegation there, and my friend Marie-Jeanne Nicoli also, who really embraced this initiative with enthusiasm, because we know what the difficulties are in the Mediterranean. And also our friends from the Balearic Islands also invited us to go to Valencia and talk with our Valencian friends. And also in Andalusia, also we had our friends participating. So that's why we decided to organize this forum in order to exchange information and to talk about our project for the preservation of the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean, we're talking about 500 million tons of plastic waste. And this does not come from nature. It comes from human beings, their activities that they have developed in the past decades. So the Mediterranean, we have 21 states around the Mediterranean basin, 130 million inhabitants, and all these people consume plastics. We have less and less fish. We have more plastic than fish in the Mediterranean. The fish that we have in the Mediterranean is eating plastics, and we eat the equivalent a volume of a credit card every week. The New Zealand University showed that each human being eats a volume equivalent to a plastic credit card every week. Of course, people are very much attracted to the coastal areas in the Mediterranean, and there is in many countries no control whatsoever over the plastic waste. So that's why we decided to organize this symposium. We have 4 or 5 countries representative, the Council of Algeria, Malta, Cyprus, Lebanon, also Morocco, and Tunisia, who completed the organization of a group of 30 stakeholders are going to express their action today. the goal is not to organize this symposium, but to really propose solutions, understand the ways to move forward, and talk about the actions that we have decided to undergo. And in 15 days, we have created an ecosystem for research based on the paper industry. In Comminges, we have a chemical modification of the paper, and we have new techniques in order to produce new materials. We have the face masks also that were bought in China. They ended up in the Mediterranean and in our oceans. So that's why in our territory we are creating new types of industries that are going to substitute all this material that was imported from China and many other countries and ended up in the Mediterranean. So these are concrete examples, and we're going to work with all the different Mediterranean economic and social councils. We're going to work also in partnership with civil society representatives, also with the economic representatives, also NGOs, and with the academia. So we represent all the different strata of the society. We represent all the different regions. Of course, you know that the regions in France, Spain, and other countries have certain powers, and they can help us in our endeavor. So the main goal is to share our experiences and to have a main vision for the future. We need to put in place actions, mutual actions. We need to partner with the regions, with the economic and social councils, because in all the meetings that we had about the oceans in Brest, for example, or anywhere else, there's only 2 lines on the Mediterranean and 2 lines on waste. But we believe that our region is the one that is suffering the most and facing the highest number of challenges. So that's why we need to be recognized as main stakeholders in facing these threats. So that's why we want to organize a forum by the European Union for the Mediterranean. 21 years ago, we had 3 days dedicated by Europe to the Mediterranean, and we had the different regions and civil society organizations participating. I have a beautiful, I recall beautifully this symposium, and here we are 20 years later, working all together in a region that is undergoing huge actions, pedagogical actions, in order to raise awareness about these different challenges. And we will have representatives from the European Union also who will join us also. And we will be talking about the main goals and main commitments in order to eradicate plastic materials. We don't have any observatory that is dedicated to follow up on our actions in order to see if we are managing to reduce our plastic waste or not. So as long as we don't have measuring systems, we cannot talk about anything because we don't know what's happening. So that's why we need to make sure that there is a proper follow-up on all the actions that we are carrying out. We need to explore the Mediterranean bed in order to make sure that all the ecosystems are preserved. We need to be based on a model called the ecological system. So we need to work all together, and we need to work in consultation. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Jean-Luc Chauzy, the President of the Economic and Social Council Occitanie. And to put a close to this first section, we're going to hear Mr. Virginius Sinkesius, who is the European Commissioner in charge of the environment, the oceans, and the fisheries. He wanted to be with us, but he's going to talk to us through this video. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Mediterranean has a place in the hearts of all Europeans. It means beauty and a lot of benefits to many of us. It connects us to neighboring countries and continents, but we also bear responsibility to protect and preserve its treasures. There are many challenges, and they are not easy. Climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss pose severe threats to this unique natural system. But we have solutions, and what is most important, we have the will to work together. It's this will that can help us a lot to turn the tide of plastic pollution, and it's high time for decisive action. Plastic has its benefits, but it has been leaking into our environment, the seas and the ocean. The damage is severe. For fish, for fisheries, for tourism, and also for human health. It's a global problem, and it needs action at every level, local, national, regional, and international. Europe is leading the way. With policies like our action plans for circular economy and zero pollution, we aim to cut the microplastics we release to the environment by 1/3 and half our contribution to plastic litter, both by 2030. One major cause of marine pollution is poor waste management. Most of the policies we actually need are already in place, but we need to do more in all member states to make sure that they are working in practice. And I'm thinking in particular of the Waste Framework Directive and the Directive on Single-Use Plastics. The Port Reception Facilities Directive is another example, the EU tool to ensure that waste from ships is properly collected and managed. I said we have most of the policies, but some of them still need improvement. So we are revising the rules on packaging and packaging waste, a major source of marine litter, and we are looking for ways to cut down pollution from microplastics, starting with the ones that are deliberately added to cosmetics, paints, and detergents. We are also looking at microplastics emitted during use in products like pellets, textiles, and tires. If things go to plan, you can expect more measures on both next year. We are also looking at bio-based plastics. Sometimes they sound like a miraculous solution, but there are many complications on the way. We need to listen to the public and follow the science. We are trying to do both, and you will hear more about the results later this year. The Mediterranean is badly hit by plastic pollution. We see the results, so we are strongly supporting the Barcelona Convention. We are giving technical and financial assistance to implement the Regional Action Plan against marine litter, updated in 2021, with actions to reduce plastic litter and promote a more circular economy. But it is, of course, a global challenge. The UN is acting, and we are very vocal in our support. The UN Environment Assembly now has a mandate to negotiate a legally binding global instrument on plastics. The EU is arguing strongly for a circular life cycle approach as a basis for the new agreement, and we look forward to participating in full when negotiations begin. We won't win this battle by relying on laws. We need everyone to agree to a different approach that takes patient dedication in Europe and around the world. And it means the commitment of the Economic and Social Councils of the Mediterranean Arc, from Gibraltar to the Alps and beyond. So I look forward to your general resolution and your joint commitment to continue this work, collecting the evidence we need and building effective strategies to safeguard the Mediterranean for the future that we want. Thank you.
And now we are going to hear Isabel Otisier. She is very well known, and she is the honorary president of WWF France, and she wanted also to share with us this first day of this third edition of Monde Nouveau Forum. Isabel Otisier, you have the floor.
Bonjour à toutes.
Good morning to all of you. Let's talk about the Mediterranean. We all love it. It's so beautiful. It's so fantastic. It's transparent waters. It's wonderful civilizations. All the people who go there on vacation and people who live there. And thanks to the Mediterranean, thanks to a living Mediterranean. And we know that this life in the Mediterranean is facing very big threats because of plastics. It's a small sea. It's a closed sea. So all this waste is going to stay there for hundreds of millions of years. And these famous plastic materials, we don't see them because these are the microparticles that are the most harmful. They are in the sand where we can put our towels, all these elements that we have in the fresh air that we breathe, and we believe that it's fantastic to breathe fresh air. And these plastic microparticles are going to access the food chain, and they're going to enter through the fish, the birds, and all the different environment. And we eat fish, and unfortunately also through the fish that we are eating, we are consuming plastic. So this is not sustainable, and we need to stop this right now. And the good news is that all this depends also on human beings. It's not some sort of mystery that happened to us. So it all depends on us. So that's why we need to change our behaviors, and we need to change collectively. I don't see good and bad people here. It's not the bad people who throw the plastic bottles. We all have a certain level of responsibility to take. There's us, the citizens. Do we try to stop buying plastic objects? We need to stop basically to stop buying packaged food. We need to start buying in bulk. We need to make sure that we're reducing the use of plastics in our territories. And we need also to know how we recycle the plastics. We need to understand where this plastic comes from. Does it come from the companies? Does it come from the agricultural activities or any other activities? We have different solutions for these different types of plastics. It's the companies themselves who have to be really aware of what they are producing, the packaging they're producing, and they need to make sure that anything that is produced by these companies will never end up in nature. So that's why we need all to be mobilized. And of course, we are still doubling our plastic consumptions, and we are increasing also our plastics consumption also. And I believe that it's not only a decision that we have to take for us, it's for our lives, for our livelihoods, for the Mediterranean, for the nature, for this beautiful Mediterranean Sea that is our mother. So that's why we need to limit our consumption. We need to recuperate. We need to recycle. We need to make sure that the objects that we acquire have a longer life. We need to get organized all together in order to reach this objective, and I count on all of you for this. Thank you so much, Isabel Otisier. So we see that the main issue during these 3 days is how we're going to commit collectively and individually. So through this video, which is an awareness-raising video, we're going to see what we can do in order to face these challenges.
Throughout the world, plastic waste, represents millions of tons. 79% are accumulated, 73% end up on beaches. But each and every one of us must act. In 2021, in Euro-Regia, during a meeting, and nowadays, 400,000 tons of plastics in the Mediterranean are estimated, so join the effort. Collect the waste you see and come across. Reduce consumption of plastic containers and packages. Let's act together.
So let's act all together. It's a very strong message that we need to keep in mind throughout these 3 days. I want to thank you for your attention and for your words. And I'm going to give the floor now to Christine Bouillot, who is going to moderate the roundtables this morning. So we have quite an intense morning of pondering, of meeting, of testimonies. So I wish you a wonderful morning. Christine, I give you the floor. Thank you so much. We are going to have 3 different sequences this morning. So we have a lot to say. We need to really take advantage of all the different visitors here, but also we need to listen to your feedback, your interactions. There will be some time also dedicated to you in order to ask your questions, give your comments. So we're going to start with the first round table, which is how can we reduce the consumption. This is we have Nathalie Gontard, we have Mateo Rodriguez, also from the Catalonian Department of Plastic Reduction. We have Sebastián Sanso, who is the Director General of Education and Waste in the Balearic Islands. Please, can you take microphones? You have them in front of you. And we have Céline Mahfouz, who represents the National Center for Research from Lebanon. Thank you so much for all 4 of you for your presence. So the idea behind this meeting is to share with this audience and among each other the huge challenges that we're facing. We heard this this morning, and I am going to ask all of you, can you present and talk about the actions, the research activities, all the operations that you have launched in your territories, but also in research. So Nathalie Gontard, you are carrying out research on finding alternatives to traditional plastics. Can you explain perfectly what are you trying to understand? What is the state of knowledge today? So I work in the INRAE, which is the National Institute of Research for Food and Environment, and I've been working for 30 years on the plastic waste problem, also on the solutions. But we need to understand the problem before trying to find solutions. We cannot jump into conclusions and solutions that are not adequate. So that's why I worked on the development of alternative materials, and I worked a lot with the European Union on recycling, because I worked on the authorization of recycling PET actions. So it is a field that I know very well. So for these 2 alternatives, new materials and recycling, I know that there are considerable limitations there. So the main message that comes from our 30 years of experience, of course, I never worked alone. I have a team that works with us, and I have a huge European and international network. I work a lot with Japan, with China, etc. So the main message that I would like to convey to you today is that there's no miracle solution, and the best strategy to fight against plastic waste that represents a threat for us, but also for future generations, is to reduce our virgin plastic consumption, and it is a problem that has to do with us as citizens, but also as professionals, because we need to make sure that all professional sectors and all experts really think about their practices, about the way they can, how they can manage to reduce their use of plastics. Okay, we have time until 11 a.m. So if you want to give more information, this is important. So can I continue? Brilliant. Okay, so I'm going to develop a little bit my line of thought. So what is important to understand here is that plastics represent a very specific danger. Why we anticipated the threat of plastic? Because it behaves completely differently from all the other materials that were created by human beings. It can stay there for hundreds of millions of years. It can defragment and become pollutant. Isabel Otisier talked about this. A plastic material becomes dangerous when we don't see it anymore. When we see it aesthetically, it's not nice to look at. But the danger is not there. The threat is when it is going to become microparticles, because it's going to enter the fish and the food chain and our organisms also. And it is going to penetrate our lungs, our digestive systems, and everywhere. And this is not the case with other materials. There are no other materials that behave like this. Metals or other materials are going to disappear. Cotton, paper, etc. are materials that are biodegradable, which means that nature has the ecological tools in order to degrade them. This is absolutely fantastic. This is an example of recycling that nature offers us. But the problem is that plastics don't follow this behavior. So plastic is completely different. It's a specific threat that we don't see in any other material. Another thing I want to insist, which is this myth of recycling. And many people say, why are you fighting against recycling after working 20 years on this? You know what? Because I know the limitations of recycling, because we see that we only have 26% of plastic recycling in France, and people say, oh, France is not doing very well because Germany and the Netherlands recycle 50%. And I want to inform you that we're not talking about recycling, but de-cycling, which means that we're not reconstituting the same object, but we are trying to find other uses for a plastic material that is degraded. So we are not eliminating the specific threats of plastics. We're stocking this waste in the form of another object. And maybe you say that it's better than nothing. It's not better than nothing. It's even worse. Why? Because we are building, we are creating new uses of this plastics without eliminating the danger, and people feel safe because they believe that plastic material is useful. And many production of other materials is disappearing. So basically, when you buy, for example, polyester jumper, it is the wool industry that is disappearing. When you're buying recycled plastic cupboard, so you have all the wood industry that is disappearing. And once we realize our error, it will be too late. And all these recycling plants that we have, they need to produce, so we need to produce plastic waste in order for them to keep working. So basically here we're not talking about circular economy. This is what I call a spiral economy, which means that we are playing around the problem without solving it. It's only an illusion of solution, a temporary illusion that we're giving the users. So that's why it is extremely important to understand that recycling have very important limitations, and we need to know them perfectly. This was a clear message. Wow, this is an important message that you are throwing in our face today. So I believe that with this message you surprise many people. Yes, maybe because it's not the message that the mass media usually vehicle. And because, you know, when you work, I worked for 20 years on recycling, and I wanted to really reach a goal, and it was not true. But I want to be positive. There's a fraction of the plastic material that can be really reused, which are the PET bottles. Basically, I'm not being here completely grim. I believe that recycling is extremely complicated, being it chemical recycling or recycling of polymers. The plastics are not built to be recycled. They're not, they absorb, etc. So we have many actions that we can do which are limiting the use of plastics. And we have a huge consumption of plastics that does not make any sense, because this plastic material was supposed to improve our well-being, and now we spend more time fabricating this plastic material, buying it, and now recycling it. So it costs us time, money, and we're taking risks at all levels. So there are huge particles of plastic that are not useful. So we have a lot of prohibitions now, for example, in the supermarkets, for example, and all those bottles of water that I've been using for dozens and dozens of years. And now I stopped doing this, and I'm very happy. There's a huge effort that is carrying out at an industrial level to buy in bulk. For example, I absolutely have no problem buying a cucumber without this being wrapped in plastic. So there are plastic materials that are not indispensable, and those are basically 3/4 part of the plastics that we use. So there is a margin to maneuver in the future without being huge recycling plants. And you're going to ask yourself, to ask me a question and saying, but there are strategies that have been created, and mainly in Europe. We heard the European representative talking about recycling and how the European Union is really putting all its efforts in it. Why? Because we don't have all the knowledge now in order to quantify, in order to put a figure on the effect of this plastic material long term, because we're talking about hundreds of years from now. So now we have created carbon balances and opted for solutions that are based on positive carbon balance sheets. And plastic material does not have absolutely anything to do with this. Here we're not talking about the carbon footprint. We're talking about nanoplastics and plastics footprint. So you need to be aware of this. Don't allow anything that talks about the carbon footprint, because the plastics threat is not linked to the carbon footprint. It's a different footprint, because we have tools of analysis, life cycle analysis tools that we can use, and it's extremely difficult to really understand that the main threat of plastics is not taken into account by these assessment tools. And once we have understood this, we're going to try to find other solutions. And here, recycling becomes a lot less interesting when we understand the real danger that plastic use represents. And this recycling does not really serve at all. And it is throwing us in a spiral that really does not lead us anyway in terms of mitigation of the risks linked to the use of plastics. So basically, the citizens in general, for example, the consumers and the people who recycle in a very those people who really believe in recycling. So basically, we are not doing the right thing. Yes, of course, we all believe that it's good to have an illusion that allows us to believe that if we put the plastic in a plastic recycling bin, the danger disappears. So that's why we need to raise awareness. We need to motivate people to reduce the consumption of plastics. No recycling, no substitution materials can solve. We need to reduce drastically our plastics consumption because we always also think that the citizens have to play 100% of the role. No, but citizens need to be aware, need to stop buying plastic materials. It's not an easy task. But just look around you, for example. You see, oh, this is plastic material, this is plastic material. It's extremely complicated to stop it. So we see it, for example, in wrappings and because it's all in plastics. Plastics is absolutely everywhere. It is in our clothes, it's in our construction material. It absolutely surrounds us everywhere. So it is important also not to hold citizens 100% responsible, although they have a very important role to play. To gather all plastic waste on our beaches is important, but it's not sufficient. As professionals, we need to start asking the exact questions about our professional actions. In our laboratory, we have started many years ago pondering. We have a social and environmental responsibility. All big structures and corporations, they have this. And we have a main goal of reducing our plastics footprint. We need to reduce our plastic consumption, but absolutely all different sectors have to play a role, because we're talking absolutely about everywhere, even in the health sector, in hospitals, in all the transition technologies, being these ecological transition sector or the digital sector, the, for example, wind farms, also they use plastic. What's going to happen with this plastic later on? So if we can do this in a different manner, we need to explore other ways of working. So it is a massive change that we have to undertake. This is going to need a lot of time. We need to change our habits. We need maybe to create new, complete new sectors. We need to reinvent our ways of working. For example, in the packaging for fruits and vegetables, so for the biological fruits and vegetables, we need to really make sure that plastic is not present anymore. Before giving the floor to the rest of the members, do you believe that there is the perfect packaging? Well, the ideal packaging in my laboratory, we study all the different stages of life cycle. So the use is very important, but also the waste management and the recycling of the waste also eventually, but also the life cycle for plastics, it does not stop here. For paper, for cardboard, it stops here because they degrade. But for plastics, we have another stage of maybe dozens or hundreds of years. So we need to study all the life cycle, and the ideal packaging is a packaging that does not really harm the environment. So for the food packaging, we need to make sure that we are conserving this food, and we need to make sure that this wrapping material will be biodegradable, the same as cardboard and paper. And once we make sure that this material is not going to accumulate and fragment, it's not going to behave like plastics, we're going to be able to put in place recycling and even partially recycling loops. Paper and cardboard are recycled and sometimes decycled because they're partially recycled, and all these materials are going to disappear. They're not going to accumulate in our ecosystem. So for cardboard, there's no problem. For plastics, it's not acceptable. So the ideal packaging is one that has an optimum balance and risk and use. So we're going to be able to transport the products, consume produce, transport and consume these products without any harm for the environment. Thank you so much for drawing this wide image, and I'm going to give the floor to Ignazi Mateo Rodriguez from the Catalonia Waste Agency. You have put in place a pilot test in the Ebra Delta in the south for eliminating the single-use plastics. Can you talk about where you started and what is the state of the situation nowadays?
I agree in the fact that there is no magic solution. But I would like to present to you a small pilot project aimed at reducing the usage of single-use plastic. I have a presentation with me. I don't know whether it would be possible to show it on screen. Yes, there is. I will switch into Catalan now, if I may. And thank you for inviting me. Yes, thank you for inviting me to take part in this session. I will introduce to you next a pilot project on the removal of single-use plastics in the natural Ebra River Delta. This pilot project is part of a European project. It's called Interreg Plastic Busters MPA. This project focused on the entire management cycle of maritime waste. And in our case, from our agency, we worked on the implementation of prevention and mitigation measures on this problem, which is maritime waste. So where do we carry out this pilot test? At the Ebra River Delta Natural Park. It's in the southern part of Catalonia. That's the estuary of the Ebra River, an area with rice fields with an important tourist presence, important agricultural activity there too. And as you can see here, you can see the result of the land, of the soil, following a party or a festival full of single-use cups. So we said, oh my God, what can we do about that? Let's implement the reusable cup to avoid these broken cups left on the floor, and from there to the river, and from the river to the Mediterranean Sea. This pilot project was implemented from August to October in 2021 with a cost of some 21,000 euros. What was the purpose of this measure? Well, its goal was to reduce the use of single-use plastic cups and to avoid part of this maritime waste that we could find at the natural Ebra River Delta area. How? By distributing the reusable cups with volunteers amongst the beach bars that work in this natural area, as well as with the town councils in this natural area. If the customer would like to take away the cup with them to the beach, we would ask them to leave a €1 deposit that would be returned upon the return of the plastic cup. So how did we do this? We worked with two local partners, the School of the Park, responsible for the distribution and collection of the cups, as well as project communication. This had great impact in local media, and the Set Astras Foundation, responsible for cleaning the cups. The cleaning of the cups was carried out at those beach bars that could not use water to wash them, because some are on the beach and they have no access to this water. Then there was a great involvement by city councils, town councils, and the Natural Park Authority. What are the results of this pilot test? 14 beach bars became involved in the initiative. The number of festivals where these cups were used were 10. Bear in mind, this is in times of COVID. With the pandemic, many festivals were cancelled, but I would say that this number of festivals was rather significant. And the number of reusable cups were just over 25,000 that we cleaned ourselves. That is, those beach bars with access to water also cleaned many that have not been counted. So to this number, you need to add an important number of cups that were also cleaned. And this pilot project has been replicated this year. We didn't want to see an end of this project with this pilot test, so we replicated it in the summer of this year, 2022. What were the challenges to ensure that this test would be long-lasting? Well, the owners of the beach bars were willing to pay in the future to have this system for collecting and cleaning cups. We don't know what the carbon footprint of the pilot test was. We thought that maybe logistics with an electric vehicle would be feasible. This required greater implication on the part of the town councils, and that's why we believe that the key is to include the compulsory nature of using reusable cups as part of the concessions, the permits given to the beach bars, as the City Council of Barcelona has done, with the implication and training of all staff in these beach bars, which we thought was basic, as well as campaigns such as responsible beach bars or beach bars with environmental management systems, moving towards the regulation established by the European and national regulations on the reduction and fight against single-use plastics. Well, it's the last one, but anyway. And these are the 3 takeaway messages. Plastic is not our enemy. Plastic is not our enemy. The problem is single-use plastics and the excessive packaging. I agree with my colleague in the fact that we need to eco-design and think when we place on the market a specific type of packaging. It doesn't make any sense to go to the supermarket and find a banana or apples inside a plastic bag. Nature gave them a skin that already protects the fruit. Second, we need to be careful with the fake alternatives to single-use plastics. Let's be aware of these false alternatives. Natalie already referred to that. There are other alternatives that can be as detrimental as single-use plastics, and we need to be very careful with that. Tupa from Save the Med later on will explain to us all of the work they've done in this regard. And third, an important message here. Let's change the focus. Let's move beyond these cleanups that we do. Let's focus on the citizen. Let's focus on the extended responsibility of the producer. Let's focus on those companies that place a package on the market, that forget about it, and they are not held accountable for it later on. There's a lot to be done in this regard. And thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If there are any questions, or maybe we can leave them to the end, where we can answer the various questions that may be made by the audience in the room. But right now, Sébastien Saint-Germain, good morning, Director General of Environmental Management and Waste of the Government of the Balearic Islands. You're here to present your law on waste, because in 2019, you approved a pioneering law on preventing the use of single-use plastics, right? So I'll give you the floor, and thank you very much for being with us here in Montpellier.
Bonjour.
Good morning. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the CES and the organizers for having invited me and for providing me the opportunity to explain the environmental policies that we are implementing to save the Mediterranean in this case. In particular, this act or this law on waste that you just referred to. Before I go into the details, and I know I have little time, I will try to be brief and summarize, but since the previous term of office, the government of the Balearic Islands knew it had to make great steps, great leaps in terms of environmental initiatives. We already had unique initiatives in the Mediterranean, such as the system for gathering waste with boats that go through the coast and collect waste for 4 months. We've been implementing this initiative for a number of years now. And this is a measure that can only be used to collect waste. Obviously, we need to focus on prevention, which is what I will be explaining in greater detail next. We also implemented a decree to protect an emblematic plant, that is the Posidonia oceanica, or Neptune seagrass. We're trying to prevent the significant amount of plastic waste that end up in the sea following storms. We've protected 30% of maritime areas. So we have done a great job in this regard. However, the challenge is still big, so there is still a lot to be done. When it comes to waste, I have been a director in the previous term of office, so what I would like to do is replicate and repeat what has worked in this term of office. What was the context at the time of implementing this act on waste? Well, first of all, the main activity is tourism. Tourism has a great impact in our islands, and it has great seasonality as well. This means there's a lot of human pressure. We are also in an island, in islands, which means that our territory is limited and it is very sensitive as well. There is no space to do more landfills, for instance. We will have a problem soon unless we're able to reduce the waste that ending in the landfill. And we have other examples that our colleagues in the Balearic Islands will explain, such as the presence of microplastics in fish that we eat, or another study where 20 celebrities or actors offered to provide urine samples or blood samples, and they detected that they at least had 20 plastic elements in their bodies, such as phthalates. So the issue of plastics goes beyond the environmental part, and it's already having an impact on the health of many people. Having said that, it is evident that we needed a change of model. It's important to take a break right now to recall, especially that we have people from various regions from the Mediterranean here, that in the case of the state of Spain, there is a distribution of competencies and powers that depends on the various regional autonomous communities. Some of these local governments, regional governments, have powers to implement additional legislation to protect the environment. We can go beyond the basic legislation set by the state. So in this context, we said to ourselves, let's implement a law that focuses not on waste so much, as Natalie referred to. We need to go ahead of what Europe is setting since 2021. We need to focus on prevention and reuse. So first, we focused on best practices already being implemented, such as the door-to-door payment per generation, paying different depending on the waste management conducted by companies and citizens. I really like the example given by John Ignazi, because historically, the local festivals already included this system of paying a deposit and returning the cup later. And what we thought is that it was unavoidable to move towards these kinds of initiatives. But these initiatives are impossible unless we have social support with all partners, with all sectors. We also need political will to have a clear goal in mind and to be brave, because a change of model means that not everybody will agree with such change. So, as an anecdote, the civil society organized a funeral of single-use plastics before the parliament, and it went through the city of Palma with a coffin full of single-use plastics, and we took it to be buried. And this was an initiative to support this legislative effort. Among other examples, it implements these systems that John Ignazi referred to. That is, in all events or public events, there cannot be any single-use plastics. All cups must be reusable cups, cups that can be returned. And the impact this has in terms of prevention is immense. We need to think that this measure is being so much implemented this summer that in many music festivals that did not comply with these regulations, the attendees filled social media denouncing and claiming that these regulations were not being met. Thanks to this, we were able to rectify these situations. So images of single-use plastics being ending up in the sea, well, allowed us to reduce. I'm running out of time, but let me give you other examples. Small plastics, such as coffee capsules, entail a lot of problems. They're difficult to recycle. And in the hotel and catering sector, we said there was no need for them. They had to be regulated. And in other cases, a system of extended responsibility for the producer should be implemented so that producers would take responsibility for them. And then, when it comes to consuming food in the same establishment, where there is no need to use single-use utensils, we also needed a regulation. It doesn't make any sense that to eat a burger, you need to produce 1 kilo of waste. So we also implemented regulations in this regard. Regulating microplastic, single-use plastics. This was just before the SOUP initiative or directive. Having said that, we have other initiatives, such as a sustainable tourist tax, based on which we carry out environmental initiatives to support circular economy initiatives, social and economic initiatives. And we have also tried to adopt an attitude of disseminating all of these initiatives and contexts. We've published guides in several languages, English, Spanish, Catalan, and we always try to attend public forums and internal meetings to get to know, to inform people about these regulation to ensure it becomes effective. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Alors, Céline Mahfouz, je me tourne.
Okay, so Céline Mahfouz is a doctor in the National Research Center in Lebanon. Can you talk about what you're doing in Lebanon to fight microplastics? And then we are going to have some time for questions and answers.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to talk about the results. I'm not going to give you solutions for the reduction. So we are not there yet in Lebanon. I'm going to talk about the studies that we're carrying out on plastics and microplastics along the Lebanese coastline. Firstly, I want to talk about my center. It's a research center that basically is the head of 4 research centers: Geophysical Center, Detection, the Marine Research Center, and the Atomic Energy Research Center. So in the National Marine Center, we work on different issues, among which the observation of all the Lebanese coastline. We determine the contaminating agents, the biota, and also we have a follow-up of the commercial fish, cetaceous also, and lately we have started following microplastics and their presence in water and sediments, and also the marine waste. On the beach, we have a scientific boat called Kana, and you have the picture there, and all those projects that we're carrying out are in collaboration with ACOBAMS, IUCN, UNEP-MAP, FAO, SPA, RAC, and several marine research institutions in France and in Italy. The problem of marine pollution is the result of many activities, being those agricultural activities, industrial, urban activities, or the open-air waste dumps. And the activities that produce more plastics and microplastics are urban activities and also waste open-air waste dumps. So all the used water in Lebanon is thrown into the rivers and they end up in the sea. So these used water, research have demonstrated that even after treatment, they contain microplastics that come from single-use plastics and also clothing. So I'm going to talk about the open-air waste dumps that we have along the Lebanese coast. These sites are not well managed, so the solid waste is going to end up in the sea, and also they're not well insulated. So a lot of the materials are going to infiltrate the water, and they contain microplastics. So all this waste, when it arrives to the sea, it is going to need many years to degrade, and then we'll have microplastics, or this material is going to float depending on its density, or go to the seabed. So even those microplastics who are going to float due to biofarming, the accumulation also is going to allow them to have higher densities, and they will sediment. So basically, the seabeds are going to become microplastic wells in the future. So in Lebanon, we determine microplastics in the marine sediments, in surface water, and also the plastic on our beach.
Pour les sédiments, c'est la méthodologie.
Here we follow the methodology that we have on marine sediments. So we try to cover all the coastline from north to south. We took samples between 2 and 100 meters. So these are considered as continental plateau sediments. So we collect these samples. We have a separation of density 5 millimeters, and also I'm going to go very fastly because this is the methodology. I'm not interested in it. So in terms of the microplastics collection, so we use 300 micrometer filters, and then we follow the same procedure, and we remove the organic matter, and then the density, and then the filtration. And then we use this type of filters. These filters will be examined by a microscope. We're going to identify and choose the microplastics and organize them depending on their forms and their colors. So the fragments, the filaments, the films, and then we carry out analysis. And here you have some of the results that we have reached in Beirut, which is the capital. We had the highest concentrations in microplastics in our sediments, and this was foreseen because this is the largest density of population in the country, and we have the open waste dumps, open air waste dumps, and the concentrations that we obtained are much higher than in other Mediterranean regions. Each study follows a different methodology, uses a solution that is different and density separation that is different. So we cannot compare and say that Lebanon has higher concentrations than other regions. We compared the region of Beirut and in South Lebanon, where we have a protected marine area in Tyre. So we saw that the concentrations were not very different, but also in other areas, the level of microplastics is higher than in the rest of the Mediterranean countries. And As for the marine waste on our beaches, we followed the UNEP MAP MEDPOL methodology. We have the low, medium, and high density when the sediments are very wet, medium wet, or not wet. So basically, it depends on the size of the beach. We have parallel sampling, so we had all types of plastics, plastic fragments, bottles, bags, all syringes, medical syringes, and also other types of plastic. And also here we studied in partnership with the University of Le Littoral in France. So we studied the presence of microplastics between rivers and the sea. So we chose two rivers, so the Ibrahim River and Antillas River. So we carried out sampling during the wet period and the dry period. It is quite a simple methodology. So with a metal bucket, we get the water samples in the mouth of the river before it reaches the sea, and then we filter this water, and once we have the sample, we follow the same methodology as for surface water, and we saw that the river in Beirut has higher concentrations of microplastics than the other river that is located in the north of the country. This is our problem in Lebanon. The open air waste dumps that are not well managed, and the used water that goes directly to the water and to the rivers. We cannot compare the levels that we obtained in Lebanon with the rest of the Mediterranean countries because we don't have a unified methodology in all the different countries in order to be able to determine microplastics density and compare. And the work that I carried out, I did not carry out myself. There are 4 researchers in Lebanese CNRS that carried out this work. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, ce que je vous propose, c'est qu'on commence à prendre quelques questions dans
What I propose now is that you can pose questions from the audience. We have some microphones available. So if you have any questions, wait for the microphone and you can ask any questions. I did have a question for you, Natalie. We understand the situation regarding use of plastics at all levels. We see that some things are being applied in many places, for instance, reusable bags. There are many things that we see in daily habits that have changed. We see now that we must reduce the use of plastics, but nonetheless, not a lot is being done. Well, we must know that our consumption of plastic is increasing in all countries in the world, also in Europe, and here too. More and more virgin plastic is being used, and it's rather surprising, because when we produce 1 kilo of virgin plastic, this will end up polluting in many different ways, depending on the country and many other factors. But 1/3 will end up being incinerated. It will also be part of the climate change cycle. I mean, this is a ballpark figure, right? But 1/3 will be recycled, but we're actually talking about decycling. And then there's another fraction that will end up being lost or ending up elsewhere, becoming plastic particles. So 2/3 will be plastic waste. So why do we continue using so much plastic and producing so much pollution? Because efforts have focused on a kind of waste that doesn't work all that well. In recent years, Europe has increased recycling twofold, but it has also increased its consumption of virgin plastic. The Netherlands, Germany refer to 50% of plastic recycling. But if they recycle 50% of their plastic, that is 1 bottle out of 2, that means that their consumption of plastic would have been reduced by half in virgin plastic, but they haven't done that. There's simply an increase of virgin plastic consumption. But anyway, they are trying. It's this story of the lower cycle economy. This decycling does not reduce our consumption of virgin plastic, and that means that there are plastic waste and pollution. So you have also witnessed this acceleration of consumption. I believe that COVID did not help to solve this problem. I believe that with the pandemic, the plastic industry has been pushing to stop the new regulations. And I believe that this is a problem. In addition, we have an economic model that the industry is imposing another plastic product if we stop using a previous plastic product. I think that it is a problem of model, a model of society that we're living in, a consumer model. I think the important thing here is to prevent. The best waste is the waste that doesn't end up being generated. And Sébastien, would you like to add something else? Yes, very quickly. I believe, taking into consideration what Nathalie said, is that we, the consumers, have a great strength, and we must push governments to implement brave, courageous initiatives focusing on the reduction of generation of waste. When negotiating this regulation, a supermarket said to me that they started implementing measures to reduce plastic when they went from 100 telephone calls a year complaining about use of plastic to receiving thousands of calls. So our power as consumers and people is big, and we must use it to change the model. That's one thing. Then there are other important things that we have tried to apply in our new act, which is environmental taxation. On the one hand, it's compulsory to make a payment for generation in municipal taxes, and whoever they don't, there will be a tax for incineration and landfill, paying double of those who pay for generation, and also for the collection of organic matter. So this set of measures are very important. As John Ignazi just said, it is very difficult to make decisive steps, and it is very easy to take steps back because of COVID or other things. It is therefore important to have this collective conscience. This means I'm talking too much. So we need this from the citizens, the governments, the entities, and we need to listen also to the scientific community. Thank you. Any comment by you about this explication of acceleration in Lebanon? Do you see also changes in habits? Yes, we do see changes in consumption in Lebanon. There is no law concerning use of plastics. We still use plastic products such as cups, plates. There is no law right now. Okay, very well. Now we have a question here at the front. Let's start, though, at the back, and then we'll come back to the front. This is Patrick Vialet. I work in a group of companies, Occitanie, Initiative France. Let me ask you a question. What you have presented here today is incredible. I am really surprised to see the incredible work that has been carried out. But here, you have also said, what can I do to deal with the consequences? What can we do? Focusing on the causes. Will you be addressing the causes throughout the day? Will you be explaining this? But what surprises me is that we are spending millions and millions of euros and resources, and this is great. But what can we do about the causes? That is, on the production, distribution, consumption, even sanctions. I don't know whether in this panel there would be someone who could give a response to that. We can talk about that. Throughout the day, there will be various topics, but of course, this issue of what can we do now is important. But now we're focusing on reduction. Maybe we can try and receive an answer to that question. Yes, of course. You have a very pertinent question. The strategies are focused on how to deal and manage waste, but we need to focus on the source. We need to close the tap, right? All industrial sectors must question their practices. And I believe that there are some actions that can be done first. For instance, there's this law that forbids the packaging of fruit and veg, fresh fruit and veg. It's just common sense. It's great. We don't need to carry out a study to apply this. But this does not suffice. I would agree on that. And we must discuss about that. I can share my views on that, but only from the point of view of food packaging and wrapping. I already referred to that. Each industrial sector must delve into the matter. And we should have and also create discussion forums focusing on all these issues, maybe according to industrial sector. Now, please join us because we do need an answer to this question. Is that microphone working? Right. This is the reason why we want to talk about the defense of the Mediterranean from Europe. We started with the Mediterranean arc with the regions and with this challenge, which is to prepare the right conditions for a true forum where we can discuss these things. The only solution is not just focusing on recycling. We need to focus on the transformation of the industrial process, of the production process. We need to stop using plastic. There's also a pedagogical component that requires education with the various groups and communities, but we need to transform the economic model that has already been in place for a long time. This not only affects the Lebanon, but also the southern basin of the Mediterranean. We need to do this together and quickly, because there are many who do not understand that this sea, our Mediterranean Sea, might be the Dead Sea in many years from now. Any questions from the front? Yes, thank you very much. Cher Lambert, founder of, former MP at the Center for the Circular Economy. Thank you very much. It's really important to discuss these topics in the new world. In relation to Françoise Vasquez and what has already been said, we are in an impossible race, because the use of plastic is growing. And the first actions that have been implemented focusing on the reduction of some types of plastics dates from 2007, the first law, 2015, only focusing on plastic bags, plastic cups. But this race is against the clock, and I'm afraid that we're losing. Can we not adopt a radical change? I mean, we said that by 2035 in Europe, we would not have any fossil fuel cars. They would all be electric or hydrogen cars. So could we not adopt a radical decision, such as let's stop using hydrocarbons to manufacture plastics? Maybe not in 2030, maybe in 2040. Maybe we can revert this trend that we are all suffering today. Well, thank you for your intervention. And this will be the object of one of the roundtables this midday, but I believe that we can already start giving answers or reactions, right? Natalie, what would you like to say? I would like to say stop, yes. But we also need to be very much aware of the fact that there are still elements in our modern lives that are based on the use of plastics. And forbidding plastics would be ideal, but might not be realistic. I am not sure it might be realistic. And I'm saying this because I have not been able to focus on the various uses, because there are thousands of plastics with thousands of applications. But I also believe that there is another measure that might be much more easy to apply, or at least much more quicker to apply, which would be to impose a tax on the use of virgin plastic. This should act as a dissuasive factor. Maybe we could say all other materials and all other ways of doing could compete against plastic. Why do we use plastic so much? Because plastic is cheap, right? We pay for the price of production, but we do not pay for the consequences. So maybe we could put a tax on the use of virgin plastic, and not just focusing on complicated recycling or single use. I'm just talking about an important tax on the use of virgin plastic. I believe this would be the simplest of options. Yes, we have another question here. They asked for the floor back there. Yes, good morning. Good morning. I'm President of the Social and Economic Council of the Balearic Islands of Majorca. A question to you, Natalie. I would like to ask you about the machines that exist in German supermarkets. I don't know whether you have them in France too. These are machines that are used to acquire and then return plastic bottles. And I would also like to ask if all of these presentations will be shared. Well, when it comes to the presentations, yes, I didn't use a presentation in my case, but everything will be made available to all of you. Earlier, I said that only 2% of our plastic is recyclable. I'm talking about those plastic bottles that you are referring to, because these are materials that can be reconstituted. A plastic bottle can be made out of a previous plastic bottle by means of a decontamination treatment. It's expensive, but it can be done. It's feasible. Nowadays, it is being done. And that is why there are these plastic bottle collection systems. This is the most efficient form of recycling. But allow me to insist, it's not true recycling, because it can be recycled 2 or 3 more times, not more. And then you need to add virgin plastic, because the original plastic becomes degraded. But I must say that in order to manufacture 6 plastic bottles, we will need only the mass of 2 of these bottles. So we could say that we could reduce the amount used by 3 times. It only works for PET bottles, I must say. However, the bottle doesn't need to be polluted or damaged in any way. So this is the best type of recycling that exists. It has been developed as much as it is possible, but our consumption of PET bottles will become reduced. It must be reduced. So we can't count on this form of recycling as acting as a great influence in our consumption patterns, but we must maintain it, especially when it comes to these bottles. We still need it. Okay, let's have the mic go through the room. We have another comment over there. Hi, good morning, and thank you very much for giving me the floor. And thank you to you all for your presentations this morning. I am learning a lot. This is a topic that has a lot of angles to it. When we try to approach this matter, I mean, 28 years ago, I started working on this. I am the director of the Mer Terre, Sea Land organization. And I would like to ask Ms. Gontard about something that you said that made me react. You said that the problem is not the macroplastic, but the microplastic, what cannot be seen. And this is a problem indeed, but I believe it is also, I mean, the macro with an A is also a big problem because that is the main source of the problem, right? All of those objects that we all have in mind. So I just want to add that. And I would also like to be thankful for the fact that today you insisted on the fact that knowledge and measurement is of paramount importance. We started working on that already, but this awareness is only recent. So the reaction on the part of the industrial players will come as a consequence. We all act out of inertia. So there are many things I would like to share with other stakeholders. We've been working with people in this room for some time now, people whom I know, and I believe that we need to disseminate all of these things with researchers in a pluridisciplinary manner. We're talking about a complex system here. And when I heard the interventions this morning, I might feel frustrated sometimes because we don't know how to approach the problem because it is so big. So I would like to know, could there be any gatherings of interdisciplinary professionals with anthropologists, sociologists? After all, we're talking about the behavior of people who consume these products that are packaged, these cigarettes, the cigarette butts. These are psychosocial behaviors, offer and demand. We're talking about this behavior, after all. And then there's what they said from Lebanon, right? We need to remember, we need to unify methodologies and measures. Well, I see a lot of notes are being taken. That's great. Now I will give the floor until 11 o'clock to the panelists. First, to Nathalie Gontard. Well, I have no answer to give. Everybody will feel this in their own way. But what I would like to say is let's be careful because plastic pollution does exist. This is the plastic that we are throwing in our nature. It's not just that. We could eradicate use of plastics, but pollution would still be present. Every kilo of virgin plastic that is used, even if it is used well and does not end up in nature, it is either being incinerated or buried. And the solution, when buried, it's about burying it all in an immense plastic bag, which is also waste. And we know that there are all the lixiviates in these devices. Acting, as a sink for all these plastics. Jean Kekla from the Castellon City Council. I like the idea of the circle that ends up being a sink. Usually a corkscrew allows us to reach something more pleasurable, in this case a bottle of wine. I'm referring to the spiral. But I won't say what we do in our municipality, but I do have some questions. With respect to bioplastics, I recall people talking about plastics many years ago. Well, maybe not so much plastics, but materials. And using the waste from the sunflower to do small products and wrappings. Next, it is difficult for us to assess the proportion between visible plastic, single-use plastic, bottles, invisible plastic, the plastic that is present in our clothing, in textiles, and other products. This is a message that must be conveyed to the wider audience. At the end, the visible extraction encompasses just a small part of our consumption, and there's a lot behind that. This is a message I would also like to convey. And lastly, when it comes to the single use, I believe that there is a way of disseminating things that is very important, and I believe that municipalities and regions in the Mediterranean could be better committed towards this action. Allow me to say that wrappings and packages account for 40% of the plastic that we use. The remaining 60% can be found in all other objects around us. As for your first question, bioplastics, that's really important. It is a solution that we are exploring, for instance, in our lab. Not the only solution, though. And most importantly, we need to understand the problem from all points of view. But bioplastics, yes, indeed, there has been a confusion, for instance, which is terrible, because a plastic can come from an organic source, but nowadays, 80% of what is called bioplastic is a plastic that is exactly the same as a petrochemical plastic. However, we use starch or sugar to manufacture it. So the advantage is that there will be plenty of it. In the end, we will need harvestable land for cultivation in order to produce this plastic. So we need to see if it is really useful. Then a plastic can be bio because it does not only stem from an organic source, but also because it is biodegradable. But it goes back to the same. Paper, cardboard, same process would be followed. And the other reading that can be made of it is that there has been an ill use of this term. Many refer to biodegradable, but we talk about polylactic acid. This is only degradable at high temperatures, above 60 degrees. So we would need an entire specific industry for collecting, separating, and removing. And this can be found in polyethylene and PET. There is a lot of confusion in this regard. And to make things worse, most biodegradable plastics that you all use are those soft plastics that we can find, for instance, in food and veg wrappings. Biodegradable, but produced based on oil. They are oil byproducts. So it has its limitations, also its possibilities, but complicated nevertheless. And I'd say it's been sabotaged. Okay, we'll take one or two more questions because we will conclude this first table. This is Brice Nerige. Good morning. I'm here as a citizen, and I heard two messages this morning that echoed with me. Messages made by Gontard and Vasquez. You're referring to energy valuation because you mentioned that you are alerting against the use of the CCR. Is that the principle of the virtuous management of waste? That is recycling material, energy valuation. These are principles that are virtuous. There's a consensus about that when it comes to waste management, right? And as citizens, it is striking. We are lost in a way. What do we do with our waste? Of course, that's the message. Now, very quickly, Natalie, I have two questions, actually. In the midterm, we will need to eradicate the use of plastic. We will need to make it disappear. What should we do in the meantime? And the second question? What gesture can we, the citizens, do? If we do not use plastic, what else can we do? Okay, well, let me say that this is something I have seen for the last couple of years. I've focused on the discourse of the media. And I work with a lot of people, and not all wastes are the same. And these issues, such as energy evaluation, well, it is virtuous for all waste except for plastic. So let's be careful with that. When I say that recycling is not the solution, I'm referring only to plastic, okay? Some forms of waste are great, such as compost or recycling lines for glass or paper. But plastic is just one part of the waste, not all of it. And we cannot, separating waste is necessary. It is very important. Separating waste, selecting the waste is fundamental. But let me insist, plastic is a separate fraction. It must be considered separately. We must be aware that if you throw it in the right container, it disappears. It does not. So what we need to avoid is consumption, to reduce the consumption of plastic, to avoid the emergence of new industrial sectors that will end up being useless. Let's just leave it there with one final comment or question. I'm responsible for agriculture at the ministry, and I have a question about the direct pollution of detergents, textile detergents, and polyester waste. So what will happen with the prohibition of selling filterless washing machines and its effect on the removal of these microparticles? Natalie? Well, I don't really understand that situation either. Once again, this is about creating a new industry for nothing. But why shouldn't we not forbid synthetic fibers in clothing, right? Because it can be filtered, and we will be filtering the microparticles. But a fiber will still be degraded, and it will be even more dangerous if it's a nanofiber. Then it will be unstoppable. There will be no possible filtering then. Once again, let's act at source. Let's try to reduce the content of synthetic fibers in our clothing. Let's have a look at the labels. Let's not buy them if there's presence of these fibers. One final question, Miss? Yeah, this is Isabel Otisier, NGO, Seventh Continent. I have a question that relates to what was being discussed earlier, that all acting together. You're fortunate to have a group focusing on the research of polymers in the oceans, depending on the CNERS and other types of national bodies. And I didn't see the GDR present here today. So I ask myself, why is there no greater intention to bring together all stakeholders? Because I believe that efforts are being made on these measures. We saw it with the example of Lebanon. It's as if everybody would be researching, posing questions, but only from their own regions. Why is there no convergence? Well, I don't agree. I think there is collective work being undergone at the GDR, for example. There are joint initiatives. There are members of my lab who are members of these initiatives, and you will be able to see this today throughout the day. We're talking about initiatives that will be proposed. We're not working in an isolated manner. When I refer to projects, I am referring to international projects funded by Europe and other countries such as China. And all stakeholders are represented. All stakeholders are working together to provide solutions. In my activities, what we do is to reproduce initiatives at national and international scale, because I believe that plastic knows no borders. We need to work on the pollution of plastic without the association of China. I mean, that would be useless, right? So we need to bring China in. We need to go beyond the national scale too. There are countless initiatives, and I hope that they can continue to be developed. The GDR is one of them, not the only one. But Isabel Puerto mentioned this. All stakeholders are required. Yes, indeed, they are. But sometimes scientists find it difficult to include other stakeholders. But we don't work alone. Now, some few closing remarks now. We understood the message that you gave us, Ms. Godard, but Ignacy, on this topic, what is the key message that you would like to share? Well, the key message would be the ones that I already showed on screen. Plastic is not our enemy. Single-use plastics and excessive packaging is our enemy. There's no magic solution, and this solution requires the involvement of all stakeholders, as was just mentioned. And lastly, there's a lot of work to be done. We need to change the focus, and we need to introduce the issue of the extended responsibility of the producer. And producers should be held accountable when placing a product on the market. And lastly, Sebastian? Yes, I would like to refer to 3 basic ideas. First, the Spanish state has implemented a tax on virgin plastic. This is what Natalie asked for. So there's already an example since the month of April. We are moving forward in this regard. Second, someone referred to the circular economy. I believe that the circular economy makes sense if we focus on the local economy. I am 42 years old, and I went to buy milk with a metal container. I took refreshments with glass bottles. There were 60 firms. Only 2 were left because great international companies arrived and it started implementing single-use plastic. So they almost put an end to the local economy. Now we need this new player. It's an important key to consider. And finally, as a colleague mentioned, the system for depositing and returning packages is important. We are about to embark on a pilot test in Formentera Island to see if we can reduce the use of single-use plastics and bottles, if we improve the quality of the material and the points of collection. Thank you. And final remarks, Celine, from you? What would be your message? Well, I would just like to say that in Europe, work is being carried out on how to reduce the use of plastics. But the Mediterranean is a closed sea, and the countries in the southern basin will continue to pollute. So we need solutions, projects, and funding for these countries too, because we are all in it together. We are all the Mediterranean Sea. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Nathalie, Sebastian, Ignacy, Selina. So now we are starting with the pitch. So we will be replacing this panel. And now we will focus on reduction. So in this regard, I would kindly ask the next speakers, the director of the plastic-free program of the Balearic Islands, to join us. There will be some interventions via video and some others face-to-face.
Pour
You have 5 minutes.
votre programme.
Bonjour. Bon dia à tothom.
Good morning to you all. I will be presenting in Spanish. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the CEEs and the governments of the Pyrénées-Méditerranée Euro region. I would like to thank the Balearic government, the Catalan government, and the government of Occitanie for their effort in organizing this forum and for including us in this program. We hope that we can achieve great things here, because the challenge that we are all facing as a Mediterranean community is a serious, a large challenge. And we need to strengthen all of these alliances to put a stop to the deterioration of the Mediterranean Sea, to improve its condition, and to return it to its rich diversity. I am here representing entities of the third sector of the Balearic Islands, the voluntary sector, where we have had previous meetings to reach a consensus and offer a response, an articulated response to the various challenges posed by plastic pollution, especially in the context of the Balearic Islands. As was mentioned, we have an important tourist activity and a lot of pressure on the territory. This pressure is the one that we must focus on. And in relation to what our colleagues in this panel just said, we need to change or at least interfere in this linear consumption model. An example of this work, and there's a presentation I would like to share 2 slides. An example of this is the initiative that we've carried out amongst various organizations of the Balearic Islands, a certification for the hotel and catering industry. 4 islands, 1 common goal. This was our slogan, our motto. When we worked with Save the Med, organization I represent, along with the support and funding of BMed and the Council of Mallorca. Next slide, please. This certification aims to intervene in the consumption model, the tourism consumption model. And its foundation is to act on an assessment of 23 product categories, those products that are traditionally seen when collecting waste on beaches. Through an application, the companies can self-diagnose themselves. On the same app, they are given a report of results and actions of improvement, and then they start an auditing process. Based on that, they obtain a certificate with a star system, and the first star can be obtained if the organizations have fulfilled and complied with the Balearic Waste Act. And they also use another legal framework, such as the directive, the decree law, for the circularity in the tourism sector. By listening to Natalie, we are happy to see the results that we have obtained, because we try to apply honest initiatives to single-use plastic initiatives, the aim of which is to remove whatever is unnecessary and then replace by processes or services. Then, thirdly, to include, in any case, those products that can be naturally biodegradable. We're talking about paper and cardboard. Fourthly, we aim to replace products by recyclable products. We're talking about glass, metal, and lastly, other plastics that are really recyclable, such as PET. So we are in line with Natalie's thoughts. We feel that we have a companion in this fight that we are struggling with. Here you can see the QR code, and you can use it to access a guide that we drafted for the hotel and catering sector of the Balearic Islands, explaining what are the honest alternatives to plastic and what is our struggle against those false alternatives that are flooding the market, such as bioplastics. We do not consider them a true alternative. We do not consider single-use plastics. With this initiative, and in less than 1 year, we managed to reduce from 17,200 kilos of plastic, and we can scale this up to other regions. It would be a pleasure for us, having concluded this effort, to go to other regions, other territories, to do the work that we believe is pending, which is to intervene in the tourism industry, which is a great generator of waste. And that's all I wanted to say to you. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask now to Xavier Desmarais, and he's going to Xavier Desmarais is the Director General of Grand Large Yachting. Good morning. Well, basically, I'm quite specific. I represent the industrial sector, basically. So that's why I'm here, because we need to be all the stakeholders here. So we are specialists of people who want to sail around the world. So we help them sailing around the world. So our main activity is just to sail around the world. I'm going to talk about a project that we did, which is this 18-meter catamaran. I wanted to talk about this experience, and as we said, nowadays there are so many issues that don't have any solutions, so we need to explore and ponder and see what are the ways to go in the future. So this is an 18-meter catamaran where we replaced 50% of fiberglass with linen. Why not 100%? Because there will be a person who will be sailing across the planet, and we believed that this is still an experimental action, and we did not want to transform 100% of fiberglass into linen. And this is a huge innovation, and we're taking risks here. And the boat itself, we needed to fabricate linen because it's 50% of the boat, and we see that this solution is quite interesting. And we did this, and it's working very well, and we are completely confident that we can send this gentleman around the world. We carried out a huge deal of tests, and we have a program with the region Occitanie here on coupling fiber and resins that are more respectful with the environment, and we have much better solutions there. So we worked on linen fiber also, and we also use new types of fabrics, etc. So we need to create new.
Voilà, alors du coup, on a l'intérêt, c'est qu'en fait, on remplace.
And here we are replacing industrial fibers with renewable fibers, natural fibers. So basically, it's just the recycling of the boat at the end of its life. So this mixture of fiber resin is still a problem for us. But when we replace an industrial fiber by natural fibers, so we will have a carbon footprint that will be much better than the one that we have today. But it's not the final solution. So the result is a nice boat. It basically smells much better than the plastic fiber boat. The problem is that it's much more complicated to fabricate. The linen fiber is very sensitive to humidity. If you go beyond 40% of humidity, so we have a mechanical resistance. So you see here that we have many problems with moist in order to have an equivalent mechanical resistance. This boat will be heavier than other boats. This boat is not going to win. But the objective of this is not showing that we can win any race, but to show that we can do things differently. So we are trying.
Dans ce sens-là. La question, c'est qu'est-ce qu'on va faire maintenant?
So what do you want to do now? So this boat is going to start the Route du Rhum race in November. So we wish Roland Jourdain, who's going to drive it, the best of lucks. And what's interesting for us is that beyond this spot project, this will allow us to try new solutions. And as for the company, the challenge is to keep innovating in order to reduce our environmental impact. As a company that is based here, that is employing a lot of people, so we feel this responsibility. We are a very aware stakeholder and want to participate with the rest of stakeholders in order to find solutions. We are still experimenting with linen and other fibers here, and so basically, we have a lot of questions to ask ourselves. So if we do a lot of linen boats, so what is the impact on the linen production in France? Maybe we will be having a problem in terms of all the agricultural land that is used to produce linen. But anyway, we have new couples that we're testing, fiber and resin. Very little. We have very little biosourced resins, and this is an issue because this is in the hands of only 4 or 5 producers in the world. So this has an impact on us, and this pushes us to find collective solutions. For example, the solution is to go through to the Federation of Nautical producers in order to find adapted solutions. And here, for example, when you look at the carbon footprint, we are talking about the plastic waste, but also we see that the engine that we use in our boats has a huge impact. We had an electrical boat actually 3 years ago, and we see that it works okay, but it has some problems in heating. So we are working also on connected boats, because if we want to be to have a good performance, we need to be able to follow up and measure all the different measurements, and also we have improved a lot in the analysis of life cycle. This is very good. So the first result was saying that if you look at a life cycle of a boat, which is 20 years, so production is between 20 and 30 years of the total balance. These are for sailing boats. We're talking about 25%, because motor boats, only the fabrication reaches 1%. So we need to raise awareness among the users in their daily life. So what is the impact that they're having? So what does have a more impact maybe is not the thing that we think about. So we need to invest a lot in education. So sailing boats are quite clean, quite renewable, but the road is going to be very long and complicated. So the message that I'm conveying to you today is that there are many solutions, but I am not capable of telling you what is going to be the situation tomorrow. It's all of us who are going to find the best solutions, all together through our collective work. If you want to have an idea about our boats, if any of you wish to do this trip, I would be very happy to help you. Thank you so much, Xavier Desmarais. So you're saying that we're connected because we have many people from Catalonia, and I believe that we have a connection with Catalonia. We have Joan Sabartes. Is Joan Sabartes with us? Yes. Brilliant. Good morning.
Attendez. On vous entend. Allez, c'est à vous. Bonjour.
Good morning. Well, good morning to you all. And thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to present. It's a pity I cannot do it in the Occitan language, so I will have to do it in Catalan. I had a presentation prepared, so could you put it on screen, please? I might have to move. Okay, now we can see it. So I will talk to you from the point of view of a commercial distributor. For those of you who do not know us, we are a food distribution company in Catalonia with a market share of in the region of 10.3% of the Catalan market. And what we do is basically food distribution. Next, please. We are aware of the excessive use of plastics, especially superfluous plastics. So for some years, we've been working on the reduction of plastic. Throughout 2019 and 2020, we reduced more than 1,000 tons of plastic through various actions, such as the reduction of 2.2 million of plastic trays in the various sections of the supermarket. We replaced the plastic used for wrapping cheese and cold meats for the use of paper. We've also reduced the use of plastics in the meat section. We've reduced the micros of plastic for the wrapping of meats. And we've been reducing the use of plastic through various actions and in various sections and products. One of the products that we find ourselves with in the distribution chain is the large amount of packages and the wide array of package types. I believe this was mentioned earlier when you referred to this. And this generates an internal discussion as to what we need to do and what we need to stop doing. Here we can see 2 examples of what we have done, where we have reduced the use of plastic. Can we move on to the next one, please? Next, please. So as of 2019, we conducted a study of the packages that we use and the packages that we place on the market. We wanted to know where we were and where we are now. So in this first graph, we can see that in 2019, we generated 87% of our packages, food waste and food, and the other one from cosmetics and others. And in 2020, we increased the percentage of food packages and we reduced the packages used in the other sections. Next, please. So we also made a distribution of the packages that we had and used. As you can see, in 2019, we worked with glass, plastic and cardboard. In 2022, reducing the use of paper and cardboard and increasing the use of plastic, or adding the use of plastic. But the type of plastic that we increased in use was PET. Next, please. Here you can see the trend. So we studied what was the type of plastic used by the various brands was like. In 2019, 68% of plastics were highly recyclable, 16 on average. And in 2020, things changed with 55% with high recyclability, 30% average recyclability, and 15% low recyclability. This is not good. Next, please. Here, we see what is the recyclability of food packages and its evolution. We increased the recyclability of food packages and cosmetic packages. And since we believed it would be positive to have a more precise study so that the buyers of our products would receive important information on the use of packages, at the end of 2021, we issued a communication so that our consumers knew what packages were being used, how to use them, so on and so forth. Other things that we've done are cardboard boxes, compostable and completely biodegradable bags, paper bags, and other textile bags as well. And basically, if we move on to the next, aside from packages and plastics, next please. other areas of improvement, not just focusing on plastics, but on food waste and plastic. We've adjusted offer to demand. We've tried to adapt our logistics and service units to reduce secondary packages to the greatest extent and to reduce food waste or product waste, and then to other specific actions such as not using products that have short use-by dates. So we continue on our journey, trying to see what else can be done to reduce environmental impact. And we know how we can improve the situation concerning the climate emergency because of the impact of plastics, CO2, and carbon footprint. Thank you very much.
Merci à vous. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us, even if it's not here in Montpellier remotely. Now, I would like to give the floor to Luis Cabedo Mas and Luis Gómez Pérez on the program of the University Jaume I, on the program of biodegradability of new renewable plastic products as part of the circular economy. They're also joining us remotely. Can you hear me? Good morning. Hello? Hello, good morning. Good morning to you all, and thank you for providing us this opportunity. I regret not being able to be presently with all of you today. We are researchers of the Polymer and Advanced Materials Group of the Jaume I University of Castelló. And the project we would like to present to you today focuses on... Next, please. It focuses on addressing, we try to present new materials that we've been working with, the polyoxyacanates, as Dr. Gontard referred to them. You mentioned reduction. There are certain applications of other plastics that can be difficult to remove, and they might compromise food safety. So plastics are extraordinary materials. For these types of applications, we need to look for other alternatives that are more sustainable. One of them is this new material, polyalkanoaxonates. These are presently present in bacteria, naturally present. These molecules are present in nature. So it is produced by many microorganisms, and there are many microorganisms that can also be fed from them. The main specificity about these materials is that they can be melt, so they can be plastified. Next, please. As I said, these are natural molecules, such as cellulose. Next, please. Oh, apologies. I had a connection problem. Previous one, please. Apologies for that. So, as I was saying, these materials are molecules that are naturally present in nature, and there are many microorganisms that can be fed from them. This means that they are biodegradable in all known sectors, including the sea. This also means that they are compatible with the valorization cycles of organic matter, compost, or organic recycling, as opposed to many other bioplastics. As Dr. Gontard referred to, is that when the temperature decreases, there is no degradation. But in this case, there is. It is a material equivalent to cellulose, paper, or cardboard. It can also be produced based on waste, because bacteria eat it almost everything in a controlled manner, and they have a chemical behavior similar to conventional plastics, such as polypropylene. They're very useful for food packages because it's a biopolymer, and in some cases, it's similar to a PET, and they offer a very high service temperature, 100 degrees, useful for boiling water. Next, please. The main problems posed by these materials, because not everything can be positive, is that they are very fragile. They are very, very fragile. And with time, they can degrade. Next, please. We can also see that they pose a difficult processing problem. They are difficult to process, especially for thermoconforming, especially if we want to adapt it for usual use. And if we move on to the next, I would also say that these materials have a very high cost compared to plastics. But we're still working on it, and we hope that we can make it at a more affordable price. I would say they're reasonable now, but much more reasonable than they currently are. Next, please. We are a group of material engineering, and we try to adapt the material to technology and not the other way around, whereby all solutions presented today are solutions obtained and can be improved with conventional equipment used in the plastics industry. We can therefore guarantee that our formulations or materials can be used immediately in the industry. Next, please. So basically, in our research group, we've been working for many years to develop mixes by means of additives and other biodegradable biopolymers to try to overcome or revert this fragility issue. We were successful in some of the formulations, and we've been able to obtain values that allow for these products to be applied in food packages. We're talking about fragilities below 1%, which is the one intrinsically present in these materials. Next, please. As far as the thermoconformality is concerned, we've been able to dominate it in a way, and now we are able to obtain prototypes and pilot test or industrial stage products for thermoconformed materials. Throughout the years, we have been working alongside other companies with the consortiums that have been formed. For all the materials that have been created, we've escalated them until we are able to manufacture a real product in TRL. Next, please. And as part of our research line, we are also very much concerned with the final part, with biodegradation, and that's why for some time we've been studying the biodegradation of these materials. Over the last years, with the knowledge acquired over the years, we decided to transfer the knowledge to a technological-based company set up at the Jaume I University. It's called Fredimat. And together with them, we are developing biodegradation assays on all materials under simulated conditions and real conditions to be able to measure the kinetics of biodegradation and also to see what happens to the material when it becomes degraded. We focus on the degradation in the maritime environment. It doesn't happen with other types of plastic, only in 2 or 3 other specific cases. And we conducted a study on the real biodegradation in the maritime setting with the Ibedmar Institute of the Catholic University of Valencia. They decided a submarine facility where we can deposit the samples, we retrieve them, and we analyze their evolution throughout time. Next, please. We do so in a physical and ecological way. We try to isolate the strands to see what are the micro elements that are present to be able to control the various measurements, to accelerate if need be, to create inhibitors depending on the case. Next, please. And along these lines, we have already been capable of identifying various microorganisms, not just bacteria, but other types. We can explore the difference or the abundance of these materials. So we know pretty well the microbiology and the phycobiology of biodegradation of this material. Lately, our research has been focused on going a step further. We have found specific biodegrading mechanisms to talk about or try to obtain some kind of maritime compost to try to accelerate this type of biodegradation process in the maritime setting, and we are trying to identify the quality of new bacteria that can be synthesizers of this plastic in the maritime environment. We are in the search of funding to continue with the project, so we could close, let's say, the circle completely from the creation of the PHA in the sea to obtain a product and then ensure that the degradation that could be controlled with industrial composters to see if it is lost, if plastic is lost and ends up in the sea, we could ensure that this plastic will not be with us for many years to come. And obviously will not bring about any microplastic because it is, in essence, food for the animals at sea. Well, we did this in cooperation with the Institute of Food Technology and Chemistry of the UC-ATA through various projects nationally and Europe-wise, regional, and our own. And that's it. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being connected with us. And we will have a last presentation today, and I'm going to ask François Vessier and Thomas Petro from DSI company to come and talk about what they have done in biosourced material. We give you the floor.
Bonjour à tous. Donc on va vous...
Good morning to all of you. We're going to have a presentation with Mr. Vessier, Thomas Petro, and Vessier. We represent Cyber Excellence Group, so we belong to a consortium that was created during the health crisis with DSI, a company in Toulouse that that hires handicapped people, and we have another company in Ariège called Martin. We are the third stakeholder. We're called Fibre Excellence. We produce paper paste, and we met with the initiative of CSR and Mr. Choisy during the health crisis in order to face a double challenge. The first challenge was the independence in terms of the production of face masks, and that was an urgency, and we needed to limit the imports from China of sanitary masks. And also the second challenge was how to find these polypropylene masks challenge that would present environmental challenges later on. So we met with partners in order to think, to work, and to find innovative solutions for these masks. And we remind you in the introduction that cellulose in terms of recycling and biodegradability is quite complicated. So this consortium was created. The idea was to find, based on all the knowledge, the technical solutions and the economic solutions that will allow us in Occitanie to really produce health masks and also any other health material in order to face the challenges that we have linked to the environment and the biodegradability of the materials. And I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Vessier, and he will be talking about the technical aspects and also about the future perspectives that we have. Thank you, Thomas, and good morning to all of you. And thank you, Madam President, Mr. President, for your invitation. My name is Vessier, but I'm not the Director General of DSI, and I insist on this. I'm the President of Fibre Excellence. We fabricate paper paste, and we try to contribute in this regional project of production of health masks based on cellulose, transformed in paper by Léo Martin and transformed in masks with bacteria elimination properties also. And all this to tell you that we reacted immediately when we were asked to participate because when we are a cellulose producer, which is our case, we are in the heart of these challenges that we heard about today. Replacing plastics, the first thing that we can do is abstinence, of course, and then we were told that we could recycle it. Recycling it is a solution, and after so many years, and we heard it this morning, you need to be very humble to say that after 20 years of recycling, you realize that you made an error. But before her, somebody talked about a solution, which are these recuperation solid waste, and in order to transform this into anything else, we produce energy. And I believe that this is a very interesting action. So cellulose is in the heart of these alternatives and possibilities to replace plastics. In Saint-Gaudens, besides the extraction of pure cellulose, we explored possibilities to replace certain resins that were developed by the plastics sector, because of course we cannot be very critical on what this sector has done in years. They have developed very specific things. That's why replacing these products is not going to be an easy task. So we can extract based on not only cellulose, but also other types of sugars also, and derivative products, all the products that will allow us to create the adjuvants that will be necessary to create this impermeability and this bacteria stopping characteristics. So we see that there are very good possibilities due to the forest resources that we need to manage well and mobilize well. And I'm going to stop and talk about a problem here. Everybody is worried about the lack of gas and petrol during this winter. So there are many companies who are speculating with the production of timber in order to fabricate now our cellulose. Due to this, we are having problems. We don't have enough timber resources, which is an aberration. And we hope that this will only be linked to this situation that we're living in now. We have quite interesting resources in forests. And the growth of our forests is higher than our consumption. We can have intelligent management in order to generate new products that will replace plastic and will allow us to move forward in the replacement of plastics. So thank you very much for inviting us. Well, of course, facing the huge challenges that we have, any contribution will be very modest. But it's the energy that you will all put together in order to exchange information about things that maybe that can create debates also that are going to move forward all together. So thank you so much for inviting us. Thank you, François Bessière and Thomas Petro. We are going to open a new roundtable that is called reuse. But before that, I propose to see this video that represents the three social and economic committees in the Euro-Pyrenees region.
Quelques mots sur le CDR Anti-Italie. Nous sommes une assemblée consultative.
Just a few words about our council. We have 170 members, more than 80 organizations, associations, NGOs, higher education centers, and also we have a huge power in taking initiatives. We propose also these initiatives to the region and to the central government. So we have created a conference of the Mediterranean arc from Andalusia to Corsica because climate change is impacting all the Mediterranean. The higher temperatures, droughts, lack of water, forest fires, and all these problems. And this obliged us to organize ourselves and be present in this colloquium. My name is Rafael Ballester.
Study, deliberation, counselling and proposal in terms of economics, social affairs, environmental affairs in the Balearic Islands, as set out in the Statute of Autonomy of our regional community. In other words, we represent the civil organized society of the Balearic Islands. Currently, in addition to the reports on rules relating to socio-economic, employment and environmental matters, we are preparing a study on a synthetic indicator that has an impact on the environment in the Balearic Islands. We are also working on a study on poverty and the feasibility of a universal minimum income that is unconditional, and a study on new qualifications for the Public University of the Balearic Islands, and the annual report of the CES on the economy, the employment and the social affairs of the Balearic Islands, the monitoring of the 2030 agenda in the islands. Greetings from Catalonia. The Council of Employment and Economic and Social Affairs of Catalonia is the advisory council of the general government. We prepare reports, we issue recommendations, and we are very interested in this collection of will, an act of the Mediterranean where the economic and social councils of the islands, of the Occitanie and other regions that would like to integrate into it would reflect together on the needs, on the welfare and well-being of its citizens. For us, this conference at Montpellier, which will address the main topic of plastic pollution in the Mediterranean, is a key element of our work and the beginning of much stronger relations with these economic and social councils and others that could join us. So all the best, and I hope you have a very productive conference.
Well, thank you very much for this presentation of the 3 economic and social councils in the Euro regions, Pyrénées-Méditerranean. And we're going to open the second round table under the title of Reusing and Circular Economy. We talked about this a little bit before, so I'm going to ask Joan-Michel Matas-Rosselló, who is the director of the chemical cluster of the Balearic Islands. You're around here, and we will be connected with Daniela Brunzo-Welker, who is product manager in BSF Spain, and she is going to connect from her office in Barcelona. And then we have Anne-Leila Meisterzheim. Well, I'm having problems pronouncing her last name, but anyway, you are the founder of Plastics at Sea. You are studying the biodegradability of plastics in the environment, and you are in Banyuls. So thank you very much. And we have the Secretary General of BMED, Beyond Plastics, in Monaco. We talked about this through the message of Prince Albert of Monaco. Mr. Miquel Matas-Rosselló, are you with us? Yes, you are connected with us? No? Yes?
Est-ce que vous m'entendez, monsieur?
Can you hear me, Mr. Rosselló?
On vous laisse la...
So I'll give you the floor. Can you hear me? Yes, you have the floor. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank the 3 CESs for inviting me to take part in this conference. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend personally. I had some health troubles these days. I would like to present the cluster of the chemical industry today, which is the organization that we represent. We are 60 entities in the Balearic Islands, mainly small and medium-sized companies, manufacturers and producers of detergents and hygiene products. and we are focused on hygiene in the tourism sector. We also have research group members of the universities of the Balearic Islands, consultants and engineering professionals working in more than 30 countries around the world. The objective of my presentation today is to explain our experience in the reuse of products. Last year, in order to comply with the regulation on waste passed by the Balearic Island government, Juan, we're having a slight problem with sound from other people who are joining the session remotely. Now we can hear you. Now it's been corrected. You can carry on. Right, this was the slide that I was commenting on. So what I wanted to say is that in order to comply with the law on waste passed by the Balearic Island government, we implemented a so-called individualized product responsibility program. This means that we identify the chemical products that we place on the market using a specific label, which is the one you can see here. It's called CEDA, with the logo of reuse, so that, together with our colleagues from Save the Med, we saw that in a normal tourism season in the Balearic Islands, with 2,800 tourism establishments, they were responsible for the placing on the market of some 10,000 tons of high-density polyethylene used in detergent and hygiene products. It's a significant amount. And we couldn't manage this amount correctly because it was not thrown into the main small plastic containers. Following this experience, the results that we can share for this season do not include the entire production or distribution in our sector, but I can share some data on a representative sample of 13 companies up to September 2022. At the beginning of the season, we had set ourselves an initial target for this reuse system of packages of recovering close to 1 million packages, especially large format packages. The truth is that with these 13 companies, over a 9-month period, we placed close to 1 million polyethylene packages on the market, 550,000 of which are large format, 25 liters, and the rest are small format packages. These can be packages bought with product ready for use, or the so-called back-in-box, which are concentrate systems. Almost all of these products have been recovered. They are identified with this green label of the comprehensive National Comprehensive Management System, and they ended up being recycled. Some are hazardous products, or because of their characteristics, they cannot be cleaned, and very likely they will end up being energetically valued. I would like to direct your attention to the large format packages, of which we've been able to recover 70%. The remainder, 30%, some part, 20%, has gone to the authorized managers that recover the waste. They select the waste, grind it, and they allocate it to the manufacturing of new plastic materials or other products, and close to 10% are lost. They have not been found. Our customers did not deliver them back, or simply they just disappeared. and we were not able to trace them suitably. How do we interpret this data? In principle, we are optimistic when it comes to the system. We try to, if we extrapolate the data to the whole sector, we can well exceed the target that we had set ourselves. We're talking about 2.2 million packages recovered, which means 2.5 thousand tons of polyethylene, 2,500 tons of polyethylene that can be reused immediately. So why did we want to do this? As I mentioned, we need to fulfill our responsibilities, but we also have another goal, which is to provide zero-kilometer economy to our citizens and gaining more loyalty from our customers in the tourism industry. It's relatively easy to manufacture and package using this system by means of recovered packages, because there's a daily proximity network to use to collect materials. But of course, this means that it is the customer that acts as a dosifier. After an intense season after COVID, like this one in 2022, it has prevented a fluid working methodology, and there has been a lack of incentives in the tourism sector promoting these types of solutions that are innovative and sustainable. These dosifiers, like the ones you can see here, are relatively easy devices, but they have a cost for technical service. And these investments, which are not too costly, they're just not willing to pay. The establishment just buys a product, not a station or a dispenser. They're not willing to having them. On the other hand, multinational companies, cleaning companies that are competition to the local establishments, have opted for a system facilitating the logistics, because they will not recover the packages, because their production center is thousands of kilometers away. So they are committed to single-dose systems and back-in-box systems. The back-in-box reduce in up to 80% the weight of the plastic container, but unavoidably it generates a waste that ends up with energetic valuation. Right now it's not being recycled. And on the other hand, single-use still require further detailed studies to see if once in contact with water, a natural polymer leaves no plastic waste that would end up reaching the sea anyway. So what we believe is that further research is required in order to find solutions tailored to all markets. For instance, in this image, we can see a wooden dispenser. This image has been given by an associated company, and the assembly of this dispenser of stainless steel and wood has been installed in an agri-food cooperative in Majorca. This system would be very useful for any food establishment, any supermarket. And it would allow consumers to fill 1 liter bottles with any product in such a way that the consumer would only be paying for the product itself. So the bottles would be used time and time again until they are finally delivered at a waste collector. And in relation to the tourism sector, which, as the colleague from Save the Med mentioned, they are responsible for handing over the plastic containers. So we asked for initiatives to creating these dispensers for tourists, faster ones than this one designed for the household. And we would like these devices to be related to the category of the establishments and supported by means of direct subsidies, not like now, as we have seen the Balearic Islands. The incentives are only given to improving and modernizing establishments in general. We think it would be necessary for subsidies, grants, and other forms of aid be directly related to innovations like these to reduce the carbon footprint, in this case with the use of plastics, but also in other areas. Thank you very much.
Merci à vous.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. We're still connected. We are going to talk to Daniela Bronzo-Welker from BASF Spain. Daniela, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Est-ce que Daniela...
Is Daniela with us? Can she hear us? Maybe we need to wait for her to connect. Yes. Good morning. Thank you for being with us here in Montpellier. You have the floor.
Et vous allez nous parler de ce...
You are going to talk about this project to use recycled plastic products.
Est-ce que... Je suis pas sûre qu'elle nous...
Can Daniela hear us? Can you just say something? Move your head, your nose, left, right.
J'entends pas.
She cannot hear us, so we will go back to Daniela. So we're going to give the floor to Anna Leila Meister time. Plastic at sea. It's an innovative solution to test the biodegradability of products in the ocean. You are in Banyuls. Yes, it's a project that started in a laboratory. We have what we call we are a bridge, if you want, between the industrials, the people who are, and the people who are creating new regulations, and the research world. We were researchers from the beginning, and we're still researchers. So we created a company that helps to take decisions. So when the industrials want to transform a product, create a tool, so we need to know what object is going to survive in the future, of course, because maybe this object is not going to be interesting due to its carbon footprint, or maybe for its use, so it will be replaced with something else. For example, the packaging materials are the subject of this, because many think that plastic has a very important ecological impact if we replace this plastic by metal, for example, anywhere. So the ecological footprint can be even worse, or maybe our carbon footprint is going to be important, so we'll need to really follow certain rules So even if we see plastics as a bad thing now, the plastics in the past were a sign of evolution, and the polymers were recuperated in the past, they were given back, etc. So they had many lives. And what we see nowadays in the environment, in the land, in the sea, in the rivers, and this is a part of the work that we carry out for many cities. Now we work at Banyuls, but we work also with Balearic Islands. So what we try to do is to identify the different types of objects that we find. We don't see mobile phones or clocks, etc. What we see are single-use objects. So for 1 minute use or maybe 2 uses, this object is thrown away. So we need to change this, and even if we need this for hygiene rules, etc. So we need to favor biodegradable products for the single-use products, and those products that are of multiple use, we need to rethink this plastics. So we need to study the biodegradability, the non-toxicity levels also. And even for recycled products, after the first, second, and third recycling cycles, we talked about the problems linked to the multiple recycling. So when we produce an object, besides the carbon footprint that it will generate, it will have also an environmental footprint. If this object is lost, so what is going to be its impact? Can we reduce this impact? Can we replace a piece by another, etc.? What are we going to change in this product? And what will allow us in the future, for example, instead of buying a plastic a bottle, we are going to buy a liter of water. So basically the perspective is changing. So you're not thinking about the material itself, you're thinking about the final use, which is the water, basically. So in the past, everyone recycled their bottles and their glasses, etc. And then we had the plastic bottles that changed this situation. So that's why we need to go back. When we fabricate an object, we need to think if this product is biodegradable or if it's recyclable. So we're going to verify the process, the toxicity of the object. We need to study the impact on biodiversity. This is what we do in our company. We study the marine organisms. We see if they are capable of degrading these objects. So we were talking about these new materials that are fabricated based on bacteria. So you have a new type of fat, and you create this with this plastics. You can use them in your compost. There is also a separation of bio waste. So you are creating a virtuous circle with the products that you have today. So for all the other objects, such as the microwave, the oven, the mobile phones, so you need to repair those. In the past, we used to repair our different devices. We had circular economy before, and this has changed. So we need to go back to this type of behavior. So we help all the industrials in this in taking the best choices, the adapted choices, in order to make sure that all the objects have a second life, or maybe they are recuperated by the producers, and they create a virtual circles where they use the material that was used at the beginning, that had a first life, and you can multiply this life, and they can demonstrate that they're carrying out an effort, that they can reduce their ecological impact, and in terms of carbon footprint, but also environmental footprint. Thank you so much. So we're going to try to connect back with Daniela. Daniela Brunzo-Welker from Barcelona. Can you hear us now?
Good morning. The floor is yours. We can hear you. You can hear me? Yes, perfectly well. Okay, well, I'll start. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity of taking part in this event, and I would like to especially thank the Employment, Economic and Social Council of the Catalan government and the Catalan business group in the chemical industry for the KIM for inviting me to take part in this Congress to share one of the solutions that BASF has developed and that could contribute to sustainability. It is the recycling project that we have developed. Next, please. First of all, allow me to introduce you to the company. BASF has facilities in 90 countries with 6 comprehensive network centers, Verbund. It's a German word, and this word defines this connection in a smart manner amongst production units and the supply of energy, so that, for instance, residual heat from a plant can provide energy to other plants, and the byproducts of one facility can be used as a raw material for another premise, for another establishment. Not just raw materials, we take advantage of other synergies. Our Verbund Center in Ludwigshafen, Germany, is the largest chemical complex of the world, and BASF has 232 production centers throughout the world with 117,000 employees or partners. Our pillars are innovation and sustainability, and we dedicate some 2 billion euros in R&D with more than 10,000 employees carrying out 3,000 projects. Next, please. Our chemistry is just at the beginning of the value chain, and it is used in all of these chemical sectors, from basic chemistry to advanced materials, nutrition, agricultural solutions, and many others. At BASF, we create chemistry for a sustainable future. This is our corporate purpose for more than 10 years, and it reflects the role of sustainability, this balance between economic success, social responsibility, and the protection of the environment. This is at the core of all of our decisions and actions. Now, we have a look at the details of one of the initiatives at BASF relating to the Green Deal, that is the circular economy. How can we foster the circular economy? Our goal is to double our circular sales to reach 17 billion euros by 2030. We are committed to using 250,000 metric tons of recycled feedstock by 2025 globally, replacing thus the fossil raw materials. And we've carried out a circular economy program to accelerate the transition. Next, please. This is based on 2 product portfolio products, those products that allow us to close the circle with the assistance of renewable raw materials resulting from waste of biomass. And on the other hand, we have products that allow us to close the circle with the use of recyclable raw materials stemming from plastic waste post-consumption or from tires. Here, chemical waste decomposes plastics into basic chemical compounds, and this is something we will see next. When we speak of the circular economy, or sustainability in the industry, we usually think on the how we are capable of reducing emissions, how we can reduce the consumption of water, how is our consumption of fossil fuels. In other words, analyzing the how would mean analyzing our processes, technology to improving them, for instance. And in this sense, BASF is strongly committed to the Clean Chem Cycling project, which consists of the following: turning plastic waste that cannot be recycled mechanically into raw quality virgin raw materials that we can use to manufacture new products at our production centers. Examples of these waste or plastics that can be difficult to mechanically recycle include plastic with adhered food waste, different layers of waste, tires, or plastics that are used in the automotive industry and construction. We are achieving a double effect. On the one hand, we try to give another life to plastic waste, and on the other hand, the new recycled raw material allows us to prevent using fossil raw materials, bearing in mind that in the European Union, some 30 million tons of plastic waste is generated, of which only 1/3 is recycled. In order for this project to be a success, first and foremost, close cooperation with all stakeholders is required, from customers through partners, management firms, recyclers, technological suppliers, reaching package suppliers with the goal of building a circular value chain for plastics. The cycle consists in that the technological partners of BASF must turn plastic waste into a pyrolysis oil through a thermochemical process, whereby we go from a waste to a high-value oil that must be purified in order to be used as a raw material at the beginning of the value chain. In other words, in our steam crackers. And then it can go on to manufacture other new products. Lastly, BASF assigns the recycled raw material to the chemical products produced at its centers through an approach of mass balancing certified by third parties. How does this assignment work? The main idea of this process is that the pyrolysis oil that stems from recycled raw materials is introduced at the beginning of the manufacturing process at the steam cracker, that is together with the fossil raw material in the form of a mix. Then the recycled part is assigned mathematically to the final product. This is due to the fact that the pyrolysis oil cannot be separated or directed to a specific product. Rather, it is distributed in the form of a mix throughout the production center. We're talking about 200 plants formed by the Fagunte in Luxivzafa, operating 24 hours a day. Therefore, it is not possible to trace each and every molecule of raw material until it reaches the end product. If the industry had to separate chemical products produced based on recycled raw materials, renewable raw materials, and fossil raw materials, we would have to build new plants, and this would not be economically or sustainably viable or even advantageous on an economic level. Independent institutes issue a certificate that confirms that BASF has replaced the necessary amounts of fossil raw materials with recycled raw materials originating from plastic waste. Next, please. We should see an animated image. Well, it's important to consider that we need the various recycling circuits in order to reach a successful transition towards circularity. In other words, chemcycling is additional, complementary to mechanical recycling to achieve a higher level of recycling, as opposed to mechanical recycling, which requires clean waste from one single flow, from the same polymer, to yield the same polymer but with impurities. In the case of chemical recycling, the waste can come from different mixed flows, leading to new chemical products with a biogen level. Next. And next. Right. Next slide, please. And now I would like to focus on the what. By this, we lend importance to the final product or the solution that we have developed that presents a sustainable approach for customers or society at large. Some examples of products manufactured through ChemCycling could be these isolating boxes based on the small balls of expanded polyestyrene originating from the waste of household plastic. Other examples we can find on the market are food packages and the front bumper of the Jaguar, where the raw material is the tires. And the last slide, I'll conclude by saying that, thank you. Another global goal is that of creating alliances. Thanks to these alliances, we're able to fulfill the other sustainable goals. The challenge is so big that this is like a long race. We either cross over the line together or we won't be able to achieve it individually. That's why we need to lend visibility, share, inspire, and help each other in accelerating this process. We also need to promote sustainability. This is what we are doing with this conference. We are placing in everybody's minds that we need to work together. We need to make a step further together to reach these global goals. The chemical industry will not save the planet, but it is clear that without science or without chemistry, it will be impossible to find a solution to the problem. And if we also consider digitization, that will allow us to be more connected than ever, at complex times as these or during the pandemic, we can even and more swifter focus on technologies and processes that are more sustainable towards the circularity of materials. We have goals set for 2030, for 2050. These are goals for the future, for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And the most finite resource we have now is time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci à vous, Daniela.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to give the floor to Lucie Corsial, Executive Secretary of BMed. So you're going to talk about your project in Corsica. Thank you. Thank you for your invitation and for giving me the opportunity to talk about what BMed Association is carrying out. It's an association based in Monaco, and Prince Albert talked about us right now. And our association works in two main directions. The first direction is to offer support to the projects, and I'll be talking about the Marie-Liveau in Corsica project in order to reduce the plastic waste in the Mediterranean. So all these actions that we mentioned this morning are in the heart of our projects. So the objective is to reduce from the beginning the production of these waste and to improve the management of the waste in order to avoid the plastics to be thrown in the water. So one example that I wanted to talk about is this Marie-Liveau association that works in Corsica. They carry out awareness raising activities in order to demonstrate the importance of reducing the use of plastics. So they started using machines that are very easy to repair, that consume very little energy in order to reuse the plastic that is recuperated around the island of Corsica and the sea. So the objective is to create small objects like keychains, etc., and to show them to the main public. So they saw that using these machines, the energy that was used and the quality of the objects that were created were not really interesting environmentally. So the use of these small machines were to demonstrate that the solution was not once the plastic became a waste, but at the beginning, at the source, how to reduce the plastic. So this project demonstrates how we can evolve also in our storytelling and how we can give the best messages showing the importance of reducing the use of plastics at source. And the second example that I'm going to talk about that fits in this title of reuse is the creation of a pool of companies being made around the Mediterranean. We had a presentation by a Lebanese researcher that reminded us of the importance of taking into account all the Mediterranean countries. So we are tackling all the countries around the Mediterranean basin. To answer to one of the questions that were asked, we try to really foster the multi-actor dialogue because we have companies, we have researchers, GDR researchers were mentioned now. Nathalie Bonter also talked before, and she is a member of our scientific committee, and also we have Surf Rider, we have the Foundation Terra Ocean, and many other associations. So all these associations, all these stakeholders gather in order to debate about issues, and in the heart of our debates we have the circular economy issues and the eco-conception principle. So it is the principle of integrating all the environmental aspects at the beginning of the design of the products in order to make sure that these products will have positive impact on the environment and that they will not have negative impacts. So one of the tools that we use in eco-conception are these tools that allow us to make sure that we will not have a transfer of the impact. Impact transfer means that when we want to reduce, let's say, the toxicity of a solution, we're going to propose a material or a product or an object that will reduce this toxicity. But at the end of the day, with this solution, we're going to have a life span that will be smaller and will have other effects. So we have a good goal when we start, but we have other impacts and other problems. For example, in the cycle of product, for example, the electric cars are reducing the greenhouse effect. So when the car is used, but if we look at the production of the electricity in order to really feed this car, we have another impact. I'm not saying that we should not do anything. I'm saying that we have to put this in mind when we design our products in order to make sure that globally we have a much more positive impact on environment than the original problem. I'm going to give you two examples to go back to the reuse. For example, when we talk about systems of reusing a product different times. But we have to be very careful and ask ourselves good questions about the system, because when we produce this product, we're going to have higher emissions. For example, when we use, for example, glass bottles. Glass bottles are heavier than plastic bottles, so in transport, we're going to use a lot more resources, and also to clean them, we're going to use maybe chemical products, and also the number of use of the product. So it's not the same using a container twice or 50 times. We have to take into account all these factors when we are thinking of a reuse system. In order to reduce the environmental impact, we need to make sure that our solution, that our systems are much better for the environment than the single-use products. Another example that we developed through a pilot project with the Intercontinental Hotelier in Marseille, the objective was to reduce the single-use plastics. In this hotel, we had different examples of this type of projects before, and in order to make sure that our solutions are really virtuous. We carried out a life cycle analysis, an example that worked, another one that didn't work. For example, for cotton, single-use cotton products. We made a test in order to see if the cotton products that are washable are good for the environment. So after a test, we had very positive results. And on the other hand, we have these bonnets that are used during the showers. So how can we replace these shower bonnets? For example, we had the bonnets that were reused. We needed to have 1,000 reuses in order to make sure that the final impact on the environment is good. You know that for a hotel, we cannot reuse this bonnet 1,000 times. So, for example, instead of washing it each use, we washed it after 2 uses, so we reduced the positive impact to 600 uses. So we see that we depend a lot on the context. For example, if you use, for example, a bonnet that you wash every week, okay, maybe the solution will be positive for the environment. Just these examples in order to to make you aware that we need to really consider all these different issues before designing a product, for example, changing a material or finding another solution. All this will have an impact on environment. There are no products that don't have any impact on the environment. The only solution is to suppress the product. So when we change materials or when we change a production model, we need to make sure that we carried out the analysis from the beginning in order to make sure that the impact is going to be positive. So this is what we try to help the companies with us in analyzing. Thank you so much, Lucy. Thank you to all 4 of you. You can stay here because we are going to hear the project holders. They will be here with us or connected. I'm going to ask the representative from Emmaüs Montpellier, Martine Maragou. She's going to talk, the representatives of Emmaüs Montpellier. So everybody is here. We are going to have a pause for a lunch at 1 o'clock, and then we'll continue at 2 until the end of the afternoon. So we are going to develop the different issues, and we will have also many people who will be reaching us through the internet. So, Madam President of Emmaüs Montpellier, you have the floor. Can you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
On nous a dit que ça fonctionnait toujours.
The microphone is supposed to be working, hopefully. No, it's not working. What's happening? A microphone? If not, we're going to use a portable. Yeah, okay, it's fine. So good morning to all of you, and thank you for offering us this opportunity, especially for my association, Emmaüs, to participate in this very interesting forum. I want to start that the new world for us is an old world, because 70 years ago, Abbé Pierre knew recycling and used recycling. He was a visionary in this sense. So of course, environment, ecology, all these terms were foreign to him, but he knew how to reuse, how to create this circular economy 70 years ago, and not maybe in an ecological way, but he allowed human beings to be able to reinsert themselves in the daily life. So he created an economical model, and for us, the reuse, we know it we've known it for 70 years, and our director is going to explain to you how we do in order to reuse all these objects that are given to us. You need to know that this allows us to help more than 100 people in the region of Montpellier to survive because we don't have any kind of subsidies for our functioning. Just to tell you that we have worked and developed our actions throughout the years, and we know perfectly since many years these circular models that we are rediscovering today. So I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Dom, our director, who is going to explain how this works. So what is an Emmaüs community? So we are close to Montpellier. So our main goal is to receive people. We have 100 companions who live with us, people who did not have any place to go, who did not have any job, and they came to us. And the people who come to us, we don't ask them for a CV. If we have a place for them, so they stay with us. If not, no. So today we are talking about recycling. The first companions with Abbé Pierre at the beginning, they had the idea to recuperate all cardboard, textile objects and metal objects to reuse them in order to be able to feed themselves and help the people around them. This is what we are doing today with this perspective. So when a person or a company has a material that it doesn't need anymore, but that can be used again, so we go free of charge, we collect it. We have people who come to us and bring us objects. These projects are going to be dispatched per categories, and depending on their type, we're going to use them. For example, for textile products, we're going to see all the products that we have, and we are going to sell, for example, these clothes. But, for example, for other types of products that we receive, such as covers, etc., we are going to give them to associations. We do this also with also other types of products. We have a repair a workshop also to repair all those different devices, and we also have these eco organizations that help us to really manage much better those objects that we cannot reuse. So for all the companions who live with us is to really be trained. We have many people who undergo different training programs, all types of programs. So we recuperate objects, we recycle them, and we also help people who have been through a lot of hardship in their lives to really start over again. So Emmaüs is participating in the circular economy. Thank you so much for so many years of work, and we're going to discover the other project holders. So we are connected with Andrea Ruzzo Garcia. Can you hear us? Good morning, Andrea. You are the director of EcoAlpha Foundation, and you want to give a second life to marine waste, it seems.
Alors, on ne vous entend pas.
We cannot hear Andrea. Just a second. Can we have Andrea's sound, please, technicians? Yes, now we can hear you. Brilliant. Okay.
Well, good morning. I'll move to Spanish because I prepared my presentation in Spanish. So there we go. So today we would like to introduce you to the EcoAlpha Foundation. This is an organization that was created in 2015 with the goal of promoting the circular economy. Next. We started in 2015 with this idea, which is, although we see that oceans are clean, the reality is that 75% of the trash can be found in the bottom of the sea. With this idea of visibilizing the problem and fighting against this problem, and with this idea that the Ellen MacArthur Foundation refers that by 2050 there will be more plastic than fish in the ocean, we decided to look for a solution. We started working, and that's how the Save the Oceans initiative came about, upcycling the oceans. As part of this project, in alliance with the Maritime Deep Fishing Network, we tried to collect the trash in the sea. We work with volunteer fishermen who, when they go out at sea, they collect the trash that gets caught in their nets and they place it into containers given to them by the project. We take responsibility once in port to collect this maritime waste. We take it to recycling plants where we separate the materials and when we ensure that they are processed. And in the case of those materials to which a second life can be given, they are recycled, and based on these, we create garments and top quality products. Next, let's have a look at this video. As you can see, this is the process that we follow. From those containers, we create this thread that allows us to create garments originating from waste of the best quality, I must say. The Upcycling the Oceans project was created in Spain in 3 ports in a voluntary manner, and over the years it has expanded throughout the Mediterranean. We've also worked with Thailand, and today in 2022 we work at 69 ports in 4 different countries. We believe that the main problem caused by maritime waste is a global problem. That's why we work in Spain, Greece, Italy and France with these fishermen who assist us in collecting the trash from the bottom of the sea. More than 1,050 tons have been collected so far. We've given them a second life. That would be all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrea, and thank you to the work carried out by the EcoAlf Foundation, Upcycling the Oceans. Now we'll go to another project, another presentation by Sabine Menot. She should be here with us. Good morning.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning. Oops. I'm not Sabine Menot, obviously. I'm her colleague. I'm her partner. So can you talk about your project of collecting and reusing the fishing nets? My name is Dupré, and I'm based in Brest, in Brittany, and I work with Sabine Menot in recuperating fishing nets. And there's I can't hear you very well. Okay. Anyway, so the idea was to work throughout all the regions from Banyuls to Gros de Roi. So we try to recuperate all the fishing nets. We also work with different fishermen. We carried out surveys in order to understand their needs. It was very important to understand perfectly what was happening in the different steps of the use of the fishing nets. And we needed to have a perfect idea. And so basically, we had to take into account all the different problems and ins and outs in the region. It was very interesting because we, with Sabine Meneux, who she carried out all the studies about the nature of these fishing nets, and I worked basically on the reuses of these fishing nets. And with the partners, we tried to reuse the different fishing nets, and for a year we basically tried to find funds in order to help us in recuperating these fishing nets, and we created networks in the different territories. We worked with the different fishermen associations also, and we organized roundtables in order to exchange information and in order to see with them how we can transport, we can stock these nets, and also trying to really create packs for the fishermen, for the managers. And also we tried to have a clear mapping of what's existing in the region, and also for example, we reuse all the plastic in order to fabricate new products, such as, for example, these eyeglasses, for example, and many types of other articles also. And so basically, we are giving a new value to this waste, and this helps also the regions and helps all the different stakeholders that work with us, so with Sabina and with me, in order to really give a second life to these fishing nets. And finally, so we started with the fishing nets because we wanted to give a new value, but we have started also to work with other types of fishing nets, such as, for example, trawlers, equipments, and so we are evaluating the granules in order to see how we can use them. And now that we have started working with the trawlers, so we have a much higher volume of plastic that we can reuse. Thank you so much, Théo Depré from Brest in Brittany. And so Sabine Meneux is in Marseille, and you carry out this operation. And now we're going to go back to the Balears. We're going to talk to Erika Garcia Nunez. Erika, can you hear us?
Bonjour, candidatrice.
Good morning. You're here to talk about... Well, good morning. The floor is yours. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this event for creating this opportunity for discussion, for sharing. And I would like to thank the Economic and Social Council of the Balearic Islands for inviting us to take part in this event. We are a family hotel chain with a strong tradition with many years of experience. Currently, we have many establishments in Majorca, Menorca, and other islands. And from the beginning in the 80s, we've built on solid values, including sustainability. We strongly believe that the circular economy is the vehicle that will allow us to move towards a world of sustainability in all its phases, sustainability, social and economic. And for these reasons, with the commitment of offering transparency, rigor, trust, and veracity to our stakeholders, in 2021, we were the first hotel chain to obtain the AENOR certification for circular economy. This means that we are compelled to include within the corporate strategy the principles of the circular economy with clear goals and doing monitoring and fulfilling audits yearly. This certification was achieved thanks to the fact that for more than 7 years we embarked on this project on circular economy. And we are committed to local products, support of agriculture and livestock, the generation of compost based on the organic remains and waste from the kitchens in our hotels, and the fight to remove single-use plastics. This last project is a special one. Not only are we removing the use of plastics in hotels, but we are assisting SMEs in fostering local produce, offering the best quality from ecologic and natural ingredients, and we are supplying ourselves with circular produce, allowing us to continually use the amenities at our hotels. Next, I will display a short video where you can see the story told by the true protagonists. Reusing for removing single-use plastics. Well, we are great consumers, large consumers, and we need to be the promoters. This is our life. This is our environment, our people. We need to foster kilometer zero. We don't want to pollute. If we want to be a true example for this change, we need to be committed to it too. Everything results to foster a circular economy with a social value, kilometer zero products, assisting local companies. We needed a company that would fulfill all of these goals. On a healthcare and bureaucratic level, obviously, all of these initial changes and new things, pioneering things, generate a little bit of confusion. In the end, you need to pave the way. We had to remove plastics as much as possible. And we need to fulfill the regulations imposed on us. And we were able to do this together by using plastics time and time again, by reusing these same plastics. Well, if we're really concerned and we want to make a change, we must do things. We cannot just wait for others to come and sort out all of our problems. We need to do it. And we can all do our bit. Change is possible with everybody's help. I would like to conclude with a quote, inviting all of us to reflect And the challenge is to change, to transform, to be aware that if we always do the same thing, the result will always be the same. This is what we do not want. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Thank you, Erika. Thank you. Have a good day. Now we continue with our tour through the Mediterranean. Next, Rosa Maria Martinez Espinosa. Can you hear us? Are you connected, Rosa Maria? Well, everybody seems to be here. Maybe we'll get back to you in a minute. Next, Luca de Bièvre.
Bonjour.
Bonjour Lucas. En attendant.
Good morning, Luca. We don't see you yet. You are... Hi. Good morning, Luca. So we will give you the floor now to talk about your project. So, well, there's an echo. I don't know. I don't hear you. So the technicians, what's happening? Is it fine? I believe that now it's fine. Yes, brilliant. So firstly, thank you very much for your invitation and offering me the possibility to talk about our project. We are an eco organization that was created by the Federation of Nautical Industries. With your microphone, basically, we're having a problem, so we are not hearing you because, okay, brilliant. Is the echo fine? Echo problem fine? Can you hear me? So we're not hearing you very well, to be honest. Now I don't hear you anymore. Now I can hear you. Okay, brilliant. So we give you the floor. APVER is an association that is eco-responsible. It was created by the Federation of Nautical Industries and under the Ministry of Energy Transition. So basically, we work on old boats between 14 and 25 meters to reuse them. So all types of boats, and we are funded by an institution of boat importers, and we are the only association that works like this. So we have 26 centers for the construction of the boats. So we have many companies that fund our activities since 2019 and 2022. We deconstructed around 600 boats in our ecosystem. From the one hand, we have our partners who give us their boats for us to recycle them. We're extremely sorry. The quality of sound is absolutely abominable, so we're trying to do our best. And we try to help them. And also we have the different boat owners, on the other hand, also who contact us so they can choose one of the 26 centers that we have in France. These are treatment centers with professionals of waste treatment. They are the ones who are going to inspect the boats, deconstruct them to give value to all the different materials that compose these boats. And we are in contact also with the public administrations, maritime authorities also, and we collaborate also with different partners in order to talk about our work and to allow the people who own boats at the end of their lives to give them a second life. And in terms of waste management and deconstruction, we have three types of waste that we find. The metal waste, like in the engines, etc. And here we don't have any problem in recycling. And also we have the wood, basically the timber that we see in the interior. So we reuse them in energy or production, or reusing the timber. And also the fiberglass, which is a good 40% of the materials. So we can produce solid recuperated materials, which is 60%, or we recycle them in different types. And because you see that we have different challenges, so we need to find solutions in order to recycle the different types of materials, to dissociate fiber from resin, and to create composite materials, and to create other types of products and plastics, for example, catamarans and many boats. Depending on the centers, we can really recycle all the different products. And we work also with different partners in order to talk about our work. And also we work with research centers also for the recycling and the reuse of certain parts of the boats. With some of the people present here in the forum also, we work, a lot of them, we work with a company that transforms these boats into for other uses. And as I told you, the composite materials are 60%, so we try to reuse at least 60 or 70%. And the main challenges in the years to come is really to improve this percentage of reuse up to 100%. Thank you so much, Luca. We're very sorry for the translation. The quality of the sound was abominable. So thank you very much. We cannot connect, unfortunately, with Rosa Maria Martinez Espinosa, so we're going to stop here. It is 1 p.m., so we're going to have a pause for lunch, and then in the afternoon we're going to talk with our Andalusian friends how to stop using plastic, and then we'll have the president of the region, Occitanie, who will be giving us a few words. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello, we are going to resume our work on how to save the Mediterranean. That was organized by Césaire for a new world. Can you please have a seat, because we have so many amazing things this afternoon to talk about the negative impact of plastic material in the Mediterranean. Bueno, cerramos la puerta. Okay, so we are going to start with a video of the Social and Economic Council. Can you please take a seat? We're going to watch the video and then we will be starting, hopefully.
On peut lancer peut-être le film qui va
Video, please.
marquer le début de cette seconde demi-journée. Au colloque Sauvons la Méditerranée.
Okay, so we're going to start with the video, as I told you before, and I repeated it over and over.
Los plásticos que utilizamos.
The plastic that we use every day pollute our environment. Every year, tons of microplastics and macroplastics end up in the Mediterranean Sea and other European seas. It is estimated that 4 in every 5 plastic waste reaching the natural areas protected in the region of Murcia come from villages and towns. In the region of Murcia, we are aware of this reality, and because of this, several entities are developing projects and actions aimed at addressing the impact brought by the ill use of waste for the environment and for beings. We need to guarantee that not a single bit of plastic is present in the nature. This is one of the main priorities of this government. That's why we are working with awareness-raising campaigns and information campaigns. We're doing this in natural areas with a Zero Plastics campaign and a campaign focusing on the collection and removal of plastic from the ocean. A significant investment in research has been made to look for alternatives to plastic. And above all, we are using many resources aimed at sensibilize the population to the use of plastics and when it's no longer useful, educating and raising awareness amongst society. The Libera project was created in 2017 by CEO BirdLife and Ecoembes with the aim of raising awareness among society of the increase in waste in natural areas. ANSE joined this project with activities in the southeast of the peninsula, and it basically consists in activities for the cleaning, removal, and characterization of these wastes to know their origin. We have volunteers who assist us, and we do it in the maritime environment, such as beaches, and in rivers, banks. These are the great unknown, one of the main sources of trash to the maritime environment that cause many problems. From the Scientific Culture Unit of the UPCT, where we are responsible for disseminating our research, for many years we have been earmarked projects by the Spanish authorities, projects aimed at raising awareness among students and families in educational centers, visits to beaches, gathering and collection of micro and macro plastics on beaches in order to assist UPCT research or European databases where this information is gathered. I think our task is very relevant. We need awareness raising, and there is this feeling that is conveyed for other generations in keeping our beaches clean. Research so that knowledge can be at the service of action. The Technical University of Cartagena is working since 2016 in analyzing microplastics of different substrates. We have analyzed wastewater, coastal sediments, maritime sediments, maritime microorganisms, and lately we've been interested in the analysis of microplastics in human beings. Since 2018, which is when we joined the National Thematic Team on Microplastics coordinated by the University of Alcalá, we are conducting joint studies on microplastics in the air and in water for human consumption. And the truth is that we are finding microplastics wherever we're looking for them. The circular economy for clean management. At EO Compounding, we have spent more than 30 years recycling all kinds of agricultural waste, such as greenhouse plastics, irrigation nets, or boxes. When they reach our facilities, this is subject to grinding and fusion processes, and the final result is our product. This recycled plastic pellets. We contribute to the circular economy and sustainability, and we give sense to our slogan, that is to give a second life to plastics. Putting an end to the problem caused by plastics is up to each and every one of us. Only by doing so we'll be able to recover, preserve, and maintain the health of the planet.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this beautiful video that starts talking about the different solutions we have in front of us. We are going to continue with this debate on the Mediterranean. After talking about reduction of use and recycling, we have another roundtable that is entitled Repair. So in order to talk about this, we have Mr. Munoz, Jorge Terrados, from the Balearic Islands. He belongs to the research center there. The microphone seems to be dead. I believe that we have Mario Vescaro Gianni. Thank you, Mr. Vescaro. He will be talking about his project called Pescaneta from Catalonia. And then we have Pauline Constantin from the Sea Aquarium Institute in Gros du Roi. And from Tunisia, we have Omar Ksharem. Good morning. And he will be talking about the different projects that they are engaged in there. So now I'm going to give the floor to Jorge Terrados. He is a researcher at the Advanced Studies Mediterranean Institute, and he will be, well, basically, you are not specialized in plastics, but you're specialized in Posidonia. Well, actually, this is an issue that we know very well here in France. So can you give us the characteristics of this beautiful weed and why its presence is so important in the Mediterranean?
Well, of course, And I apologize. I will be speaking in Spanish. I'm afraid I do not know how to speak in French. So if that's okay with you, I have prepared a presentation, a PowerPoint. It's a brief PowerPoint presentation, and I will be moving to one side to be able to see it better, because this screen over here is on and this other one over there is not. First of all, I would like to thank the Economic and Social Council of the Balearic Islands for the invitation to take part in this event, and for the CEEs of Occitanie and Catalonia, as well as the Euro region, Pyrénées-Méditerranée. Thank you for inviting me to take part in this forum, where I would like to present to you this topic. I would also like to thank the invitation. I will not talk to you about plastics this afternoon. I know this colloquium is primarily addressed towards the problem posed by plastics and pollution, but I am here to talk to you about reparation of the sea. In particular, I will talk to you about Posidonia oceanica, the Neptune seagrass. Many of you might have heard about it, but it is worthy of me to explain what Posidonia is and how important it is. Yannick asked me to do so. This is an endemic species of the Mediterranean. It means it is only present in the Mediterranean, and this has implications for the preservation of this species in the environment and the responsibility of coastal authorities in the preservation and maintenance of these species. Posidonia stands out because it forms vast prairies in the beds of the sea. It's down 50 meters deep. It's one of the main elements of the maritime landscape, and it is estimated that it can occupy 1/4 part of the bottom of the sea between 0 and 50 meters. It is very important because of its capacity to form meadows. This is at the basis of the ecological functions and the ecological services that the Posidonia meadows provide. They are an important carbon sink. They attenuate the energy of the waves. They provide a habitat for a vast number of organisms that could not live there otherwise. They help improve the transparency of the water, and it's at the roots of many cultural, economic, and other activities associated with coastal actions. For this reason, the habitat of Posidonia meadows was included in the European Directive, European Habitats Directive, and it is also considered as an indicator of the good state of the sea. Good Posidonia means that the state of the sea and the coast is in good condition, as many European directives acknowledge. So what happens with Posidonia oceanica? It grows very slowly. The new sprouts grow between 1 and 5 centimeters every year, and sexual reproduction is scarce and irregular. There are many years that Posidonia meadows do not flourish, they do not produce fruit or seeds, and it does not have this capacity to reproduce itself and expand itself. These two main features, the slow growth or slow pace in growth and the scarce, irregular flourishing and reproduction, means that this species has a very limited capacity to recover from the damage caused to it. We're talking about a scale of decades or centuries, hundreds of days, hundreds of years, so that a meadow can recover itself. And because of this, even if it is because of this low capacity to recover itself, this meadow is a very fragile ecosystem. Actually, we have lost Posidonia meadows in many places of the Mediterranean Sea. According to the sectors, it is estimated that between 5 and 50% of these meadows have been lost. And what has caused this loss? On the one hand, processes that change the conditions of the environment that the Posidonia needs, associated fundamentally to pollution, urban pollution, industrial pollution, the effluents from desalination plants, the effluents from aquaculture facilities, or a host of perturbances that can cause direct harm to these meadows, such as the development in coasts, anchoring from yachts and other boats, the installation of electricity conduits or pipes. All of this can cause damage to the meadows of Posidonia. Actually, the natural recolonization of the meadows has been seen in very few cases. It is either very slow and therefore difficult to observe, or it is not occurring. In this context, one needs to consider whether it would be possible to intervene in the sea to promote the recovery of these damaged or affected meadows. From a technical point of view, this could translate into a more simple question. Would it be possible to plant Posidonia? These actions would fall on the context of the general principles of the so-called ecological restoration, deemed as a process to assist nature in recovering itself. So, we would plant, if possible, to facilitate the recovery of this ecosystem. So, I am here to present to you a project that we are carrying out in Majorca, in the northern part, in the Bay of Pollença. It is called the Red Eléctrica Maritime Forest. Red Eléctrica is the primary energy supplier in Spain. And since 2017, when we embarked on this project, between 2018 and 2020, we planted 12,800 pieces of sprouts, parts of the plant naturally produced by marine dynamics. We did not harm a meadow to obtain this material, to plant it. And 400 plants of Posidonia, small plants of Posidonia. We planted them in an area of 2 hectares in the seabed of a meadow that had disappeared altogether in this Bay of Pollença. Now we're in 2022. Right now, 4 years have gone by since the first plantings, and I must say that we are achieving very good results, with a survival rate of the planted material of more than 95%. And with respect to the small plantings, 48%. These are very high values compared to other activities carried out in the Mediterranean. And in terms of the small plantings, they are amid the same ranges achieved in other actions and initiatives. With this example, I would like to say to you that it is possible to plant Posidonia. There are other success stories out there in the coasts in France and Italy, basically. So, we do have the knowledge and the suitable methodologies to do these plantations of Posidonia. The important thing when it comes to restoration, and this is basic, is not just know how to plant it, but where to do it, when to do it, and why. That is why there are a series of criteria or guides that can assist us when making the decision of where to restore and how to do it. This resulted from research on restoration in other maritime environments, and special emphasis has been given to Posidonia because of the team of Professor Dures, who published a guide last year. And I must say that we, in the Balearic Islands, the Posidonia Committee, a committee attached to the government of the Balearic Islands, has adapted a modification of these criteria when identifying locations or projects that could make ecological sense for restoring these wet meadows. As far as these meadows are concerned, their restoration is important, so we need to highlight a long-term follow-up, because these species, as I said, take time in growing. We're talking about decades of monitoring. We should ensure monitoring and follow-up is carried out over decades, not just to assess the success of the plantation, but to also assess whether these meadows are recovered and at what rate is the operation of the restored areas achieved, and also how the ecosystem services associated with these areas are secured. Very little has been done, and that is what we are currently doing. I would like to remind you that the restoration of maritime beds and Posidonia oceanica is what nowadays is called as a solution based in nature. That is, solutions inspired and supported by nature, which are efficient from an economic point of view and also from an environmental and social point of view, and they improve the state of the ecosystem. I would also like to remind you that we are in the decade of the United Nations of restoration of ecosystems. It is not enough to preserve. We must also actively intervene to facilitate the recovery of degraded ecosystems. And something that has recently been published and passed is a proposed regulation of the European Parliament for the restoration of nature. This proposal for a regulation includes restoration targets for countries. It also includes obligations. The member states must draft national restoration plans of land, maritime ecosystems, and others. And I must also say that the meadows is something specifically mentioned amongst the activities that must be included in these national restoration plans. In the Balearic Islands, we are starting to work along these lines. It is a great challenge. It's a challenge for all Mediterranean coastal regions when it comes to development, the construction and preparation of these regional plans, which revolve around integrating all the necessary elements our plans should have, to my understanding. Not just the availability of material to plant, which is a clear limiting factor in restoration projects, because we cannot, or we do not know how to cultivate Posidonia if compared to reforestation. We cannot go to a nursery and buy some Posidonia. We have effective methodologies for planting Posidonia, but above all, we need to work on the identification and prioritization of the locations where Posidonia could be restored. This includes mapping of the habitat, not just the living meadow, but of its condition, the dead mat, the carbon sinks associated to these areas, which in all cases where there is a meadow, there is a blue sink. We need mapping of human activities and detrimental actions, and include elements such as connectivity between different meadows, to see which ones can recover more easily than others, and include also the effects of climate change and the increase in temperature, and how this can have an impact when deciding if it may be more successful in the long term to plant here or there. Obviously, they must include other fundamental aspects, such as long-term monitoring, and the participation of society should be articulated. All stakeholders should be included, and by that I mean all users of the maritime and coastal environments, along with the administrations. We also need financing. All of these are key issues that all regional or national restoration plans should incorporate. I believe that coastal societies in the Mediterranean are increasingly aware of the importance and fragility of Posidonia meadows, and they are more informed with respect to their preservation. I believe that the development of these restoration plans can be an opportunity, a unique opportunity, to take this momentum and achieve a beneficial result for nature and ourselves. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jorge, for this information. I have a question. Did you follow up on what has been done in France and in Monaco? Because in the Côte d'Azur, we are planting and we are using different methods. So do you have any idea?
Actually, the method we're using is a modification of a method developed by a French researcher, Heike Molinard. Some tests were carried out here that worked, others did not. And this is a method that is also being used by other research groups. The problem with restoration is that oftentimes something that I insisted on in my presentation has not been done, which is to see where it makes sense to restore. Sometimes as a compensatory measure and associated to coastal infrastructure projects, where the environmental conditions in the location chosen were not the most suitable ones for restoration. And many of these projects were not as successful as they should have. But we do see success stories in some places in France and in Italy.
Merci beaucoup pour...
Thank you so much for your words. And this precise information about this project that's very important to us. Mario Vescaro, in Catalonia, you launched a project called Pescaneta. Could you give us a hint about this? Thank you. There's a problem with the microphone, it seems. So here we're talking about fishermen, who are one of the main elements that you're working on.
Good afternoon. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers. I would like to thank the working committees of the various regions, including mine, especially mine. They provided me with the opportunity to explain this project, which for Catalan fishermen is an important one. And especially because we seek to convey to society all of those things that they were unable to enjoy. A public resource, the fish and seafood. And we don't want to leave behind the trash that was found, particularly the plastics. I prepared a short presentation so that you can see what this is about. And later on, you will see a teaser, and the best way of understanding this is to see what fishermen actually do. Pescanet towards the Blue Sea is a project which resulted from a need. The fishermen go fishing, and at one moment in their lives, they find much more than just fish and seafood in their catches. And the decision is whether they leave the waste where they caught it, because the following days they'll probably also catch it again. Because of this, in 2000, the Pescaneta Clean Fishing project was created with the support of all fishing associations associated to the General Fishermen's Association, 31 altogether. And Fishermen Association, or fishing guilds, is the model in place in Catalonia and in other places of the Spanish coast, which structure the fishing sector into the various fishing modalities, from the small handcraft ones to the large scale, the ones that go far, such as the big fishing boats. Everything within the same entity, with equality, with representation of the corporate and the fishermen. We're a special body with a complex name. So I don't know for what reason. The term in Spanish has religious connotations, but unless we celebrate some festivity, I can guarantee that it has little to do with it. It's a traditional guild, let's say. There are 31 in Catalonia. They're divided into 33 territorial federations. Three, excuse me, not 33. Girona, Tarragona, and Barcelona. All three took part in this project. This is a marine litter project assisted by the European Commission. And what we basically do is try, from the various boats that we have, a total of 200, to try to ensure that the trash that is caught is placed into containers or bins so that later can be unloaded at port. There's nothing more difficult than to carry out a scientific way in a moving boat. So after conducting several tests, we decided that the best option would be to focus on volume, liters. So there are 3 types of containers, depending on the type of vessel. If the boat is a big boat, there will be 100, 150, and so on. So we are obviously affected by maritime waste, so-called passive subjects. There are microplastics, healthcare conditions to be considered, but other aspects that also affect us on a professional level. All of this weight affect the resource, the fish, and our nets. And it doesn't give the image of a healthy sea. We hope that we expect our product to be a healthy product, a clean product. We have a limited resource, but we want it to have the value that it has. If we take trash out from the sea, this will not be valued. So 31 associations, 200 boats, 900, more than 900 fishermen. Not all of them cooperate in the same way. This is very internal. Some fishermen have a strong will, and they fill all the sheets. They're very active. Others are not so much. So what we are doing is to always try to evolve, making sure that we improve for the better. So we go out to sea, we fish. This is not a project, the aim of which is to fish and catch trash. No, we try to catch fish and seafood, but unfortunately, we also catch trash. As much as possible, we try to do a selection of it, and when we arrive at the port, we unload it. And there are special containers for the various types. Then the waste is recycled, classified, and then they will reach the end of their life. We try to ensure everything is recorded and registered. For us, it's important to know in what fishing grounds there's more presence of one type of trash or plastics. And needless to say, large cities tend to be places that accumulate a lot of waste. But sometimes we've had surprises. And then there's another very important task. Possibly, right now, the most important task for us after the catch of fish is to get to know people what we do. We're not witnessing the best of times from a legislative point of view, especially for certain fishing types. So we need to show people what we do, to bring back to society all of our knowledge, of our effort, bringing things to land, selecting. We visited schools, we've done temporary exhibitions, and up to now, we're very happy. We've achieved positive results, important results for us. I spoke about the 200 vessels. I always say roughly or approximately, I always try to give averages. So we would be saying that during 2022, there have been 48,000 liters, and the hours dedicated for each provincial delegation would be more than 800. And then this data allows us to know what the distribution of the waste is as we collect it and according to fractions. There will be no surprises. We can see that 40% are plastics, 19% metal, mixed 15%, timber 5%, ceramics 5%, and 16% others. If you want an anecdote, anything you can imagine that you can find inside a house and that unfortunately is not thrown to the bin, it will end up in the sea. From toilets to any kind of piece of furniture you can imagine, and things that I'd rather not say. Everything ends up at sea. So my message would be, before you throw something away, make sure you know where you're leaving it. Otherwise, it will end up in the sea. And that's all from me. This is a project that year after year it records more participation with more and more results, and we always try to improve. And now, I also brought a very brief teaser video. I would kindly ask the organizers to play it for us. Our fishing limit is 15 meters, 51 meters. We cannot go further. We need to fight against the same things with trash, with rubbish. When there's a storm, there are trees, trunks. Before any of this was there, we've always removed the trash and the plastics. If we left it in the water, we would catch it again on the following day, and this is something that it cannot be destroyed. There are many sewers that discharge into the sea. This is what we find in our day-to-day. It's amazing what we can catch here. But when we fish here, I mean, the trash is there. The rubbish is there, and nobody is taking it out from the sea.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mario Vescaro. And please have a seat. And Pauline Constantin, who is representing the Marine Sea Aquarium Institute in Gros-du-Roi. and she'll be talking about a project that she's carrying out with fishermen. Yes, yes. Actually, I was smiling when I saw the video because it's exactly the same type of trash that we saw in Gros du Roi. So we want to thank the organization for giving us the floor. We are in a round table called Repair, and I was thinking, what can I talk about? Because repair, that's fantastic. Are we capable of doing it? Do we know how to do it? Because we don't know well the resilience possible mechanisms in nature, and also repair is fine. But what's going to happen after this? Does it mean that we're going to repair for the rest of our lives, or do we need to stop from destroying? So this launches a lot of questions, because we know now that in 30 years we have increased 60% of our marine litter in France, and we know that a quarter of the trash that we generate in France will end up in the bodies of water as micro or macroplastics. So that's why there's an emergency now. We need to act. We need to work. Before talking about the capacity of destruction and about the resilience of nature, we need to act. And act for whom? Do we need to act for nature? And we repeat this every day. Or are we acting for us, human beings? It's acting for us, human beings, because when you talk about repairing and about making sure that our beautiful Mediterranean Sea is going to continue being as beautiful after we depollute it. We are doing this because of all the services that it gives us, local economy, tourism, nutrition, renewable energies. I'm not, the carbon sink, etc. So the fighting climate change, etc. I'm not going to convince you, because we all know the good things that the Mediterranean gives us. So we're acting for us, we're acting for humanity and for our well-being. So I'm going to talk about what we do in the Marine Institute as Aquarium. We were born 6 years ago in Gros du Roi with this will of improving the knowledge sharing about these different challenges related to the Mediterranean, and also to talk to a larger audience. So we receive visitors, we receive school students. We have many who visit the Sea Aquarium in Gros du Roi because we are very well known now. So we need to be a direct ambassador of the good messages, of the good challenges, good education, and the training. So I saw very interesting messages in both presentations. So we need to have the knowledge, and we need to work on emotion. We talked about emotion. Emotion is very important, because so when we feel an emotion about something, so this motivates us to move forward. So we need to work on emotion, and then we need to work practically in the territory. So in order to go back to the title of this table, which is to repair. So we are mobilizing our citizens, and we're mobilizing the communities, and also the public institutions, the provincial institutions, etc. So we also work in the public field and private field also. The citizens, civil society, we need to make sure that they can help us, that they are aware of all the different challenges. So we are lucky that there are many technological innovations on plastics. So we launched a program with a series of stakeholders, and you know that fishermen are the most important stakeholders in Gros du Roi, with tourism stakeholders, of course. So as Mario just said, the fishermen are the eyes of the sea, and every day they recuperate plastic litter. So we carried out the same program as they did. I'm not going to tell you that we're cleaning the sea, but these fishermen who are the daily eyes of the sea, and we created a relationship of trust. So now they are changing the way they are fishing, the types of fish they fish, etc., the They're much more aware about the pollution. So it is extremely important to work with important stakeholders. And once we have mobilized these stakeholders, we went and looked at who can help us in transporting this litter. So we asked the public institutions to help us in transporting this litter to a company that found a type of recycling marine plastic litter, and they produce what we call the C cup. Basically, they're not still present on the markets, but this is a new method of recycling plastics and using different types of plastics at the beginning. This was not done until now, and also use the marine elements. Also, this allowed us also to have a much better follow-up to characterize, to understand the different types of litter that we find, in what are the places and in which periods we find them. And this allows us to go back to the public authorities because they usually manage the natural spaces, and we can inform them on the results. So we want to share our knowledge and our competencies in order to reach the same goals. So this is the first pillar. Can I talk about the second pillar of our work? Yes. And the second pillar is to deepen in the knowledge, but also knowledge among citizens, and what is the support that the citizens can bring to us also. And we believe that mobilizing civil society is a challenge that came right after we launched our project, because there were many people who wanted to help, and they came to us. So we proposed they went to the beaches and natural environments to gather litter. This is not how we are going to stop the flow of littering. But this is not a sustainable solution. But we are motivating people. We are creating an environment also, and helping people who want to help. They're not researchers, they're not experts, and they want to do something. So they became key stakeholders, and today, thanks to a program called Let's Do Marvelous Things with Bacento, with the Association about Education and Environment, we are offering kits to gather litter, and also information about what to do with this litter. So we need to count, we need to weigh, we need to separate and know all the different types of littering, and we need to understand where this litter comes from. So we need to understand what are the actions that we have to carry out in order to stop this flow from its source. So, for example, if while I am gathering litter, I see that this is the type of litter that I am responsible for, so this makes me much more aware, and also we can help managing the natural environments. Also, we can talk with the citizens about the challenges, about the type of equipment that we need to propose in order to clean the coastline. And I believe that the two pillars are there: citizen science, comprehension, and put together all the different competencies and powers that the civil society has in order to repair all the damage that we're causing to our seas. Thank you so much. Okay, so we need to communicate, but we need also to act. Omar Ksharem, thank you very much for being with us. You come from Tunisia, from Kerkena. Can you talk about your vision about repairing through the company that you have created there in Tunisia? You can use the lectern if you want.
Alors, la présentation arrive.
Okay, where is this PowerPoint presentation? It is coming, slowly but surely.
Peut-être vous pouvez
Maybe, Omar, you can start talking while the PowerPoint presentation is making its way to here. So there's no PowerPoint anyway. So no PowerPoint available. Anywhere. So you have a company of a collection of export and reuse of plastic waste. I want to talk about my company. It was created in 2014, and it works in the management of plastic litter, and we are in an archipelago called Kerkena Islands, very close to, it's not very far away from Jerba. No, actually, it's far away. But anyway, I am not very good at geography. Anyway, oops. So it's more towards the north, actually, of Tunisia. So we want to improve our competencies in plastic management. We are a company that is committed, that shows solidarity, and we want to manage in the best manner possible the plastic waste in Kerkena and to help preserving the environment and also raise awareness among the population, especially among professionals and students, and to create also jobs through the reuse and recycling of plastic waste. In Tunisia, we have the National Agency of Waste Management. So in 2020, we had 2.5 tons of plastic. Plastic represents 9% of the waste. There are many dangers linked to plastic for human beings, for environment, for the marine and environment, for the atmosphere. So that's why we are working on the different solutions of classification, of collection, of recycling, and our company works within a program called Kerkena Free, and with a partnership with Montpellier through the Develop project and other stakeholders. And many public institutions, associations in Tunisia. And this strategy had the goal of restructuring all plastics sector in our archipelago, and also the awareness-raising campaigns about the separation of waste and recycling, and now we improved the collection of plastics. So in 2009, we collected 9 tons, and we have 16 companies who built infrastructure for collecting plastic and also for separating the different types of plastic directly in our islands. And we created 21 jobs also. And also, in order to improve the collection, we installed 48 metal containers in the ports, in schools, and in important areas. And also, as for the fishermen nets, there are 70 nets that have been given to the fishermen in order to collect these waste also. And we organize also workshops and training programs on using metal instead of plastic. We also organize courses in schools. So in Kerkena, there are 9 schools, and all schools participate in the awareness-raising days. And we have one day that is dedicated for the cleaning of our beaches. We have around 150 people who participate during this day. We have many associations, many private companies also that are showing interest in participating. So this means that we multiplied by 9 the plastic litter that we have been able to collect in Kerkena, 25 million tons, and we are working on the revalorization of this plastic litter in Kerkena. My company works with many other companies, tourism companies, also recycling companies, and all sorts, compost company, and the polluting companies are also being participating with us, and in the tourism sector also, the tourism companies are more and more aware of the importance of wet areas, marshlands, and good environment. So plastic-free environment demonstrates that the public and private partnership can function in order to collect and recycle the plastic. The local companies of plastic management can offer concrete solutions to the pollution problems, and these companies can really add value in the protection of environment. There is a local dynamics and a general mobilization around this problem in Kerkena, because we are showing the local population that there are concrete measures that are being put in place. Kerkena is a zero litter tourist destination. Thank you very much, Omar. Wow, brilliant. That was a fantastic presentation without PowerPoint. So about the use of this plastic litter, there is a mobilization in Tunisia. There are jobs that are being created due to this. So what can we hope for the future?
Sur la question de la valorisation.
In terms of the use of this plastic litter, so how can we draw any value? So basically we want to reach zero litter and minimize the use of plastic.
Peut-être une réaction, Mario Viscaro.
So Mario Viscaro, so we saw these projects here in Gros du Roi in France, in Tunisia also. There is a European-wide mobilization. So what do you think about what's happening? What Pauline did with Seaquarium that really resembles the mobilization program that you carried out?
Well, basically, I believe that all of these projects respond to a reality, which is, unfortunately, they deteriorated the environment. And as much as possible, we tried to repair that little guilt we all have. We're all to blame, some more than others. And we implement these projects to ensure that the future generations do not have this problem. So everybody could do their bit. When I explained what we, the Catalan guild associations, do, which are after all families that go out to fish and sell their fish, is to give them more work. If they were not socially responsible, this would be the end of it. So we are trying to improve things, indeed. We are all well aware of this. If we do not reduce production and consumption of plastic, and unless we raise awareness amongst society not to throw things away or on the floor, because everything that you throw ends up in the sea. I live in the Ebra River Delta. It's the same as what you see in Tunisia and France. This is our Mare Nostrum, our sea.
réaction peut-être à...
Pauline, maybe do you have any words to react to what's happening in Tunisia and what could happen in the future? We were lucky to see the beginning of this work in Tunisia thanks to an international cooperation between our territory and Tunisia. It was an amazing program, and the fishermen were asking many questions about the invasive species, and also they were asking also many questions about the different types of plastic litters that they found, and also we were present there, and our project was there to help you out. So I'm extremely happy to see that this motivated the creation of an amazing company that employs so many people. It really launched a whole movement. So we see that through our mobilization, we can reach amazing results. We all have different actions that are quite similar, and we don't have time to follow up on what's happening in other areas. And because we don't know each other, and now we see that our fishermen work in the same manner. And this morning also we saw that the characterizations of litter were different in a country from another. We need to unify models, harmonize the types of categorization. But what is really interesting is that we all are moved by a very strong will to move forward, and that we have so many stakeholders around the Mediterranean doing it. So we're talking about the fishermen, and you call them the eyes of the sea. Do you believe that all the professional categories are aware now of this problem, or we need to double the work in order to raise awareness? I believe that the awareness, it's the same as with climate change. After so many crises, people became much more aware, and the difference now between being aware and between changing your behavior is huge, because we need to change the behaviors throughout the whole chain, from the local citizens to the companies. So that's why we need to work a lot in terms of awareness. So, for example, we have all the visitors who come to see aquarium who are more and more aware. But the problem is that the behaviors have not changed completely. We see that people are still throwing litter all over the place. So changing the behavior is not something that we have reached yet. But people are aware of the level of destruction, and they know that this is going to have an impact on them. Many people know that many cetaceous species are dying every year. We have thousands of whales who are dying because of plastics. They don't understand that this has an impact on their health. And once we talk about the health, because we're only talking about nature and the beauty of nature, maybe we need to change our discourse and talk about health also. Is it the same in Catalonia, Mario? Do people understand the importance of the situation, and that there is an urgency to take action?
Well, you identify a fact, you explain that fact, and then the generations behind us will have a higher or greater ecological awareness. We are well aware that we only got what others did before us, and we see a mass of plastics, face masks. We have foreign objects, a weird object room, and the face of the students when they see those things, I mean, they will be aware of that. Those of us who are older will need to do things in a different way, and it's all down to the governments. A bottle of water, instead of costing €1, should cost €10. I don't know. I don't want to give ideas, but we need to focus on things like that. In the end, reality will overshadow fiction.
Thank you so much. Maybe Jorge Terrados, you have something to say?
Yes, this message, repairing, reparation, is powerful. It's a positive message. It is saying that there is something we can do, we can recover, we can repair nature. In the case of restoration, this may be a difficult task, a long-term job, a complex thing to do. We might not be successful, but the reparation message is powerful, and I see it with Posidonia oceanica. 30 years ago, the knowledge of Posidonia and the values it had was much lower. Now, not only do I see greater knowledge, but an interest of society in restoring, knowing it is possible, that is, in planting Posidonia. There's interest by foundations, companies that want to contribute. So the positive messages are very powerful. We are used to negative messages in environmental aspects. This is a disaster, this has no solution, this is something we must abandon, and they lead to despair. When you give a positive message, it is really easy to secure support for people to be implicated. So I believe we should share positive messages, but also be realistic. In the case of Posidonia, even if we are successful with our restorations, it's a long-term process, and we do not know if we will be successful. The message is still the same, the classic message. It is better to go at source, to preserve what we have, than not to have to start to act. It may be costly, and it may or may not be a result in the future. The classic message is still powerful too, but I see that now, as a result of more awareness by society, we must also share these positive messages that help motivate and get people involved. It is possible to do things. It is possible to repair. Well,
thank you so much for this very positive note. And we have reached the end of this roundtable. A big applause to all the participants. You see, we have very little time left. Can we, maybe we can receive 1 or 2 questions? There is a lady up there. Just 2 questions, let's say. Good morning to all of you. It's not a question, actually. I wanted to talk about Pauline and Constantin. I went many times to Sea Aquarium, but you didn't talk when you were talking about Sea Aquarium that at some point in your Sea Aquarium we see huge basins that are full of litter. So right at the beginning of the visit, we see all this litter and plastic. You have recreated animals in plastic. So from the very beginning, this strikes the visitors. And we have a large pool. I'm not sure if there are any fish species in it, but it's full of plastic debris. So I want to thank you very much for this. Yes, this was a movement where many aquariums throughout the world, after the Monaco Aquarium, engaged in an awareness raising project. It was in 2015, before I started working in Sea Aquarium, and we had the idea. We started working on the Mediterranean space because the main objective was to talk about our coasts, our Mediterranean, our species, and we had to show them what are the different species that we have in our environment. And then we really struck very hardly because there was one octopus, basically, that was playing around this plastic pieces. Well, basically, these were resin structures that we had because we couldn't put plastic with the octopus. And I invite you to come visit us because we have 300 and 500 square meters now that are dedicated to pollution. It's an artist from Montpellier who really worked on this presentation, and the feedback from the visitors was amazing because the visitors say that you are striking us, but the message is very clear. But at the same time, they say it is hard, but it's very colorful. So thank you so much. Thank you, Pauline. The lady here wishes to ask the last question.
I am Rosa from the autonomous community of the region of Murcia, and I'm a biologist. A question for Jorge Terrados. I don't know whether I understood you correctly. When you do the plantation, do you do this in an area with dead plants where there used to be Posidonia? And if so, have you controlled the impact caused by the regression of this population before your action so that your action was successful? Of course, this is a basic principle of restoration. One does not restore unless one first removes the causes of that loss, in this case meadows. And what we did was to signal all the area with buoys. They are yellow buoys in Spain to delimit swimming areas so that the boats do not approach the coast, to ensure there's no danger for the swimmers and for the people bathing. And I must say that the recreational boats, one of the main agents affecting the seabed, are respecting these signals. And in the area where the plantation is, they are not acting. But it is true. This is one of the restoration principles. I am not defending the creation of meadows in places where these meadows were not in the past, because not all the Mediterranean seabed is covered by Posidonia meadows. Some processes prevent 100% coverage of the bed. But in the case of Posidonia, it's easy, because when a meadow has been living in an area for a long time, it is capable of forming its own substrate, which is the mat. That's the technical term. It's a mix of roots, dead weeds, sediment, etc. It is an indication that there was a meadow in the past. So one can try to seek what caused the loss of the meadow historically. And I must say that that substrate justifies the restoration of a community. And it is the most favorable substrate for plantings, much more than sand, an unconsolidated substrate. And it is not favorable at all unless you act in a very aggressive manner on the substrate to consolidate it. Well, thank you very much.
Allez-y, monsieur.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you. I represent SIAM, which is the International Center of Mediterranean Studies in Montpellier. I want to go back to what Pauline and Omar said, because we've been working in Kerkena Islands for 5 years, and they talked about the TerraCup project. And I want to say that TerraCup project is a cooperation project between Northern Rim and Southern Rim territories in the Mediterranean, which is the center of our colloquium today. So it was between Occitania and Kerkena. So all the stakeholders from both territories identified the different issues they wanted to work on. And one of the issues was the plastic litter. And we mobilized experts from Occitania. I have Xavier from Recyclon and Pauline from the Marine Institute in order to look for solutions for the Kerkena Islands on plastic litter. And you asked questions about the value of this work. And thanks to this expertise, so Kerkena Islands now can export plastic that is collected by the small collectors in Kerkena to Spain in order to give it a second new life through byproducts. And in the other sense, and this is why this project is interesting, is that Kerkena gave expertise about the blue crepe, because it's only been there in Europe since 2020, but this invasive species has been in Kerkena for many more years. So thank you so much. I want to thank all four of you. That was quite a fabulous roundtable, wasn't it? Anyway, so now we still have loads of things to do. So we're having a pitch session that should start with Salut Diodoro Company. She is
arrivée. Bonjour. Je vous laisse la parole.
I give you the floor.
Donc, professeur de recherche au Centre océanographique des îles Baléares.
A researcher and professor at the Oceanographic Institute of the Balearic Islands.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. It is an honor to be part of this program. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the Economic and Social Council of the Balearic Islands for inviting me, and the Euroregion, Pyrénées-Méditerranée, and the other economic and social councils for favoring this such important topic, and to bring together different stakeholders from the corporate world, from academia, and from the producers. Because from one point of view, it's very difficult to solve the problem caused by pollution in the sea. And now, I will start with my presentation in Spanish. I'm a research professor. There's a presentation. Could we have it on screen, please? I'm a research professor of the Oceanographic Institute of the Balearic Islands, which is attached to the Spanish Institute. It is a body advising the state on pollution, fisheries, agriculture. And in recent years, we are also part of the Superior Council of Scientific Research. Can't you find the presentation? It might be a technical problem. Would you mind carrying on? There is a presentation, yes. Could you tell us if you can find it? Well, in the meantime, while you find it, I hope that you do, we are a research group that, since we live in islands, my passion is the sea. I do diving. Whenever I can, I go out at sea. And for some years now, we've seen that plastic has been a growing problem, especially macroplastic, because we talk about the small fraction, less than 5 millimeters, but we wouldn't be able to see it with the naked eye. So the effects this has in a physiological, metabolical, and ecosystemic level, plastic this is obvious. It's more than clear in science. Nowadays, there are many publications, especially in the Mediterranean basin. Since it is a closed basin, oversized in terms of population, it receives rivers, and it is a geographical context that is accumulating, and plastic is a persistent pollutant. In addition, there is an aggravating circumstance, which is a substrate for other pollutants. This has not been said here today yet, but it is very important because plastic per se is not just a problem. There are different polymers, polyethylene, polyamides, so on and so forth. But we're talking about small pills charged with other pollutants, such as heavy metals and other pollutants. And this causes an accumulation in the trophic network. There are small invertebrates in plankton a sardine, an anchovy, they would eat the plankton, and those animals will accumulate the plastics and the associated pollutants, the plastifiers. We have conducted studies of phtalates, bisphenols, and we've seen presence of them in all species assessed. Now, next. We were saying that the scientific community in maritime litter, marine litter sounds much better than the term in Spanish, by the way. The scientific literature has grown exponentially. I have spent many years working on maritime ecology, which is what I like to do. And in terms of plastic, it's like a hot topic. And the European agenda is already funding research on plastics. But this is not just the only problem in the sea. We need to be well aware of that. This is well known by you. We have primary plastics and secondary plastics because of photodegradation, abrasion. There are many organisms that eat. There's a biological bomb they can eat on top, beyond. They're like little lifts. But the interesting thing about ecosystems and their biology is this diversity, this dynamism. I already said that the institution for which we work monitors and assesses the situation of ecosystems, how many fish we are, because we need to establish quotas. We always focus on the production, right? If we need to produce a species in agriculture, agriculture has another problem with plastics, excessive use of plastic in that industry. So what we try to do, and all of these photographs are from the Mediterranean, by the way, it is very diverse. And these synergetic effects, these accumulating effects that we see on the day-to-day, this summer we saw in the heat wave episodes how the Mediterranean heated more than ever, with thermal anomalies of up to 4 degrees. All of this is changing the ecosystems in a very quick manner. So we should focus on this from a local perspective, but considering the global perspective too. Everything is interconnected after all. Here we can see a graph of a discharge, and we see this bioavailability in the environment and how it accumulated. We can eat red tuna that accumulated all of these pollutants through this trophic network. And we could also see here some molecules. The problem of many plastifiers is that they are endocrine disruptors. They are placed in the place of a hormone, and this could cause fertility issues, for instance. These here are figures of commercial species, red tuna, sea bass, sea bream, and these are percentage of different scientific studies demonstrating that there is always a presence, a variable presence, and as we expand on our studies, we fine-tune on this data. As for the type, synthetic fiber, cellulose, nylon, polyethylene, and a lot of fiber. I would like to emphasize that because the textile industry is one of the main contributors of microplastics. These are our own results for some species. Once again, anchovy. And yesterday, Mr. Mark mentioned that the sardines have been reduced this year. There might be a collateral effect from the intake of plastic because reproduction can be less and we can see less catches, but all of this needs to be assessed. I'll be brief. These are results of bisphenols and phthalates. These plastifiers that are placed on the plastic to make it more shapeable. This is done at the National Park of Cabrera, a maritime area, protected area without human activity except in the port. We should not find anything there because there is no anthropic presence there. But we see, following the study of the animals that we have valued, they show plastics, and that's a problem. Here we can see an image of plastics found in the stomachs of fish. We apply spectrometry, and then we can identify the sources. We can see the type of polymer, and this is what I wanted to show you. We can see how, by and large, there's cellophane and polyethylene. This could be attributed to the packaging, the food packaging, and the excessive use of bottles. If we wanted to reduce this impact, then we could focus on these two product types specifically. I also wanted to show to you a system I truly appreciate in the Balearic Islands. It's a tourism area, of course, and the problem of plastic was a real problem and is a real problem. So the government decided to put 30 cleaning vessels at work every day in these points marked here. They remove what is floating on the water. So we've done PhD dissertations, assess accumulation areas and patterns, how they are, what type of products are found. Let's say clean has turned into a tool for scientific analysis. And these are images of what we collect with this net that floats. It's called manta trawl, and it's used more and more. This is what we find after trawling the net for 20 minutes. It's not a long time. And when you look at the sea, you can think how clean the water is, right? How beautiful is it? But then we take the net out of the water and we find this. It's like a soup, a mosaic, a confetti made of plastic. And that is the reality. This is sad. Because to remove this from the environment, it will be almost impossible. Once we need to stop this. Another of the important things is connectivity. We believe that what is done here in Montpellier, in Malta or Tunisia may have nothing to do between each other, but everything is connected at a much higher level than what we thought. According to our analysis of oceanographic modeling, we have seen how a particle that leaves from Argelia can reach the Majorcan coast in 6 days. From Menorca, it can reach the coast of Montpellier in maybe 6 or 10 days. Maybe we focus too much on our area, on our ecosystem, on our environment that we need to look after. But we need to look after it all, much more in sea than in the land. Because in the sea, because of its oceanographic characteristics, has these conveyor belts that will bring together pollutants, pathogens. Everything is mixed together. These are images taken by me in summer. This is what we find in areas where we see these accumulations. Thank you very much, Professor. And these are some of the modelings that we've done in the basin to establish what are the most warmer areas. So this collection, this modeling, joint action, citizenship participation. I also wanted to strengthen that we are in a regulatory context that is rather pertinent, with oceanographic governance, with the 2030 agenda, and with many regulations for the management of maritime areas. All of this will help us in implementing actions from the administrations. And lastly, to conclude, thank you. And there is a need for a plastic observatory in the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is a basin of concentration, a common problem, a shared problem, oceanographic connectivity. There is scientific evidence. We're still moving forward in this regard. So there is a need for joint action with networked labs and coordination to reach the innovative solutions, many of which we've seen in previous presentations. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor.
C'était passionnant, mais le timing est...
It was fantastic, but we have so little time, and we're going to Perpignan now. We're going to have the president of the CEFREM Institute from the University of Perpignan. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you perfectly. I am sorry I cannot be with you because I was in Paris for a meeting, and I wanted to take the train this morning, but my train was cancelled, so that's why I found myself obliged to connect. Thank you so much for inviting me to this important forum in Montpellier. And I am the president of CEFREM. I'm the director of CEFREM. CEFREM is a research team at the University of Perpignan. I am a professor at the university, but also I work at the National Research Institute in France. What we do in CEFREM we study the different biological aspects of our coasts, geochemical information, sediments, etc. But also another thing that interests us are the sediments, the carbon, etc., dynamics, and also all the pollutants. And we carry out research in order to understand the levels of plastic that we have circulating in the Mediterranean. And also, we adopt different approaches and so we try to elaborate different patterns in order to see how we can reduce this pollution. We have been working for many years on the river Tet. It's a typical Mediterranean river. We have some indicators that are important in order to understand the levels of pollution, which means that for many years we have followed up the flows of microparticles and microplastics also, and the different types of litter. So, and this is work that we have carried out on microplastics, which means that we observe through our actions the flows of plastic in order to know the quantities that we have there.
Ce qui nous intéresse, c'est de connaître quelles sont les conditions qui contrôlent un peu.
So, in order to really draw results and to be able to classify different types of plastic and see how we can reduce these flows. And if we want to really save the Mediterranean, we need to stop the flows of plastics from the source. And there are participatory approaches that there is a colleague who launched a program with small companies and startups and we have associations also that work on cleaning the beaches from plastic waste, and it is a work that is extremely useful.
Donc, le suivi, par exemple.
And also we work on cleaning microplastics, and we have around 7 tons of plastics that are washed to the sea through the rivers, and it is impossible to understand what the gentleman is saying. The quality of the connection is beyond abominable. So we have been able to see that in 2022 we had a reduction of the flows, so we can have a good reduction of plastics, and here
Effectivement, si on Si on réduit
And here we are reducing the flows of plastics in order to improve the situation. This is one of our objectives, and also another action that is interesting is a study where we showed that there are elements that are very important in the concentrations, and we during these periods we have analyzed the types of litter that we had, so we have an idea about the different periods of time where we have high concentrations. We're extremely sorry. It's just impossible to translate. We can't hear anything. And this represents the different types of plastics that we have. So thank you so much. Yeah, so basically these are some indications. Thank you. We cannot hear you. We understood maybe bits and pieces, but anyway, we are extremely sorry. The quality of the connection was absolutely hilarious. So now we're going to give the floor to Isabel Poitou, the General Director of the Sea Land Association, Association Meter. Where is Isabel? Here she comes. Good morning. Oh, yes. We have a real human being speaking through a real microphone, which is fantastic. We're ecstatic. Anyway, so thank you so much, and thank you for the Occitanie region for this invitation. It's an honor to be with you today. I'm the director of the Meter Association, and the association was created in the year 2000, and I've been working on this issue since 1994, and I'm talking about my experience. I studied marine biology, and I also have a thesis on urbanization and planning. So the science at the service of the society and public policies. And as we said at the beginning, without knowledge, we cannot act. So this is the main challenge that we had since the beginning of the work of this association. We're working on creating a platform because after meeting so many people, we understood that we need to have a common tool. We need to standardize our methods. We need to make sure that we're speaking the same language. We need to make sure that we exchange the best practices in order to reinforce our capacities. And this platform is managed horizontally. So basically, it is a practical collective intelligence, basically, that we're based on. It's the experts who work in the different territories who have the best knowledge. So we give them the tools in order to really translate what the litter wants to tell us. Meter Association with the National History Museum. This is our technical partner who is developing this collaborative science platform. And in the Mediterranean, we're calling Remedy Zero Plastic for a Mediterranean network. We work also with the Ecological Transition Ministry, who is helping us through integrating us in public policies also, and even European policies and Euro-Mediterranean ones. And we work also with the region of Côte d'Azur, Zero Plastics in Mediterranean. This was one of their programs, and we are working with the scientific committee also of François Gallieni mainly, and the people who work in the surveillance French program on the European strategy for marine environments. Also, we work with different representatives about the different bodies of water, and we also have many representatives regionally. Pauline was talking about how to characterize the different types of litter. It was a program called Faisons des Merveilles with the Occitanie region. We have different partners. We help different Mediterranean countries in carrying out programs, and we have many representatives and many stakeholders. And we have more than 422 different institutions that participate. It was born in 1999 in the south and 2021 in the region. So we have more than 400 different institutions, mainly associations, because they play a very important role. They know the population, they know where the problems are, they are motivated. There is a huge positive energy among the associations, and we rely on them, and we're there in order to professionalize them, to train them, and to give them a certain scientific work methodology. It's very important to understand that it is important to follow a very strict scientific method, and we're working in developing our efforts in working with the different local authorities. This participative science tool with charts, with different types of tools, we offer them to the public institutions in order to make visible the different flows of litter, the types of litter. Is it food litter? Is it tobacco? What types of materials we have, etc., in order to make sure that the local authorities understand what's happening in their territory and develop their programs and be more efficient. So that's why we work with the city councils, etc. In the south, there are more than 300 institutions on the French Mediterranean coast, and we work also within the European interregional and international program, and we have encountered a lot of success. There are many people and many organizations who are extremely interested in working with us and wanting to learn about how to transmit this type of tool. I was extremely fast presenting you. This is our dashboard here. So we carry out different types of reviews, and we have many publications. And here you have, for example, the charts, the chart up there. Here you have the types of cigarette butts, for example, that we find along the coast, and this allows the public institutions and the local authorities to carry out action plans in order to really focus on one type of litter or another one. We want to really reinforce the capacities of the different stakeholders to be able to really work based on the scientific knowledge that we help them to have. Okay, so now we are going to give the floor to Didier Bardi from the project Rescue Ocean. Everybody knows him. He is here in Montpellier after working in Marseille. I will give you just a few minutes to present your program. Good morning. I come to represent the project Rescue Ocean. It is an association that we created 7 years ago in 2015 here in Sérignan. Very close people, when they see that we have an English name, they believe that we are international. It is not an international association. We are based here in this region. So the first thing that we do is going to see the different associations, being those sports associations, environmental ones, schools, and try to gather actors to participate with us. We start seeing that there are many associations that are being created, and it is a sort of competition on who is going to gather more litter. This is not a competition. We need to have a much higher goal. So we need to put our work all together and all our efforts in order to really clean in the best manner possible. Since our creation in 2015, I'm sorry, I don't know how to talk in public. Anyway, it's 16,000 school students who were trained in how to manage litter, how to collect it, and how to classify it. We're talking about 400 tons of litter since our creation that have been collected and classified. We have many important partners, and now we have internationalized our work, and we have a presence in Tahiti, in Qatar, in Texas, in Mauritius, and in so many other countries. And we've become very international. We have many delegations also in other areas in France, not only along the Mediterranean coast, but also in Paris, in Lyon, in Strasbourg, in Lille, where we don't have any sea. And people are starting to become aware that the marine litter comes from everywhere and that they really come from the continent. And there is something that I would like to add, which is very interesting. We have talked a lot about marine litter, about plastic litter. It's not only plastic. Of the 400 tons of litter that we have collected, maybe 10%, between 7 and 10% is plastic litter, and all the rest are vehicles, are tires, not necessarily plastic tires, and we have hydrocarbons, we have all types of litter. Also, the problem that we see is that people wait until we have storms to run to the coast and start collecting litter. Of course, in 2022, at the beginning, we had 1,700 people who gathered to clean a beach in the morning, and in the afternoon there were 900 people 10 kilometers away on in another beach cleaning. And now we need to go further inland because all the different types of litter that we find have not been originated in the coastal areas. They came from large cities inland. So the more we go inland, the more we understand that the source of litter comes through the rivers from the large cities and agglomerations. So that's why we are using now a lot of scuba divers in order to understand what's happening. For example, just last week, 2.5 tons of litter were gathered in the beds of rivers in France. Thank you. Thank you very much, Didier. So we are done with our pitch session. We're going to see a small video on Andalusia and the plastic litter in this beautiful part of Spain.
Good morning. This is Javier Noriega, President of the Maritime and Marine Cluster of Andalusia, a region and its coast with an extensive geography of significant privilege, gateway to the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, and a bridge with Africa. For this reason, the protection of the marine environment and the fight against the pollution is of vital importance for us, especially in the Alboran Sea, which holds 80% of the species that come into the Mediterranean. At the Technological Park of Andalusia, we work with the UCN, the International Union for the Preservation of Nature. The marine environment has a lot to say. The papers and scientific documents are, for this cluster, something to be considered when protecting marine biodiversity. 290,000 tons of plastic every year, the same equivalent to 500 containers being thrown into the coasts of the Mediterranean every day. All of this means a change by the productive sector that, in order not to introduce microplastics in the food chain, we have the circular economy, innovation, and responsible and sustainable consumption as our main allies. In the cluster, there are companies such as Concret that work on the construction of harbors and ports around the world, And the solution requires greater purity of the waters by means of the microorganisms filtering it. And others that deal with the waste of plastic and other byproducts in sea for the composition of pieces for boats or naval purposes. Or Urtamental, a company that assesses the environmental quality of the waters in rivers and seas to guarantee their purity and cleaning. The social responsibility of the cluster and this generation of business people who know that our future depends on what we do today, the future of our future generations and the flora and fauna of this world are well aware of this privileged coasts that we live in. We know how important it is to send a message to Europe on the protection of the marine environment.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you for this video. And now I propose to move on to the last roundtable on this matter. This morning we focused on reduction, recycling, and reparation. Now we will focus on this. We will focus on disruption now. First, I would kindly ask for François-Michel Lambert and Mr. Carlos Alvarez. Before we start with this discussion for some 20 minutes, we would like to see a video by Francis Vallat, President of Honor of the Institut Français de la Mer, former President of SOS Méditerranée. Let's have a look at this video.
Accélérer le rythme et obtenir des résultats.
So we want to obtain significant results. In order to do this, we need to understand the context. And the context are hundreds of millions of tons of plastic that are produced every year. We're talking about 10 or 20 million tons that go to the sea every year. So not only we're talking about huge volumes, but also we're talking about plastic materials that decompose into nanoparticles many times that are 36,000 times smaller than hair and that really poison the ocean. This is the context. So once the plastic reaches the water, we have lost the battle. There's nothing we can do. Of course, we can put millions of euros in order to gather plastics in the water, but this is useless. The best thing to do is just to really fight for the plastic, not to reach the ocean. 90% of the plastic that reaches the ocean uses the river. So that's why we need to put measures in order to control the rivers, not only clean the coastal lines, but also, and this is, of course, very interesting, but we need also to control the river. We need to gather the plastic. We need to use sophisticated nets, maybe along the rivers. We need also to work on the wastewater in the cities. We need to change our actions. We need to also to recycle. Of course, we have plastics, and plastic is here to stay because we cannot replace it most of the time. But we know that, for example, there are the individual uses of plastic that we can replace. But we need also to use recycled plastic, and this lays on a political and economical will. This can be done. It is not a technical problem. We need to have the will, and we need to act very fastly. in order to accelerate this. And there are many other ways of work. There are quite a few startups and some old ones who have done beautiful work here in France and in other countries, which is to find substitutes to plastics. So through research, through applied research, we see that there are many objects that traditionally were made in plastics. For example, the plastic plates and cups. Now they can be made with marine seaweed, and now we see new objects that only have 20% of plastic. So it has not been completely eliminated, but we are progressing. I have very little time, and I would say to conclude that it is very important to fight plastics in the oceans, that we have not lost the battle yet, but we cannot stop our action. IPCC is saying that we still have 3 years before this situation becomes irreversible. So that's why we need to double our efforts in research. In the Mediterranean, for example, we had wonderful examples of fantastic battles that have been gained against litter. And with, for example, migrants in the Mediterranean, we see that there is a massive action that is carried out in the Mediterranean. So no matter what the difficulties are, we can really reach our goals if we want. So let's start working and working together.
Le message de Francis Vallat.
The message of Francis Vallat. Good morning, Mr. Alvarez. We're having a problem with the microphone. You're saying that there are solutions. Disruption, what does it mean? What is your analysis?
Bonjour à toutes et tous.
Good morning to all of you. I want... we are having... there's a problem with the microphone.
Organisés et qui portent ceci et qui sont venus aujourd'hui, ce matin, cet après-midi.
I want to thank all the people who came this morning. This shows us that the situation... We're very sorry. There's a problem with the microphone. We can't translate. We're sorry. There's no sound.
Avec le rapport du Club de Rome qui fête ses 50 ans.
So we had basically we are moving in the good direction. So we don't need to recycle, but we need to think about the resources. The circular economy is based on this. I was a member of parliament at the Bouches-du-Rhône, and I worked a lot since 2015.
Micro-produits avec des résultats.
And we had. And now. This tea bag. So we see that we're still using. For heaven's sake,
Ça n'avance pas. Donc l'urgence, elle est là.
There is an emergency here, and we need to really have a strategy of circular economy. And there definitely is a sound problem. Okay, so no, it's the sound that is not reaching the booths. Oh, jeez.
Donc, la stratégie.
So the strategy that we have to put in place is a strategy of circular economy that have been created by the Club of Rome 50 years ago. So we need to position plastic as a real resource. And today, so I'm going to tell you the refineries that are being built in the world, in the Middle East, in Southeast Asia. We're talking about billions of euros of investment. Until now, a refinery used to produce 20-30% of plastics and the rest in fuel, and the rest of the refineries now are only fabricating plastic. 70% is gone for plastics, and here we're talking about 30 million tons of synthetic fibers in 2010, which means so in 2030 we're talking about 70 million tons of synthetic fibers, and we will only have 30 million tons of wool and cotton. And I go back to this proposal. And I proposal that we have an act that prohibits to fabricate plastics based on virgin oil. The problem we need to use biomass, but the problem is that we have so many problems that hinders the use of biomass. So plastic is very efficient for any uses, and the plastic needs only to be used in the necessary uses. It's the same strategy that we had in thermal vehicles. We tried to really reduce the fuel that is consumed by the cars, and 5 years ago in France proposed to stop the use of traditional cars. France decided to do it in 2035. So we have solutions that are difficult to achieve. For example, electric vehicle is very difficult to attain. The hydrogen vehicles is difficult to attain. So that's why we need to stop consumption. And this is what I proposed. My colleague Jimmy Bai proposed a law to the National Assembly, and it was completely dismantled, and it will be debated next week. So we need to interact with the society. So that's why I really thank all those who mobilize, who go to the beaches, who carry out research, who scuba dive, who try to find solutions, who mobilize everyone. We need to go to the politicians and tell them that the scientists are telling them that we have a crisis, that the emergency is there, and that we have to act, and act very fastly. Thank you. Thank you very much, Carlos Alvarez. François-Michel Lambert, can you talk about this strategy?
Pour la traduction, je ne sais pas s'il marche celui-là.
Il faut forcément rompre, c'est sûr.
Yes. We need this disruption, and we need to have the disruption at different levels and at much more deep and cultural levels. We need to disrupt with this difficulty that we have to imagine different worlds. We need to change this to go back to what Slavoj Žižek says. It's much easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of plastics. And this is our state now. We are living under this imperialism of the present times. When we think about how we are going to change our way of life, and thinking that we need to find technological and technical solutions, as we heard also, the technical solutions are there, maybe not all of them, but we need to have also the political will. We need to change the business model, the economic profitability, etc. So all these are hindering the changes. In the 50th anniversary of the Club of Rome, the only thing that we can say is that how can we learn what we have known for so many years? It's not only in the Club of Rome that we demonstrated this, but many associations, many institutions have shown that this planet has finite resources, and if we base our human development model on the consumption of non-renewable materials. So we are heading towards a crisis. And first, I want to talk about something very important, which is that our relationship with growth 50 years ago was qualified by the people against us, against the growth, basically. And the question that we asked ourselves was, is the material prosperity can lead to collapse? This is the question that we're asking ourselves. And we assessed a different series of scenarios based on simplified models. And this was what we could do at the end of the 60s, but the beginning of the 70s, to evaluate a whole array of scenarios. And in many or most of these scenarios, we saw a risk, quite a significant risk of collapse of our civilization due to the combination of two factors, the end of non-renewable resources and the pollution. And this is what we're reaching now. So the message of this book, we have to stop the growth. The message was to open space for the other possibilities and think that there are different scenarios and simulations where we can find a balance between the human well-being and the health of the planet, which is what we call nowadays the planet limits. But this part of the message was completely forgotten, and in the Club of Rome, we were ambivalent because we sold millions of books about growth, and we had very good and bad opinions about us, but we didn't really reach the essential thing, which is to learn again how to live well without basing our well-being on a growing use and consumption of non-renewable materials. And this is not what humanity did. And this is why we are in this situation. And plastic is a paradigmatic example because it is a part of our civilization, and it is so present that we cannot imagine ourselves and our lives without it, because the only way to prevent plastic not to reach the Mediterranean is plastic not to reach the rivers. So basically not to use plastic. But are we capable of imagining this? So that's why a part of our work is to continue putting pressure and raising awareness among the political spheres, and also to push for a more circular economy, and also to work on this cultural change that we need to have. And we know that the cultural change cannot be planified. This is not the way it is. We cannot control it. The change of culture emerges, and there is a part that exists. It's the behavior of the young generations towards all these issues is completely different from the perspective that we had in older generations, but this is not sufficient. And this cultural change, it needs to emerge in a much stronger way in order to really start tackling something that was not tackled until now. So we can talk about plastics and we can talk about energy transition, saying that our way of life is perfectly well, but we only have a few problems such as the climate change, but we can resolve this going from fossil fuel to renewable energies, but this is not true. This is what Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, said in 2007. He said everything is fine, development, technology, globalization, but we only have two collateral effects, climate change and the growth of inequalities. And when I heard collateral effects, I was shocked. And 3 years later, now he is saying things that are completely different. We are fighting nature, and this is suicidal. And this is a change of view that we need to work on. We need to rethink what produces human welfare. We need to think about what is in the heart of human welfare. Is it our consumption of plastics, or is it a different thing? Thank you so much. François-Michel Lambert, how can you structure this growth? Well, I want to thank Carlos Alvarez for his very clear explanation, and I'm starting to use in my conferences the metaphor of the worm and how it becomes a butterfly. So basically, Anyway, so of course, now we have to eat flowers and we have to be based on the nature in order to develop. And this is what we need to explain. So leaving what we believe is absolutely impossible to leave is not going back to the Dark Ages. We are not going back to being Cro-Magnons. We will undergo a change. Of course, there will be difficulties. Of course, it is not. It will not be a beautiful life, but we have responsibilities, and I don't see how we cannot stop to fabricate plastic based on oil and gas. And the day before yesterday, a coalition of 900 associations and known personalities published an alert at a world level on plastics, and they were saying that we should not build new refineries. We have to stop growth. We have to stop the growth of plastic production, and unfortunately this is not the case. And maybe in 6 months I could really stop some plastic production, which is the single-use plastics, but this is not enough at all, and we need to work all together, and we need to rethink our welfare. If we go back to the 2015 Act, France every month of October needs to present an indicator for human welfare. We only did it, and it was in October 2016, and all the rest of the years this act was not respected. And now that I am back as a member of parliament, I want to remind them that we need to rethink all these different elements of welfare and these indicators. It was an amazing debate. Mr. Alvarez, are you optimistic? Let's say that I am a humanist. You know, my organization is a humanist one. This is the DNA of its founder. So the founder of the Club of Rome was Italian, and I'll go back to what another Italian says. Between the pessimism of intelligence, I prefer the optimism of will. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was very interesting, very concise. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Olivier Biscay, the president of CES Méditerranée.
Micro va fonctionner. Merci Yannick Philippona pour cette conférence.
And thank you very much for this conference. And now we are going to give the floor to the presidents of the social and economic councils. And a big applause to Jean-Louis Chauzy, president of CESER Occitanie, Mr. Raphael Ballester Salvia, president of CES Balearic Islands, Tony Mora Nunez, president of CETESC Catalonia, Angel Gallego Morales, President CS Andalusia, Arturo Leon Lopez from Valencia, Marie-Jeanne Nicoli from CESEC and Corsica, and Marc Pouzet, the President of CESER Region South. Please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen.
Je pense que tout le monde est là. On va accueillir Jean-Louis Chauzy.
So we have Jean-Louis Chauzy, the president of CESER Occitanie, for a presentation of this charter that will be under signing now, and then we will give the floor to each one of the different presidents. As you understood, we did not organize this forum to see what the future is, but we wanted to reinforce the collaboration between 8 regions and 8 economic and social councils in order to create this contribution of the Mediterranean arc to mobilize the civil society to face the challenges that we all are sharing today. This is our challenge. We will try to have a 360 degrees vision over the problems of our societies. Each time we take decisions, no matter what our position is, no matter what our work is, we are facing challenges that we all share. It's the case for the evolution of culture, of industry, of economy, of public policies. So for Europeans, since the Second World War, we have been facing the same challenges in different conditions, of course. And we should not forget that we have North, we have the West, we have the North, and we have the South. And we have 1 billion human beings who don't have access to drinking water, and we have 2 billion who don't eat sufficiently every day. So the debates that we have in the northern rim of the Mediterranean, we need to understand that we need to take into account also the southern rim of the Mediterranean. This is the future. The researcher from the Higher Council of Research from Lebanon just reminded us we had representatives from southern rim Mediterranean countries through the presence of their ambassadors, the consuls, the researchers, etc. So in the conclusions of our next work meetings, how can we work better together? We need to build networks. Now we just heard of the works that were carried out by the Club of Rome, and I remember when I was young and I read the book that was edited 50 years ago. Actually, these conclusions are still present today, and I want to remind you that those who are hungry need to eat, and those who are ill need hospitals, and ignorance needs knowledge and science. And I remind the first president of the Republic of Algeria, Houari Boumediene, and that was in the Conference of Lahore in Pakistan in 1972. The people were, and he said, with all the respect to everything I learned, we will not go to paradise if we are hungry. So we are facing the same recurrent problems. To go back to plastics, this is what we will be talking to chemical and industrial federations. Transitions need time. For example, you know, we had the Bosch group in my region who offered us good possibilities of growth. So 100% was diesel based, and we worked for 6 years in order to really face the challenges of conversion. In the 5 years to come, we will have 650 new jobs in the fabrication of batteries in order to carry out this transition, and we are working in evolution. So the evolutions and mutations need time and need means. On plastics, also, Europe wants to reach 2050 with zero carbon. And the Mediterranean, in which year is it going to reach zero plastics? We had many conversations before. We were saying that we need to make sure that politicians, no matter who they are and where they come from, to share exactly the same principles. We need to take decisions with financial means also and the economical models in order to move forward. We cannot have just a legislative framework in Europe if we don't help the southern countries also, but not only the Mediterranean. But 15 minutes ago, so you see, we heard that all this litter comes from the northern Mediterranean. So that's why we need to associate young people, school children, carry out pedagogical work, as we do in Montpellier, talk about the problems from the early age. We need to go to schools in order to teach young people to really adopt the best behavior, and we need to really work with growth and sobriety. Why? Because we will always need to eat, and we will need farmers, and we need to be healed. So we need hospitals, and we need to move. So that's why we need to produce bicycles. There are 2 million electric bicycles, and these 2 million electric bicycles are Chinese. We cannot continue like this. So when we take a decision, we need to have a 360 degrees perspective. And I really am very grateful to my colleagues. We did not meet all personally, but through our video conferences, we understood each other in order to really move forward on these very important subjects. We have a scientific community of very high quality, no matter what the country they come from. They need to work all together, hand in hand. And we have many examples of transition also. So between today and the year when we will reach zero plastics, we will need time. We cannot contribute to the same system. We cannot keep on reconverting plastic and plastic, and we need to make sure that we have disruptive strategies to find alternatives. And of course, the science can help us, and science, we now will hear the presidents of the regions what they have to say about this. And of course, growth has to go hand in hand with sobriety, because growth cannot be endless. Science and innovation cannot solve anything, but they are very important in terms of energy. Decarbonization is going to be a part of the response because any transition needs a lot of electricity.
Moteur à hydrogène, ça c'est beaucoup d'emplois.
So we would need it for 1,500 kilometers. So we will get there. But we need to make decisions. And if it's good for us, we should ensure it's good for others too. If there's people that have no access to water and can malnourish, they need to be protected. I mean, geopolitics are really complex today. Obviously, people will still need a lot of time, but we need to wait and see that the tolerance of our predecessors will work on both banks. I'm very thankful for what we have achieved in recent months and weeks. The last pilot committee meeting in September, so thank you very much. And thank you also for the messages that you will convey next. And obviously, we are excited to wait for the response given by Carol Delga, President of the Occitanie region, who will assist us with our goal of continue working and continue participating in this necessary movement with our managers, trying to organize a new forum in Europe for the benefit of the Mediterranean. Now, having said that, we will be able to see that we've done useful things. And in the end, this is for the common good. It's not just to put a medal. Obviously, this is for Europe, the Europe that we love, and for the southern Mediterranean. The southern Mediterranean to whom we lend a helping hand to move forward. Thank you very much. Just stay here with me because you will be the first to sign this charter, a charter that each member of the CES will sign. You just shared this message, so you can sign here, and now we will call the various presidents who will be able to make their remarks before signing the charter. It's important to know what one is signing. Here, the first commitment is to revive the implication of the Ark. This is very important. We need the knowledge. We need it clearly. There's no one who can tell us the exact number of plastic, so we should know it. We should be well aware of it. And the various groups, agents, observatories should tell us. But since we have no observatory, we need to work with universities to have access to this knowledge. The third proposal is to be associated with this program of conferences. In the Mediterranean, we say it's all ours, so we need to stand next to Europe, our MPs, to stand next to the Committee of the Regions with France. We've already received some support from the region. And our region will also state what the position of its president is. We held a meeting in May 2022, and now I will sign. Yes, please do sign.
Les premières signatures, on peut l'applaudir, Jean-Louis Chauzy. Merci, Jean-Louis Chauzy.
So a round of applause for him. Now I will call on each of the presidents. Rafael Ballester Salva, President of the Balearic Islands. Could you please join me on stage? And before you sign, would you like to make some remarks? Yes, thank you very much. I will be very brief. I would like to express my joy for being able to be here and for organizing this conference. I believe that the key of this today is commitment. When the CES committed in July in Palma, we committed to working towards this goal. With a pandemic, we were able to be here today. After months of hard work, many meetings, many gatherings, many video conferences, but in the end, we are here. And with this will of working, we thought it would not be enough for the three regions to be leading or spearheading this commitment that resulted from Palma. And we wanted to join all other regions, from Andalusia to Corsica. And we started with the contacts with each of these regions to make sure that they could all be here today. This resolution, this charter, attests to these efforts. A successful task, because we made sure that all regions would be present here today. And then the work does not stop here. From now on, we will need to weave this cooperation network that will lead us, or should lead us, to work towards the future. First, with this joint cooperation with the 4 things Mr. José just referred to. But we must continue with this work. We need to make sure that every stakeholder, every relevant stakeholder, the scientists, entities, NGOs, companies, consumers, they should, and we should also obtain the commitment of the administrations. Part of the solution is because of the regulation. With brave regulation, in the islands we have a good evidence of that. And I encourage other regions to join our efforts, to join what we have done. I wouldn't like to extend myself too much. I would like to congratulate the organizers, and we made the commitment, so I would kindly ask for a renewed commitment, a commitment for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Je vous invite à...
Thank you. You can take a seat. Now I would kindly ask Tony Mora Núñez to come over. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Employment, Economic and Social Council of Catalonia, I would like to express our gratitude and shared satisfaction for the work carried out and the good development of this conference. A task carried out by many based on the fundamental consensus of projecting resolutions and commitments aimed at regenerating our Mediterranean Sea, our Mare Nostrum, a cradle of cultures and societies, a key space for our ecosystem and our collective survival. From Catalonia, we also greet the declaration we shall sign next, which becomes a step further in expanding relations between the various councils and coordinating the various territorial and technical actions. We are at a difficult time. After with a real crisis affecting many, and with the practical effects of decisions made following profound discussions such as those made today. They should be made available to all society. Our contribution from our institutions also means stimuli for the various administrations to whom we call, and arguments for the civil society, trade unions, company associations, the social economy, and the entire organized society. We must acknowledge all initiatives that go on the same track. Everything started with this project a few years back, and we would like to specifically acknowledge the Césaire of Occitanie, its president, and the Euro region for their coordination and dedication. The Employment, Economic and Social Council of Catalonia will always be by your side to navigate together towards a more sustainable world, a habitable world, full of social justice, with the people, with their rights and their welfare always at the forefront. Thank you very much. Have good health and remain strong.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I would kindly ask Ángel Gallego Morales to come along. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Josie, for your hospitality. Thank you to the Occitanie for the hospitality shown these days. Allow me to structure my thoughts on some of the words of the suggestive intervention of President Josie, because at some time he referred to the problems, the illnesses affecting human beings, and it will also be helpful to make a parable, because we, after all, public managers of this. The first application of any public officer is to give their very best for future generations not to look back in disdain at us. I come from a land, since you were talking about illnesses and disease, I come from a land, Córdoba, when it was Al-Andalus, and a book called The Book of Remedies for the Ills of the Soul. And I came to Montpellier, where there is the Faculty of Medicine that is the oldest one in the world, where Arnaldo de Villanova wrote some of the best things about treatments to treat the pains of the body. If humans are treating body and soul, then we will be treating our environment. And we've been saying that our sea is ill, that our sea has many pains and aches. Today we centered our reflections on plastic. And don't worry, I will not insult you. You are specialists. I won't tell you about the bad things about the Mediterranean. I just want to vindicate the importance, as I usually say, that in times of emergency, we always need science. And then those political officers who must make political decisions must be aware of the reflections of society, the reflection of the economic and social agents. That is our role. We are here vertebrating this expression. This is one of the great achievements of Europe. We are able to inform decision makers and legislators what the society decides. And that's why we, from the Economic and Social Council of Andalusia, when we were invited to participate in this initiative, we joined it in good faith to work together with the Euro region to help, to contribute with our efforts, not to be looked at in the future in disdain, because we stopped doing things that we should have done. And we can't just apply our own initiatives. We need joint reflections of us all. As a Spanish poet used to say, the important thing is not to be the first, but to get to the end with everything and at the right time. We need to save the Mediterranean. That is what we need to do. Thank you. Thank you. Now I kindly ask Antonio Jiménez Sánchez to come over. President of the CES of Murcia. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. And greetings from the Economic and Social Council of the region of Murcia. Greetings also from the region of Murcia. First of all, I would like to thank the organizations that were responsible for organizing this event, and I would like to thank you for the invitation made to the Economic and Social Council of the region of Murcia, which I represent here today at this international colloquium, Saving the Mediterranean. Thank you for your invitation. And I would also like to thank the colleagues of the Economic and Social Councils of Occitanie, the Balearic Islands, and Catalonia, because I believe they were sensible and they understood the sense of opportunity to bring us and hold this gathering in an event where we are addressing one of the most important environmental issues right now. And our future is at stake. Our recognition is at stake. In our view, this gathering saving, let's say, the Mediterranean shows how the civil society in all economic and social councils, as the president of the Economic and Social Council of Andalusia just said, this civil society can and must be at the forefront in the analysis and also in the front line of vindication in matters of international transcendence as our Mediterranean Sea. I say this because recently the civil society of the region of Murcia and the civil society of Spain have expressed this will, also the international civil society. This society has been capable of promoting a people's legislative initiative that ended up with an act in the General Courts of Spain with endowed legal personality, an emblematic space, La Laguna, that is the salty lagoon in the Mar Menor, that has already been given legal personality, and now any citizen will be able to claim and call on the compliance and fulfillment of their rights. We did this, and we believe that we can do it again here. Without social agents, without civil society, no better future is possible, and that's why we need to work on that. And precisely in the institutional declaration we shall sign next, I believe it shows in an evident manner the clear commitment of the economic and social councils of wanting to and fostering the search of a solution to all of these problems. This is a commitment we take on seriously, fervently. Out of here, we will see new joint projects emerging along these same lines, and we will be able to reduce the damage caused by plastic to the marine environment, which is damaging the Mediterranean Sea. From the CES of the region of Murcia, as we saw in the video shown at the beginning of this afternoon's session, we believe that we should redouble our efforts and initiatives, and what we brought with us in this video are a series of experiences we are developing in the region of Murcia in terms of raising awareness, which is very, very important in terms of research and also in terms of circular economy. In a nutshell, these are just a few of the initiatives that we are developing in the region of Murcia on this topic, but there are many more. Many public institutions and private entities are carrying out other projects. This is the path to be followed. And the video finished by saying, putting an end to this problem requires the effort of each and every one of us, and only by doing so will we be able to recover, maintain, and preserve the health of our planet. Thank you very much for your kind invitation, and let's keep the good work. Let's keep it up. Thank you.
J'appelle à présent Marie.
I kindly ask Marie-Jean Nicoli, President of the CESEC of Corsica, to come over.
Bonjour à
Good afternoon to all of you. I want to thank the CS of the Euroregion for having extended their proposals to CESEC of Corsica and also of the PACA region, because you know that Corsica is an island in the Mediterranean. We all know that has more than 1,000 kilometers of coast, and this issue of plastic pollution in the Mediterranean is a very dire one to us, and we need to act and act very fastly. And we were saying before that we need a long time to change mentalities, to change behaviors, but also there is an urgency to act. I'm not going to extend my words because many things have been said until now, but I want first and foremost to tell you that I represent the Economic and Social Council of Corsica, but I represent also of the Association of all the Economic and Social Councils of France, where we have all the 18 presidents, and there are 18 regions in France that have a maritime facade. You know that France is one of the largest marine countries in the world, and the situation of the oceans is extremely important to all of our centers. How can we have a sustainable management of our seas? How can we make France a committed maritime power that is completely committed? And we know that France, that Corsica participated in a study that was developed by the Césaire in Normandy and the island of Réunion. And we see that all the economic and social councils took this question of the pollution of the waters, seas and oceans to heart. And since 2015, we have organized a meeting with Isabel Otisier in order to really draw the attention on this question of plastic waste, in particular in the Mediterranean. What really we understood from this day that was extremely interesting, that everything is interconnected. So all the energies have to be put together in order to fight against these very complex issues and very important challenges, because sometimes an action that might seem positive could, at the end of the day, not be efficient in fighting litter. So there is difficulty, there is complexity, so there is a mandatory need to create synergies and convergence also in the actions and proposals. And also we need to share knowledge. This has been said. So that's why I believe that Mr. Régis just said it now. It is of utmost importance to make sure that this observatory of the Mediterranean is created in order to be able to share the innovations, the scientific knowledge, but also to share experiences also. And to finish, I want to say that the representatives of the Club of Rome said that we needed to change our culture. And yes, I believe that our economic and social centers, we are actors of change because we represent the organized civil society, but we also are the voice of all the different challenges that our societies are facing. And we also are the voice of the different ideas and questions that are born in our societies. And I believe that civil society plays a major role in this urgency of fighting the climate change, and in particular the Mediterranean litter. And it is absolutely paramount to make sure that all the different levels of society are mobilized at all levels, and especially at a political level. We need to make sure that our institutions, political institutions, take action there. And to finish with the message of Gilles Simeoni, we said that we need to reduce, reuse, repair, and also break or disrupt. So the disruption is very important here. We need to work for the welfare of human beings and the preservation of nature and environment. We need to put this in the heart of public policies. So that's why we need to have this disruption and change this traditional model that really ruled our lives in the past. And before signing, in the name of CESEC of Corsica, I want to vehicle a message that Mr. Gil Simeoni, who is the executive director of the Corsican the center, that he really backs in a very clear way this initiative and all the new initiatives in the future, because as we said, this is a first step. Of course, he backs this meeting, but also the resolution that will be signed by the Economic and Social Councils. And he is extremely sorry for not being able to be here, because today and tomorrow in Corsica we have General Assembly of the Corsican Assembly. Thank you very much. And now I will ask Arturo Leon Lopez to join us.
Bona vesprada, una salutació.
So warm greetings on behalf of the Economic and Social Council of the Valencian community and of the organizations that are part of this body. I would also like to thank President Chauzy, the CES of that have invited us to be part of this amazing challenge. The Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations are the master plan to address the future challenges of humankind and to secure a sustainable future to us all. Amongst them, Goal 14 aims at decisive action to preserve the resources in seas and oceans, because without them, land would not be habitable for human beings. Currently, as we have seen throughout this conference, there is a continual worsening of ecosystems affecting the marine environment. Our Mediterranean Sea is no exception. Its sustainability is at risk. In this context, many things have been said, all of them very interesting throughout the day. But I believe it is up to us now to emphasize what this means, what the necessary boost and momentum given by all of these players in the Mediterranean arc will be like. In this context, the action of the CESs present here today as an expression of the voice of the organized civil society acquires a special dimension. With this commitment, by signing this declaration of Montpellier, we will be signing a series of initiatives and committing to a series of initiatives which, in one way or another, by placing our intelligence and our persuasion to achieving this goal, should lead to the transformations, the social, economic, and regulatory transformations needed in order to preserve the environment and the Mediterranean as a great legacy for future generations. I conclude. We embarked on a new journey, the three of us in the Mediterranean arc. We should learn to walk all together now in such a way that we all feel part and parcel of a project which I believe should have a clear calling of extending to other regions and countries of the Mediterranean basin. I would like to thank and congratulate those who presented their research today. I would like to highlight the efforts made by the public universities of Valencia. It's a shame that Professor Rosa from the University of Alicante was not able to present her studies. But I would like to emphasize all of the efforts made by public universities who have put forward a host of projects to contribute to this event, all with the goal of preserving the marine environment. Lastly, I would like to reiterate the commitment of the Economic and Social Council of the Autonomous Community of Valencia to undertake the initiatives that we will sign today. This is a choral agreement to carry out a mobilization that it would be general with the purpose of saving the Mediterranean. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
And now we're going to give the floor to Mr. Marc Coudet from Région Sud. Mr. Marc Pouzet, please. Thank you. So, you know, when people have a small piece of paper, this does not mean that they're going to be brief. Yeah, I know, because I know you. Yes, well, first and foremost, I want to thank the president of the region, Occitanie. I want to thank President Chauzy for the organization of this beautiful day. I want to greet my colleague from Corsica and the rest of the Spanish regions here. When we look at this map, we see that all the councils, we represent all the intermediary authorities in our territories. So you can imagine what this represents in terms of economic and political influence in our territory. This day was absolutely fantastic. We had a melting pot of proposals, of anguish, of fears, of talks, and fears about the situation. So we need to put ourselves in a dynamic dynamic perspective, basically. We need to think for the future. So first, we need to take into account the young people. We see that the young generations are really much more aware about how to behave with the environment and plastics. And we see, secondly, that the innovation is moving a lot. And we know that innovation is going to give solutions to many of our problems. So we should be hopeful. And thirdly, we believe that we have a role to put pressure on our politicians in order for them to understand that they have the possibility not to only agree with us, but also put very defining obligations, because you know that this is how things move forward. We are from Région Sud, and you know that our President Montpellier, have been very clear about this. We have moved forward. We need to get really together in order to put just a few indicators in order to allow the populations of our territory to follow up on what is happening regarding these different issues in our territories. Thank you. Thank you. So this charter is adopted because all the presidents of the different councils have undersigned it. So I propose to have a family photograph here. So you have, I would like the three personalities who helped us materially to organize this fantastic day to be us. I want to thank Madame Le Marchand, who really for a long time she allowed us to have the best conditions. Dear Madame President, dear Carol, I want to thank you publicly for your comprehension, for your support for the region of Occitanie and for the country. Dear Etienne Guyot, I'm always happy to see you. You know, when we met next to the Eiffel Tower in Avenue Jules Fleuret, thank you for the material and financial contribution from the littoral fund of the state that allowed us to receive all our colleagues. I want to thank all the representatives of the media. I want to thank the organization. Thank you for the region Occitanie for having helped us. Thank you for allowing us to organize in the best manner possible these days. And we have signed this document. We're going to see how we're going to progress and move forward in the application of all these different commitments for the welfare of our regions and the welfare of the Mediterranean and our citizens. Thank you very much. Could we ask you to Mr. Etienne Guyot, Madam President, etc., to come over, and the 4 regional governments for the family photograph.
Alors, on me demande de vous resserrer un peu, me disent les photographes.
Can we get closer, please? Yeah, is it good for the photographs? Yes.
Merci. Merci à toutes et à tous.
Thank you to all of you, and I ask you to go back to your seats, please.
Oui, monsieur. Très bien. Merci beaucoup. Installez-vous, je vous en prie. Alors, on va passer.
Okay, so we're going now to reach the very last session of this day, the institutional closure with the presidents of the regions and territories. And I'm going to ask Carole Delga, the president of the Occitanie region, the president of Euro region, Pyrénées-Méditerranée. I give you the floor, Madam President. Good evening to all of you. I'm extremely happy to be with you for the institutional closure of this symposium. I want to thank all the speakers, all the people are here, all those who allowed this day to be successful. When I became president of the Euro region, Pyrénées-Méditerranean, I hoped that this Euro region will start working to face the challenges of our society and to work in order to associate the young people in the 3 territories in the Balearic Islands, Catalonia and Occitanie. So we believed that the economic and councils in the 3 regions could be the vehicles. I want to thank my friend Jean-Louis Chauzy, who put all the energy in order to make sure that this day is organized. I want to thank the President of Generalitat of Catalonia, the President of the Balearic Islands, and the Presidents of the Economic and Social Councils of all these beautiful 3 territories. I want to thank also the representatives of Région PACA, Mr. Muselier and Mr. Simeoni from Corsica, because the Mediterranean, Madam President Marie-France Marchand-Bailey, today is a very important day. The presidents of the 3 councils in the main regions have worked on an issue that is extremely important to us. So we are in front of our beautiful mother Mediterranean that is a cradle of biodiversity, but it's a treasure that is under threat. So that's why we need to act fastly in order to face this challenge, in order to coordinate much better our actions. I remember you that 11,000 tons of French litter go to the Mediterranean, Occitanie as well. And in terms of global warming, we are 1.8 degrees above the planet normal level. So in Occitanie, we we use an expression that is used in rugby. You know that rugby in France belongs to Occitanie, so we are the ones who just work together. And I say it in front of Mr. Muselier and all the others.
Nous avons bien sûr ce sens du collectif.
So we work all together, and we know that in the Mediterranean, the best scale of working is to work all together. Let's make a pact in Occitanie, but around the Mediterranean also, because this arc allows us to work all together in order to face climate change, the economic, health, social crisis, and we will work to become more resilient territory. So that's why it's absolutely indispensable to carry out actions and not only use words. So to put a network of different stakeholders in the Mediterranean and beyond our region, we need to raise awareness around the Mediterranean, especially our friends in the southern Mediterranean. Fighting plastic litter in the Mediterranean is a major action that we have to develop. So that's why Guy Codornieu and the members of the Parliament of the Sea with Olivier Poivre d'Arvor, we are working to help the creation of the Parliament of the Mediterranean. We have an ambitious policy in the region to fight plastic litters. We have a regional plan for prevention and management of plastic litter with 0 plastic litters in 2030. This is the goal that we put in 2020. We are going to work marvels for a sea free of litter. So all Occitanie will be working in order to make sure that we have less and less litter thrown in the sea. We have a plan called Littoral 21. We are the only region in France that put up a plan because we understood that there was a need to have a specific plan that is specific for our coastal line. So we are the very first region that benefited from it for the period 2017-2021, and this is the contract for elaboration of plans that we have. And also, so we help all the different programs that prevent littering the Mediterranean. And we have another plan also that will be finalized lately and has a chapter on nature. We need to reduce plastic litter, optimize the management of this waste. We have many initiatives, and I will only talk about one. It's an initiative that in Saint-André de Saint-Gomis-Sénéraud was carried out by 2 women. It's the fabrication of eyeglasses made of plastic waste that was recuperated in our beaches. So we need to act, we need to raise awareness, we need to innovate. So we need to raise awareness among the populations, especially the younger ones. We can innovate. For example, if we go to the beaches of Gruissan and Banyuls, we have containers that push people to throw plastic in them. We have initiatives to help those who work in the sea in order to really use them for cleaning the Mediterranean, and also use the new technologies for the management of this waste. So we have the need also to accompany all the public institutions in reducing their waste in their different basins. So this is what we will be doing with different projects in Vidoul, in Thau, and in Hérault also. And of course, we're working on prevention. It's all of the local authorities and the département who will be working together in order to put common actions all together. And we need to support the producers in order to reduce packaging to the maximum. And this is what we do through our company help tools also. So the presidency of the Euro region will be transmitted to another region in a few months. So that's why I want to thank all those who are working in the Mediterranean for a good future for us. We're all responsible, and we need to recreate hope in order to preserve our land and to preserve our sea, and in order to make sure that the future generation can benefit from a better world with better practices and especially ethical behaviors in people's lives. Thank you to all of you. We're all mobilized in order to carry out this project in the best manner possible. Thank you. Thank you, Carole Delga. And ladies and gentlemen, you have microphones in front of you. I'm going to give the floor to Michael Mirgual, Minister of the Environment and Territory of the Balearic Islands. Can you take the microphone and tell us what is the level of your commitment? How are you committed to work on these different issues in the name of your region and as a minister?
Ça va fonctionner. Je vais vous aider un petit peu.
Good evening. Good evening to you all. President, colleagues, and representatives of other governments, members and representatives of the various economic and social councils. Dear friends, first of all, a very good evening to all of you. It is an honor to be here representing the government of the Balearic Islands and participating in this event on behalf of this archipelago in this very interesting event that has allowed us to reflect on topics that are of the utmost importance, not just for the present, but for the future of not only the Mediterranean, but also of our planet. Allow me to send each and every one of you very warm greetings from the President of the Government of the Balearic Islands, who was unable to be here, but who undoubtedly would have loved to be here, and greet you all, encouraging you to continue on this path that you're embarking on today. A lot of interesting reflections have been shared on a structural topic from the point of view of the future, not just at a regional scale, but at a planetary scale too. I believe that we are under the umbrella of a territorial and climate emergency, a tacit one, and it is already showing some clear effects in the day-to-day, that is, in our routines, with effects that are absolutely visible in our territory. And as a result, this must be the most important task of us, not just for the administrations, but also for us as society. Indeed, the scientific and academic efforts have warned us for decades that in this context of climate emergency, the Mediterranean Sea is highlighted as one of the hottest points with adverse consequences and the intensity of these. And I believe that in the western part of the Mediterranean, at least, we are seeing how the climate phenomena or the natural phenomena are more recurrent and more intense. Obviously, in this context of ecological emergency, and today we focused on the discussion of the pollution of the environment, is something that should be and does concern us. It concerns us, the administration, and also society at large. Today, we've been reflecting on specific cases and realities that are indeed deserving of attention. And events like these allow us to quantify all of these problems. A problem which is vast, a problem which is complex. And indeed, this problem requires action. And obviously, specific, individual, local, and regional actions are indispensable. These actions are increasingly important, and these actions that must be developed. From the Balearic Islands, our roadmap is clear. It is well defined. Since 2015, the environmental planning of the Balearic Islands aims at becoming a strategic planning, comprehensive planning that intertwines policies with a common goal, increasing protection and preservation in land and in the sea, and then to try to promote specific actions that will allow to mitigate some factors. We're talking about a Waste Act, a pioneering act with a very robust measure, such as the removal of single-use plastics, and oversight and cleaning initiative for cleaning the coast, removing the waste from our coast and all the plastics of our Balearic Sea. When I refer to these local actions, or regional ones, I'm referring to very important ones. But today, an important reflection has been made. The most important reflection that we must all make. Synergies between the various territories that, in this case, share our Mediterranean Sea. Unless we work together, unless we establish joint policies, unless we foster joint roadmaps, probably, the final solution to increase the preservation of the Mediterranean will be much harder. In this regard, I think it is important to state the importance of these meetings, such as the one we were able to enjoy today, a gathering that aims to establish synergies between different regions so that between all of us, we can weave a policy that focuses on an overall comprehensive vision of the Mediterranean with a common goal, to increase its protection and, above all, to guarantee the preservation for future generations. Exclusively and only working together between the various regions and the various countries, between north, south, east, or west, will we be capable of improving and providing a better future for the Mediterranean. Thank you, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, and I give the floor to Mr. Gerard Vives Fernandez. You have the microphone. Please, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, President, Councillor, Minister, colleagues. At midday, we asked ourselves why regional governments have an interest, or why do they have a will of providing support to initiatives such as this one. And in actual fact, if we have a look at the bios or the profiles of the people with whom I'm sharing this scenario, I feel like an intruder, because my experience is not that based on specific expertise, but one based on foreign relations, external action, international relations, let's say. But getting back to the question, why are we interested? Why are we supporting this? The answer that comes to my mind is another question, which is how not to support this, right? On the one hand, because this initiative and what we have heard today ties in very nicely with the vision Catalonia has traditionally defended of a model of multi-level and multi-stakeholder governance. We defend all spaces, all forums, especially in the European Union. For us, the initiative that brings us here is an example of how territorial cooperation in Europe helps us to create, as the minister just said, working synergies in network, which are key and indispensable to jointly face shared challenges. And at the forefront of the unfortunately too extensive catalogue of challenges we need to face, at the top we find climate change and the preservation of the environment. I won't say anything you don't already know much better than I do about these topics. In relation to this relatively easy or deceitfully easy tag, behind these problems there are interconnected problems with many derivatives, enormous complexity, and many consequences and interrelations. In this respect, the councils represented here are a key element to provide an answer, since they combine the economic, the social, the scientific, and even the emotional component, one speaker said today. In this regard, I believe it is also important to congratulate ourselves for events like this, because these events demonstrate or are built on this acknowledgement of complexity. It is not neglected or avoided. And when determining and providing comprehensive responses, because if the problem is complex, the answer will not be an easy one. It will be a complex one. It is obvious that in order to face the challenges that we have been referring to today, we need the implication of all levels of governance, from Brussels, from European institutions, down to the local level, regional institutions, and central governments. It is also obvious that this task requires a mobilization of all public and private stakeholders, universities, companies, NGOs, citizens. And it is for this very reason that this conference organized by the Economic and Social Councils with the support of the region Pyrénées-Méditerranée transcends this point of view of an intruder of mine. It transcends this theme to emphasize the relevance of fostering and promoting multi-level governance as a methodology, as a tool to face the environmental challenges of today in the Mediterranean area. And in order to do so in a tangible, clear way, this has already been mentioned. We have not been here sharing diagnostics or, let's say, academic analysis. What we have is this. This is true. But there is also determination, a will to provide joint solutions. And we are committed to work together, each of us from our own areas of expertise, to give specific responses to a specific issue. Now, I go back to the question I was made to me at midday. Why do we support this? I already mentioned two reasons. Because we believe in the forum, we are committed to a multi-level and multi-stakeholder governance model, and because we share our concerns in relation to this particular topic. But I would like to add two more reasons why Catalonia is firmly committed to initiatives like these. First, and now I use the we that represents the Catalan government, more specifically the Foreign Action Department. Firstly, because this initiative strengthens the Mediterranean calling of the Euro region, a vocation, a calling shown in the name itself, Euro region. But in this case, we're talking about the Mediterranean too. This is also vindicated by the recently approved roadmap. The Mediterranean is set as a priority axis where we can weave bridges and build bridges and actions and networks. It is in this regard that it satisfies me that this organization is the space chosen, the forum chosen for initiatives like these, like this one today, proposed by the CESs. Even more so, when with these we strengthen the Mediterranean dimension of the Euro region, such as is the case where we see counterparties of other areas of the Mediterranean arc which are not necessarily part of the Euro region. So forum, background, and one final reason, one final block of reasons. And the key word is Europe. With our sights placed on the next presidency starting as the next presidency by Catalonia of the Euro region, I would like to highlight the role of Catalonia in continuing to promote this tool of cooperation in Europe, the Euro region, because it allows for cooperation, as has already been said by our neighbors, on priority aspects such as those mentioned today, and because it contributes to avoid borders becoming obstacles for the free movement of knowledge, best practices, and good initiatives to help resolve common problems to bring European citizens closer, to facilitate the communication of ideas and resources, and to foster the strategic work, as the minister said, towards joint goals. In such a complex context, and a difficult one, like the one we are witnessing in Europe, I will not add new challenges. Catalonia sees the Euro region initiative like these as specific tools to moving forward together with the European project, bringing it closer to citizens, and ultimately to contribute to the achievements and the solidarities de facto that Robert Schuman mentioned in 1950. These, he said, would be the real engines of the project for building Europe.
I give the floor to Joan Piqué-Huerga. There's a microphone. Please.
Good evening. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the CESs, the region of Occitanie for their warm hospitality, and all of the colleagues present at this table. First, I would like to apologize for Chima Puch and Irene Moya not being able to attend, because this week we have the State of the Nation debate. They couldn't be with us. And it is an honor for me to be here on behalf of the government of the Valencian community. In today's conference, a very intense session, we've dealt with very interesting events on the removal of plastics, and we spoke of brave policies, policies that transform the traditional system of the linear economy. We spoke of actions that incorporate the excitement of the people to accompany us, and we've spoken of transformative projects. In terms of projects or policies in the Valencian community, we've been implementing important regulatory changes to defend the Mediterranean. The first was the Territorial Plan of Action for Defending the Coast, the PATIBEL, which recently was validated by the Supreme Court in Spain. And as the Minister, Miquel Mir, just said, in cooperation with other regions, we see interesting lines of work, such as the decree on Posidonia. We work on it together. And also other lines of work on waste policies that we've been working together with Director Sanso, who spoke this morning, with the regional management of waste, and a decree law on the circular economy, which we hope the legislative body will approve it next month. And when processing it, the report of our CES was key. I would like to thank them for their work, for enriching and improving the program, the document, and passing this law that we will be passing in the Valencian community on waste and the circular economy. As for actions and projects, the Valencian community is ready to face the future. We're developing new industrial processes at a regional scale, also that can be extrapolated at a national scale, and we are converging on many of the ideas mentioned this session, such as no longer manufacturing oil-based plastics, that we need to change the linear economy model and turn to a circular economy model. I always say that the circular economy is not a linear economy 2.0. It's spherical. It's not about the waste of materials going around the world to reach the Valencian community, but rather to be able to supply ourselves with propinquity to generate our own economic activity. And I believe that we are ready even to manage the waste of the past, what is so-called in landfill minery. I think that we are ready. The Ministry and the European Commission is ready to face this challenge of the future. Let's stop using oil to manufacture plastics, and if necessary, let's repair the Mediterranean Sea and our region, especially the coastal or pre-coastal areas. And I would like to conclude by dedicating some remarks, as the Minister Mir said, to remind all of those employees that have been affected by the effects of climate change in our Mediterranean Sea, their properties, their house, or their lives. This morning this was mentioned. I think it's important for you to know that we're talking about the lives of people. The effects of climate change are real. They're here. and this has a direct effect on the lives of our neighbors. Since we are in France, to conclude, I would like to share a thought of Montesquieu, who said, in order for a policy to be truly good, it needs to go with the people and not be above and beyond them. Thank you.
Rosa Maria.
Rosa Maria Sanchez.
Good evening. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, and I would like to congratulate you for this event. I would also like to thank those who intervened because of the vast amount of information that has been shared on this topic that affects us all. I am here to convey the commitment of the regional government of the region of Murcia. As we have seen in the words of our Minister of the Environment, edited by the CES of the region of Murcia, and with the awareness-raising actions that have an impact at origin, and with the project of our new waste plan, that is the path to be followed to contribute to this joint effort. I do feel as an intruder because I am not a politician, but as a technical expert of the regional administration, I take with me many ideas that I will convey to my superiors and to implement in our regional administration and thus contribute to our joint effort. Thank you very much.
Christophe Madrol, président de la Commission.
Christophe Madrol, the Vice President of the Commission for Biodiversity, Water and Coastline in the Region Sud. Well, thank you so much, dear Carole, for your reception, and thank you so much for your commitment with the Mediterranean. Without you, without your mobilization and the mobilization of our friend Gilles Simeoni in Corsica, would have never been able to create these dynamics in France and the Mediterranean. And Carole, you are a main stakeholder and your region of what is being done. I am not just saying this to please you. I believe in it because I am Mediterranean. This is what we share here beyond the olive trees and beyond the way we express ourselves. I've been working in the Mediterranean for more than 20 years as a professional. I worked with President Hollande of Ségolène Royal, with Nicolas Hulot. I run on the Mediterranean. I take boats in the Mediterranean. I also scuba dive in the Mediterranean. And throughout these years, I have seen how Posidonia disappeared, how coral reefs disappeared, and I have seen a lot of flora and fauna disappearing, which are the really wealth of our Mediterranean. So that's why I'm extremely worried nowadays. So that's why I want to thank all the presidents, Mr. Minister, and all the partners here. So I know many of you, so almost every month in the Mediterranean countries, we meet with scientists, with politicians, with representatives of the administration. I participated with a lot of representatives from your administrations in Spain. And finally, I see that there is an awareness, a very clear awareness of the dangers that the Mediterranean is facing. The Mediterranean is a hotspot of all the dramatic changes in our planet, migratory crisis, economic, social crisis, climate change, etc. And we could really think of any crisis that we have in the planet, and we see it concentrated in the Mediterranean. And Mediterranean is 4 hours flight to go from one point to another. So we have common culture, we have common families, we have many families with Spanish, Tunisian, Algerians, Moroccans. The Mediterranean is our family, is our region, and for years I worked in the central administration in France, and I've always been stricken by the fact that many high representatives, Madame Delga, who is the president of the regions of France, most of the directors of departments who work for the sea, they come from Brittany, and the immense majority, they come from Brittany. All the people who work in maritime affairs come from Brittany. So the perspective they have of the Mediterranean is really weird. We are the Arabs of Brittany. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it is a call of rage. Yes, we need to see each other. I do agree with you. Alone, we cannot do anything. It's all together that we can create this great dynamics for the Mediterranean. So really, we pushed the World Navigation Organization to place the Mediterranean as an endangered zone. So we have to work all together. The Posidonia plan that we have in Spain and the region South and region Occitanie are partners. This is fundamental. I was in Tunisia with President Simeoni, and we saw the beaches disappearing there because there's no sand left. So we all have to work collectively in fighting for the Mediterranean. Thank you so much. The Région Sud is going to be partner of all your initiatives. The Région Sud with Professor Muselier, who greets you and greets President Delga. We all have to work all together to move forward all together. I say it to my friends, scientists, and also representatives of the associations. The Mediterranean is one. The Mediterranean is our home, so we have to work all together in order to protect it. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please go back to your seats? And I'm going to ask Mr. Étienne Guyot, the prefect of the Région Occitanie, to join me here to put a closure to this day. Madam President of the Euro region, dear Carol Delga, dear Mr. Jean-Louis Chauzy from Césaire, I want to thank Mr. Chevalier also for participating in the organization of this forum. Madam President of Abbé Pierre Foundation, dear representatives of the different governments of the regions of Spain, the presidents of the European Commission, dear Lord Mayors, dear representatives of the different councils in the Mediterranean, I want to thank Mr. Olivier Biscay for his wonderful moderation. I want to thank all the companies, associations, and public institutions who are here. Dear Jean-Louis, and all the presidents of the economic and social councils of the Mediterranean, I want to salute this initiative of signing this charter between all the councils of the Mediterranean arc. I saw the amazing report by the Council of Occitanie talking about the main challenges that we have with plastic litter. We read about the consequences and the need of acting all together, because I heard throughout all the different presentations today that we have very clear concrete elements, which are concrete actions. There are so many things that are being carried out in this region. So that's why I'm extremely happy for the organization of this day and the help of the group Midi La Dépêche for the organization of Le Monde Nouveau Forum. This is an opportunity because we've always had very important trade in this Mediterranean region. We have a very important cultural and social heritage also. So that's why I want to thank the region Occitanie, Carole Delga, also the Economic and Social Council, all the different departments that are with us. They are calling us the representatives of the public powers, and I represent the French state and each one of the ministers here. This pushes us to really face our responsibilities, and yes, you're calling all the executive powers of the different states. You called for concrete actions to reduce, to reuse the plastic waste, to repair the ecosystems. So we all agree with you. In my daily works as representatives of the state, we work with the local authorities, with the associations and the companies. The mobilization follows a national and international dynamics, and the French state is participating clearly internationally. We need to create coalitions, we need to take actions, and France is taking many commitments. It is a maritime power, so that's why the head of state last year here in Montpellier reminded you when he talked about the policies of the sea on the 3rd of December 2019, excuse me, it was 2 years ago. So the President of the Republic undersigned with other presidents a historic charter in the United Nations on the 22nd of March in Nairobi to put an end to the plastic litter through the elaboration of a legal framework and legal tool. So we need to put a framework with different obligations. So it is mandatory legally from now to 2030. So we took it into account. So this legal framework that tackles all the cycle of plastics, the production, the consumption, and the disposal. And in Brest in 2022 had representatives of 40 states and maritime authorities. And the summit reinforced the synergies that existed with an initiative that was launched by our region, Occitanie, and by the French state, which was the commitment by 6 member states to transform Mercator, which is an organization that is based here, into an intergovernmental organization in order to describe the marine environment. We know the excellence here, and the evolution of Mercator is going to really disseminate much better the knowledge, and it will allow us to control the plastic litter in the Mediterranean, and there is a presence of the European Commission here. So I remind you of the importance of European regulation, because this is where we live now, because a legal framework is absolutely important. The European directive that was enforced a year ago prohibits the single-use plastics. So we had all the different member states translating this European directive into national acts, and France did it, and this reinforces these actions that we have to carry out. In the 20th of February 2020, we have an act, the European directive on the misuse of the resources, and this has been translated into a French act, and it will allow us now to get rid of single-use plastic packagings. And we have another law for climate and resilience that puts more obligations for the large supermarkets, and also the plastic litter in the water before 2025. I want to give you just just an idea about the actions that we undertake here. Many things have been said. Madam, the President of the region talked about the work that we carry out every day altogether in order to go in this direction. And I want to really congratulate all the different stakeholders from the state, from the local authorities and the regional authorities for all the work that they're carrying out. In France, we are working to improve the Mediterranean facade, and that's why we need to have a document that will be defining this policy, and the anti-plastic policy is going to be one of the pillars with very concrete elements, for example, about what we do with the fishing nets lost in the sea, how can we manage our ports and harbors, how can we recycle our fishing nets, how, for example, in Gros du Roi this morning we were there with the Minister of the Sea in the inauguration of the Congress of the political representatives of local authorities in the inauguration of the Center for Recycling of Plastic Waste. As the President of the region said, that we have very important resources for this Plan Littoral, because only the Occitanie region has this plan for its coastline, so within the state budget, and we have funds that go directly in the management of the coastal areas. And this was accepted by the Prime Minister, Mr. Jean Castex, at the beginning of this year. And we need to mobilize this plan to carry out a whole series of actions. For example, after the Gloria storm, and also when we had problems in our coastline, we had a lot of waste that was thrown in the sea, and we have fundings that are dedicated to the creation of the Oceanographic Observatory of Bagnols-sur-Mer, which is a fantastic tool in order to work on the toxicity of microplastics. And we have a whole series of actions. Madam, the President talked about the plan for the coastline in the region. So we have institutional and extremely powerful funds, financial tools also. We're talking in order to work in this direction. We have more than 6 billion euros for the 7 years to come, with very essential tools that are put in our hands. Thank you so much. I want to thank all the organizers, and I want to congratulate all of you, dear Jean-Louis, dear Carole. It was a remarkable organization, and we see that through this initiative that allows us to put together all the economic and social councils around here. You represent the associations, and you represent your civil societies throughout the Mediterranean. I congratulate you, and I want to thank you for the work you carried out. Thank you very much, Mr. Prefet. And this is how we reach the end of this day. I want to thank also all the teams that worked in the organization. I want to thank the interpreters who carried out an amazing work. They are up there in their aquariums trying to do their best. And I want to invite you to the official inauguration of this new edition of the Le Monde Nouveau Forum. Thank you so much.